Debate Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere. There's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Felis Mengus, Smith Tools and Purchase, Level Plain Poem, Vitali Z, Colton James, Fe Patriot, Thomas van der Zander, Measured Flat, Chris Wouters, Mir in the Shire, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, JMels24, Unimento, Iron26, Retro Bill, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Hairy Blade, Mobile Mac 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Young Cat, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Also shout out to Mark Devereaux, who smashed the super thanks overnight. So thank you very much to all of you for supporting me in all the various different means you can support me. Links to Patreon are below this video. And with that, I'll hand across to whoever is in Discord and G+, so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show. How's it going?
Good. That was pretty good. I enjoyed that little read this morning. Outstanding.
Okay. Why is my screen share dull? It's annoying. I don't know how I can solve that. They've changed G+ slightly so that the screen sharing bit pops out a chat, so you can presumably avoid having video feedback. But now, as a consequence of it, when you put it back in, it goes all dull. How can I solve that? Really annoying. More
Sounds like
options.
technical stuff.
Yeah. Backgrounds and effects. No, I don't want that. Difference. No. It's added a load of stuff I don't want and made the functionality of what I do want worse. Great. Ugh. Okay, I'll have to figure it out another time. See if I can make it less blurry by resharing it. Change automatic. Automatic picture-in-picture. Select when you want picture-in-picture. Never. Share content from my camera. Enable option to share content from a second camera. No, I mean, that's all right in that, but... There we go. That's the one. Okay, hopefully that's resolved it. Now it looks clear in both. Jolly good.
So what do we owe the honors? Our landlord is here today?
What? What's that mean?
I thought I saw Righteous there.
Righteous Force in the Discord server? Yeah, he is. I mean, he's
Yeah, I
allowed
just
to
got
be a
up and
guest in
noticed
his
you
own
guys
server.
here, and
Hey, Righteous.
I clicked on the live stream.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's allowed to be a guest in his own server sometimes. Sometimes he just wants to be here, Why not?
I said, to what do we owe the honors? Our landlord is here. How are you, Righteous?
Hey, Neil. Nothing in particular. I'm home today. And I noticed you guys here, and I clicked on the link.
Good to have you.
Usually when he comes in, it's because we did something bad.
No, it's not. That's not true at all. Is he right, Righteous? Is he suggesting that correctly that you've only come because I've done something wrong?
Not today.
Not today. There you go, Neil.
See? So I was right. Just not today.
Just not today. Everyone else in Discord, hello to you. Vax.
Good morning, you guys. Hope
Arthur,
everyone's
hello.
doing well.
Pancake Patrol, hello.
Pancake Patrol. That's freaking Captain Edgewise.
Oh, yeah. Wonder why they all use these funny fake names.
I don't know, but in one of your comments the other day, somebody wrote, Nathan Oakley, your downfall will be Joe Pesci. I'm assuming that's me. And the guy's name is Marxist something. Now, can you at least put your real name? What is it with these freaking retarded names?
I don't know. I often assume it's just because they don't actually stand by the things that they pretend to stand by, or would be embarrassed if they were proven wrong. So rather than having the balls to actually use their real name, they use a fake name.
As I sit here with my fake name.
I wasn't going to say anything. Well, is that true for you too, Vaxwax?
Well, I mean, if I really am a Glober, I don't want people to know my actual name.
It works both ways. It just works for anybody that doesn't necessarily fully, truly believe in what they're saying, or feel that what they're doing might be a little bit wrong. Therefore, an element of anonymity is quite useful for those types of individuals.
Yeah, because even when I had Facebook, I never actually put my real name. I'm just paranoid. I don't even know why.
That's fair enough.
Well, it goes back to the CB days. They called it a handle. You
Yeah,
had a
handle.
handle.
What's your handle?
My handle's always me, Neil Cosentino.
Yeah, I'm sure I've told this story before about Sam coming over after my parents had retired from selling computers, and I'd acquired a very high-end computer which I shoved in a cupboard because I didn't really care for it, and then started working in a hi-fi shop. Sam asked if I knew anything about computers, and I'm like, I've got one. And he asked me what it was, and I told him. He's like, oh my God, that's amazing! It's like, what do you do with it? And I was like, nothing, it's not even wired up. He's like, well, I must come over and wire it up for you. I'm like, okay, fine. So he came over and wired it up and put on a copy of AOL, which had Instant Messenger. And in Instant Messenger, you could go in and you could just chat to random strangers, specifically girls, if you typed into the, whatever you'd call them, abbreviations of the search type, that you'd want to talk to women only of a certain age group. So that's what he did. And with his account, which had a fake name, he would start asking what they were wearing. I'm like, what are you doing? He'd be like, well, they don't know it's me. I've got a fake name. I can get away with whatever I like. And I was like, I don't like that one bit. I want to be me and accountable to me. And if I say something, I want people to know it's me that said it. That's to say, I want to stand by everything that I do. Therefore, I want my screen name to be my name. And at the time, it was important to have your year of birth because people would ask ASL, age, sex, location. The next question would be, how old are you? So for me, I was like, well, I want to put my name and my year of birth in my screen name. So that's when I utilise Nathan Oakley 1980 at AOL.com, which is still to this day, I use it for various different things that are throwaway, admittedly, but my email address that I still currently use for various different things. But back then, that's what would appear if I sent you an instant message. You'd immediately know who I was. Often people thought I was black, because black people tend to have Nathan more commonly used than white people. But other than that, generally you got a good idea of who I was and how old I was based on my name. Whereas every other Tom, Dick and Harry would use a fake screen name so that they could get away with asking you what you were wearing if you're a woman, or talk dirty to you without any concern of recourse. I remember somebody telling me, I think it might have been the same guy, Sam, saying, well, the instant message disappears and that's it, it's gone. It's not kept as a formal record. It's not kept at AOL. You're not going to track these things. And then, I don't know, 5 years later, to catch a predator. And they screenshotted all the instant messages of all these perverts with fake names chatting up young girls. You're like, yeah, of course you can still retain this information. It seemed so obvious to me at the time. But my logic behind it was it'll keep me honest if my name's attached to stuff. Yeah?
Exactly.
You're a lot more likely to think, no, I'll not necessarily say that evil, depraved thing if my name is directly associated to it at the top of the instant message. But that's something I stand by to this day. If I'm putting something out there, I'm more than happy to stand by it. I wouldn't be putting it out there otherwise. I wouldn't be saying it otherwise. Like, I'm not going to fake an account so I can get away with saying things. Because in my humble opinion, when people use those fake names, that is still just them. Right? That's just a part of them that they're not very proud of. Now, you want to say these things, but you haven't got the balls to say it with your own name. But that's still you. You're still just a dirty pervert in the case of the To Catch a Predator example. You're just trying to hide that fact from the general public or from your family or from your friends when you use a fake name online. You're not proud of the fact that you're a dirty scumbag. If I was a dirty scumbag, I'd be proud of it. Yeah, so like, I can't remember who it was recently. Somebody went back to one of my videos where I'd got like 2 or 3 frames of my bedroom. And there's all vibrators and dildos and whips and all sorts of things in there. And they're like, look at this guy. He's dirty. I'm like, yes, I am. Absolutely. You're not kidding. Am I ashamed? No. That is what I am like. Downright depraved when it comes to sexual things. But I'm not, afraid of admitting that. That is me. Paula, are you going up to the Shires? Can you? Sent you the receipt for there's 3. They're on 2 separate orders, so 2 came in yesterday and then 1 came in today. Or the other way around, 1 came in yesterday and 2 came in today, but it's 3 boxes. If they only try and give you 1 or 2, because they're on 2 separate orders. Okay, you need all of the barcodes. Okay. I don't know what else to send you. I've sent you what I've got with the order number on. That's what I've sent you. Hooray, they're here. 2 of 2 items are ready to collect.
Yeah, give me.
Is this one?
Yeah. Because I think you
Sent me the one that's 1.
think you.
Okay. Okay. Send that to you too. On a message. I've sent it on a text message. Tell me if you're going, because then I'll be prepared to bring it up again if you need it. About microphones that I've bought that I need my wife to go and pick up because I've ordered them and they've gone to the wrong place. The other side of town. Why is there a dove with Jesus written on it, Paula? Peace Festival. Didn't realise the Peace Festival was all about Jesus. Run by Christians.
Well, I don't think a peace festival would be run by Satanists.
No, it's not contrasting it with Jesus and Satanism. She's saying she didn't know that it was a religious festival when she went to the Peace Festival. She just thought it was just run by normies as opposed to Christians. So one of the art pieces that I assume this is done by Clover is a dove with Jesus written on it.
Nice.
I thought it was quite nice when I saw it across the room. My wife's not very religious.
Neither am I.
Okay. I often put my kids in front of Paula's, not my Paula, the other Paula, Bible U Paula, her Bible study on I think she does it on a Thursday or a Sunday, I forget which. But when she does do it, I'll put it on, and it's our tea time or dinner time in the evening. So that'll be running with her doing a Bible study, and the kids get to listen to that. I don't know if she's aware of that.
Yeah, I don't think she's religious either.
To catch you up to what Neil means, one man of God put it like this: to the world or to religion, it's God, but to Christianity, it's Father. So
Correct. The relationship.
Fair enough. I watched Righteous Forces Bible study yesterday. Not with my kids, just on my own.
yeah, you watched the whole thing.
Yeah. You saw me say hello, and then you saw me say goodbye at the end, didn't you?
You did say goodbye at the end? I didn't notice that one. I noticed you did hello, and I said hello to you.
Yeah.
Maybe I
Well, I
closed the
didn't
stream
say
too fast.
goodbye. I put a little hand wave when you rounded out and said goodbye.
Oh, okay. Well, if if kids are like an audience too, it reminds me I should maybe keep it even simpler and be aware that kids could be watching too, so they could learn too.
No, they weren't. It's too late for them. It was they were already in bed by the time you're doing your show.
Oh, okay. But still something to keep in mind, just to keep things simpler and simpler, yet still be able to cover like a wide variety of stuff.
No, I think you've got it pegged personally. I like it. You go into the etymology of the words. When you're unsure about something, you'll go in and dig it out, and you're not at all embarrassed to say, I don't know what that means. Let's go and have a look. And you just on it like flies on the proverbial. You just go straight to the concordance. Is that what you call it?
Yeah, but you got to be careful with that, not to make the etymology fallacy, right? You got to look at the context and make sure you keep one context separate from another context if it's different.
Well, that's it. Well, you disclaim all that while you're doing it, while you're looking it up. I like that.
Oh, okay.
I like your show. It should have more people watching.
Okay. Well, for those that are listening to Nathan right now, you can go to the Righteous Force YouTube channel. It's just as my name is, Righteous Force. And yeah, Mondays and Wednesdays. 1 p.m. Eastern. No, 2 p.m. Eastern. I start in Discord 1 p.m.
Oh, someone at our door. Could be a microphone. Very exciting.
Or a
Me?
sex toy.
I don't know. I don't. I haven't bought any sex toys in a while, Neil. I'll be honest. Not like they're being delivered daily, like microphones are. Sounds like something big. It probably isn't for me. Is it for me?
No, it's me.
Ah, damn. It's not for me. Getting a little private unboxing. What is it?
Righteous, do you guys do Thanksgiving in Canada?
Yeah, but it's earlier than the States, I think.
Yeah, you guys do it in like October.
Who's Tommy Waxerson? Never heard of this person.
I was thinking the same thing.
Man, I didn't mean it in that way. You didn't have to do that.
I know. I did it the other day, but then I changed it back, and they're like, fuck it. I've been trying to come up with a different name anyway.
You can carry on chasing the little girls on your Vax Wax channel. It's fine.
Or you can name yourself Max Waxman.
I'm just pulling his leg. That's a joke.
Uh,
I guess you're not familiar with To Live and Die in LA.
familiar with what?
That movie, To Live and Die in LA. The lawyer's name, Max Waxman.
Yeah. Waxman, that's a real name?
Yeah, his name was Max Waxman, and he tried to rob the guy that was counterfeit. They set him up. He sent his girl in there, and he was like, "Yeah, groovy." It's a good movie, To Live and Die in L.A. Great car chase.
I love a good car chase.
I feel like
I'll have to check it out.
You'll like it. It lasts a good long time. It's not like a 2-minute car chase. Willem Dafoe was in it. It was one of his first movies he made.
Oh, okay. So
Plays like
70s, right?
this very high-end counterfeiter. I mean, this guy's an artiste. Excellent movie. I can't believe you never seen it.
I wanted to watch that one movie that came out with him a couple of years ago where he plays that artist that cuts his ear off. What's that guy's name?
Van Gogh.
Van Gogh.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, he had a movie where he played him. But I was really excited to see it, and then I completely forgot about it till now, and that was like 4 years ago.
Yeah, in this To Live and Die in LA, he plays a real psycho artist. But he's a big-time counterfeiter.
He has the perfect place to play, the perfect face to play a psycho. Like he has more bones in his face than I do in my entire body.
Went to see the Van Gogh Museum. It's in Amsterdam. In Amsterdam? Wherever it is, somewhere in Europe. We went to see
That's
it.
where he's from.
And
Nice.
It's massive. Sunflowers is enormous. I had no idea it was that big. It's very, very big painting.
Yeah, it's weird. And then you like if you, I know it's not the same guy, but if you see the Mona Lisa, it's actually kind of small. Like you never realize how big or small paintings are just because you only see them from your iPad screen or TV or whatever. And then when you see them in real life, it's like, oh wow, that takes up the entire wall. And this one's like, oh, that picture's only the size of a pizza box.
Yeah, Da Vinci used to carry it around with him. He was constantly making alterations to the Mona Lisa. So he was never quite happy with it, but he literally used to carry it around with him. There's all sorts wrong with it. Like, at a base level, an artistic level, there's loads wrong with Mona Lisa. So, for example, if you look at the left-hand side of the Mona Lisa and the right-hand side, there's a completely different perception of depth to the background that just doesn't match. It's completely wrong. Now, why? I don't know. Like I say, he was a complete perfectionist, and he carried it around with him all the time. So it's not like this would have been lost on him. He was constantly looking at the thing. But yeah, next time you just bring up a picture of the Mona Lisa and look at the left-hand side, look at the right-hand side, and tell me that they're not fundamentally incorrect in terms of the perception of depth for the background. It's
Maybe
wrong.
that's what makes it great.
Just makes it wrong.
Did he make-
I don't know about making it great. It's all right. It's a
Well,
good.
how can it be wrong if it's one of the most known paintings in the world?
You know, it's funny. As soon as you mentioned that, I just looked at it. It's actually extremely obvious when you point it out.
Yeah. It's
So did you
glaringly
just make
obvious.
one side look like it's out of focus, and the other side is more in focus? Is that
No,
what you did?
it's not like it's out of focus. It's like one has been drawn like it's a few yards away, the right-hand side, whereas the left-hand side, which is like a little stream, is like it's a mile away. It's just a completely different perception of depth on either side of her. So what's breaking up the different lengths of depth is her. But obviously, you know, the background shouldn't alter regardless of what's in the foreground, in this case, a person. But in the case of that particular painting, on the right-hand side of her is close, or it's perceived to be seemingly close, and on the right-hand side, it's seemingly far away. Just wrong. You know, there's two different perceptions of depth in the photo.
Maybe it's something psychological that he was doing, because I can't believe that he made a mistake like that.
Well, we'll never know, but like I say, it's just fundamentally incorrect as far as I am concerned. You know, you can tell me all day that it was intentional, but I don't care. It's like, well, it just doesn't look right.
Or maybe on the right-hand side, she's so close, but on the left-hand side, she's so far away.
That's
Ever look at it like that, Nathan?
It doesn't work like that.
Whatever. I
Probably
don't know
just
what the reason is.
looking at it, and kept tinkering with it and effed it up.
Oh, here we go. All the critics. This guy's got the Mona Lisa. We got nothing, and we're going to tell him how he should have painted.
I'm
Hello?
not saying it's wrong. I'm saying the perception
Everything
of
is
depth
done
is
for-
incorrect.
Yeah, everything's done on purpose with an artist, especially with painting. Whatever he did on purpose. And we can only just think that he did something wrong. It's kind of like our judgment of God. God must have done something wrong
Correct.
when he did.
Or maybe he was just squeezing out a painting a mug. He goes, well, you know what? She's not an artist. She's not going to know. And just like pretend like it never had anything wrong with it.
Me, when I look at it, I'm like, he couldn't get a prettier girl?
Yeah.
Hey, Adam.
Morning. What's going on?
I think we're talking fine art, like we have any knowledge on the subject.
Well, speaking of Adam, somebody named Adam tried to call me yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it says missed call at 6 p.m. Don't know why they would be trying to call me. When I say I'm done with you, I'm done with you.
What kind of fine art were you talking?
Mona Lisa, Nathan's complaining about it. Says it's so near but so far away.
I'm just reading up on it. It's called The Disjointed Horizon. A notable feature of the painting is the asymmetry of the background landscape. The horizon line on the sitter's right appears higher than the one on the left. This is widely believed to be a deliberate artistic choice rather than an error. It creates a subtle visual tension and dynamic movement, preventing the painting from appearing static. When the image is viewed in a specific way, the misalignment edges can realign, adding an almost cinematic quality, and suggesting Leonardo was exploring complex optical effects and how the human eye processes information.
You see?
Just wrong!
Did I hear the horizon in that?
Yeah.
I was going to say, Pancake wrote down that term disjointed horizon. He's going to start using that on us. I'm kidding, Pancake. Well, no. Probably not, though.
Like, what does that even mean, pancake control? Did we ever claim the Earth to be a pancake? I never once claimed the Earth to be a pancake or a disc floating through space.
No, these are controlled opposition narratives that are inserted into a perceived to be arena with a perceived to be community so that it can be disbanded easily. They want you to fight in a certain way for the subject matter. The way that it's been orchestrated is that we argue against the globe. As flat earthers, our place is deemed to be acceptable if we fight against how Earth is not spherical, so that others can fight against us with the counterpart argument of it is spherical. But then everyone's talking about sphericity and nothing else. Then everyone can utilise the flat Earth measurements without acknowledging how flat Earth must be to measure those measurements, to create a ball, to argue about it not being a ball or being a ball. Now I just say, well, we're going to have to measure Earth flat to have this discussion. What's the point? Once we've measured it flat, that's the end of the discussion. Like yesterday, what was his name? Captain Edgewise? Captain Edgewise? No, Edabear.
Ayuka.
Yeah, his attempt was to make it about the groups. Well, who's the real group of flat earthers now? Is it 24/7 Discord or is it Flat Earth Debate? I'm like, what about the normie that's measuring Earth flat with trig points? Well, you've got two separate groups. What about the normie that's measuring Earth flat with horizontal distance? No, he's not. Yeah, he is. Like everybody is. But so long as we can ignore how flat Earth gets measured by everyone always and without exception, we can argue about whether or not I've got the real flat Earth group or 24/7 Discord's got the right flat Earth group. Like, no, there is no group. Don't need to be in a group to know how Earth's measured. There's people who are very much on their own, alone, not part of any Discord group, that measure Earth flat and disclaim that in their videos with 100,000 subscribers. They're not too concerned about whether or not they're on the right side of flat Earth. They're just describing how they measure Earth flat, because that's how it's measured. Like miles, like kilometres, like horizontal distances for rise over run, as in the case of yesterday's show. What are you going to do against that? No. We've got differences in elevation. What described from the horizontal, measured flat with a linear, straight, horizontal mile measurement. Yeah, that's Earth being measured flat. To describe how high or low the land is with respect to that horizontal baseline. We measured Earth flat with and described it with a measurement in miles. Flat, horizontal, and linear. Because that's how Earth gets measured.
Well, what's interesting about that is he watches every show, and he knows exactly the show you're talking about. When you brought that up, boy, did he get triggered. He kept talking through you and not letting you get that out. Because that's devastating to him, because you got to know him. He measuring Earth flat, and he's not part of any group.
What it did was took a giant steaming shit on what Edabear was trying to do, which is corral us into little separate groups that we can set against each other. What did I do? Here's a normie measuring Earth flat, dickhead. What are you going to do about that? Tell me he's in one of the Discord groups? Now, what it does is scupper his attempted argument about groups. I wanted to ignore that, didn't he? Didn't work. Yeah, there's a reason behind my madness. When I say I want to cover normies measuring Earth flat, not other groups of anti-flatties or anti-globers and what they've got to say about it, keeping us confined in this little pond. No, there's a much bigger pond out there with people who measure Earth flat that have absolutely no association with us whatsoever. They're just normal people measuring Earth flat, like Earth gets measured. How are you going to defeat that when I bring it up? You're not. What you can do is yatter through me and deny the obvious and observable flat mile measurement used for the horizontal run in Rise Over Run. You can deny that and lie about it and glurf through me, pretending to be a flatty, which is what Ed Bear does, pretends to be a flat earther who will yatter through every single flat earth proof that's provided.
Yep.
Yeah. We're surrounded by people who want to pretend to be flat earthers and simultaneously deny all the flat earth arguments as they are presented. Great discourse.
Choosing the normal people, the surveyors and navigators and stuff like that. That was a good idea because honestly, they need it. Like Fracken said, they need it more than we do.
Yeah. To create a ball to believe in, you need to measure Earth flat. They need a flat Earth more than we do. End quote. Refracted curvature. He said it in
And they
exasperate.
utilize it too more than we do.
Yeah. We're not trying to create an impression of a belief that we have in a flat Earth. Now, anti-globers might do. Say, oh, well, because the sky's not a vacuum, that means Earth's flat. Yeah, that's a crap argument that incorporates your lack of faith in a ball belief that's based on flat Earth measurements to begin with. But the anti-flatties, that's to say the formerly known as globe believers, absolutely require they measure Earth flat. It's part of their orbital mechanics, it's part of their sphericity, that they measure Earth flat to achieve said belief.
At 24/7 last week, I forgot who it was, but they got to the point where they were like, "Who's the new guy that measured the Earth flat? That measure Earth?" And I was like, I kind of like that because I'd ask it, are you the one to not measure Earth as level or from level? I don't know. They just put a new spin on it at 24/7 a few days ago. And it just kind of hit me. And I was like, who does measure it as anything but flat? That's a good way to put it.
Nobody.
Exactly. It just hit me because you find you have an argument and you're sure of what you're saying, and then you hear somebody else say it just a little bit differently, and it hits just a little bit differently. You want
to hear a little excerpt that I wrote today for the book?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Earth is measured flat for maps to function. Miles are linear, and you only need to look at the scale on a map to know this is the case. In modern times, the elevation profile, measured using Rise Over Run, shows the deviation from the horizontal miles when you utilise an elevation profile on Google Earth or Google Maps. This fact being acknowledged by one of the ball-believing participants of TFE, Dave McKeegan, who not only measured Earth flat with elevation angles while allegedly being in Antarctica, but also disclaimed that showing the Earth flat in an elevation profile was easier. A sentiment often echoed by many globe proponents who will declare, quote, "Of course we measure Earth flat, because Earth is really big." Far from being a rebuttal, this acknowledgement simply exposes the cognitive dissonance our bull-believing opponents were engaged in, and highlighting the failure of characters like Dave Weiss when failing to answer, "Do you know for sure, and without a doubt, Earth is flat?" The actual and appropriate answer being yes, Earth is measured flat. Because it is.
Outstanding.
Good stuff.
Yeah, speaking of books, Neil, my little spy, has been rounding up what they'll be putting as their spin on today's show that they're going to be having. Apparently my fifth draft is a second book. Now, as far as I'm concerned, suggesting that a book they're writing in my company during my hangout under the guise of it making my book better, and then saying after the fact that it's a second book, only serves to make them look even worse. Like they were all the entire time plotting to steal from me. Like, no, this is a second separate book that we're writing in your hangout under the proviso that we're going to be making your book, the fifth draft, better by doing so. No, actually, it was a second separate book. You're like, really? Okay, it wasn't my fifth draft. Yeah, it was. But calling it a second book just makes it sound like they were literally working in my presence on their own material. Very scummy.
Well, if they weren't working on a book, they weren't editing your book, then they were writing their own, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, at what point did they declare that they were writing their own book? Oh, they didn't. So this is just spin. Yeah, it is, yeah. Calling it a second book won't change that they've nicked my fifth draft and tried to extort the IP from me by withholding it from me. That is the matter of fact in this particular scenario. But I don't know, calling it a second book, that makes it all a lot better, I guess. Other than it makes them sound much, much worse. There's nothing, as I keep saying, that they can do to put any positive spin on this. Like I say, saying it's a second book. Right, so you're writing a second book in Nathan's company. Okay. That's not any better. That still sounds like you're a pair of thieving bastards.
I still think at some point in the show, you need to play that video of Adam talking about how it's being built on the skeleton. And how it would be stolen valor if we do anything else. And one day he's going to write a book, but it won't be stolen valor.
Yeah,
you
well,
need to play that at some point in the show.
That's the problem, isn't it? If they decide that they're going to, in any way, release any book, let's say they, just for the sake of argument, completely wrote a new one from scratch, what's going to happen? It's going to be tainted. All that's going to happen is immediately people will say, is this the one you stole? That's all that's going to happen. Anyway.
The book will go on. And I to be honest, I like the turn. So far, everything you've read out, the little snippet you gave us, that's flat out debate. That's the show. That's what everyone is looking for.
Yeah, I completely agree. And as my wife goes through it, she gives me a little summary of what she's transcribed, because I try and keep out of the way while she's doing it. And she was explaining that there's huge chunks of information that not only are they removing from my book while they're doing the fifth draft, I mean second book, that I might not want removing. So they're hacking out sections so that they can inevitably steal what they come up with and call it a second separate book. But ultimately, my wife said, I've kept all of that in there, so you can choose as the frickin' author which bits you want to keep and which you don't. Now, you were saying the same thing, like when the process of making my book was going on and you were there, Neil, they'd be saying, oh no, we want to get rid of this great big section. And you'd be like, oh, I like that. And their attitude would be, well, we're going to get rid of it. Like, you're the author? No, you don't have the final say. I've also heard of the grapevine that they were shocked and shaken that I would have the final say on what goes into my book, and they didn't like that. Oh, really? How amusing that you'd not comprehend that I'd have the final say on my own frickin' book that you thought you'd usurp me over and take charge of and keep from me and steal. Yeah, shocking that you'd need to ask me for permission to be on it as a co-author, as a trumped-up editor and secretary. No, was the answer. But apparently there was a second book that nobody knew about, that hadn't been announced. Just out of interest, do they have a publicist for their second book that's alleged to be in process of writing? In my company, in my hangouts, with Adam disclaiming that it's my book. Was that announced officially at any stage? It wasn't. So this is just bullshit spin that I'm hearing on the grapevine then, from deceivers and liars and scumbags. Correct me if I'm wrong. Did anybody hear an announcement that Quantum Eraser was writing a book? Did anybody hear this?
No, well, that announcement was going to come when you added them as co-authors.
Oh, I
like
see.
he was supposed to
It's
do.
another past future tense. Was going to come in the future. I see. So no announcement of a book they were writing then. There was just mine. But there's also simultaneously this contradiction of there being two books. I see. So there's two books. One that they're writing that hasn't been announced. And there's also a second book that is mine that maybe they'll help me with as well. Yeah, they tried that little chestnut too. Maybe we could help you with the book that we were editing in the form of a fifth draft, now called a second book. Yeah. Like I say, if they ever choose to publish, even if they wrote it from scratch, something new, they'd still get accused of stealing it. They have tainted any efforts to produce a book from this point forth, haven't they?
Yes, they have tainted that, but they made it like you kicked them out of everything.
I did.
They're making it like you're the bad guy.
I did kick these thieving scumbags out of all things associated with me, including and not limited to my book that will continue to be edited and written without the assistance of the two editors who I fired, sacked, dismissed from their position.
Yeah, but you didn't wake up and just kick them out for no reason.
No, they attempted to extort from me and then I fired them. Now, the book will continue to be written without them being the editors, not co-writers. They were never given that by me, the one and only person who could give that permission. That was asked for but not granted. The moment they trumped themselves up to be authors, I told them where to fucking go. And then disbanded them from the project, sacked them and removed them from all association and groups that I'm a part of, and I created. Like the book, I created all the groups they were in that they got removed from, including but not limited to Ballbusters and Quantum Eraser Chat. I owned both of them. Why? Well, because I created them. That's why. What's that? You created that group? No, you didn't, you stupid clown thieving bastard. That's why you were removed from it by me, the one who owned it. Like the book I own, and still do, and I'm still editing. Are they still editing my book? No, they're not. That's because they were sacked, fired, dismissed. They were under the misapprehension that because they had my fifth draft now being called a second book. No, there's only one book. It's mine. No announcement of any book being written by those two thieving bastards was ever announced because there wasn't one. There is no second book. There's only the fifth draft of mine that they tried to extort me with. But fortunately for me, I had a backup. That's now almost come to a conclusion. That is to say, my wife has almost finished transcribing the videos of the production of my fifth draft. Somehow now called a second book? No, it's the fifth draft. What's that? From chapter 4 it was a new book? Yeah, that's what happens when you draft books. That doesn't mean you've made a second book, you pair of thieving bastards. What it does mean that is if you ever try and write a book, you will be accused of thieving it from me.
Well, according to Brian, he says, remember, Nathan would have a book coming out basically now if he had just handled things differently.
Yeah. If I'd have just handled things differently, things would be different. I didn't handle things differently, so they are the way they are. Brian's under this misapprehension that if he says, if Nathan had done things differently, he'd be the bad guy. Yeah, Brian, if you were more fucking popular, they'd be stealing your book. But you're not very popular and no one gives two fucks about you, so they're not stealing anything from you. What you are stealing from me is every concept that's detailed on my show, Brian. Quote, Brian, my book is about housekeeping. End quote, Brian. Is he now lying that it's not about housekeeping to you, Neil? Brian, if you're listening, you lying shitbag, I record everything. So, quote, it's a book about housekeeping. End quote, Brian. Yeah, Brian? What's that? It's not about housekeeping. Oh, really? Yeah, I want 90%, Brian. Yeah, 90%. I want my name on the cover and I want 90% of the proceeds. Because it's a book, quote, about housekeeping. End quote, Brian's logic. who's now denying that, isn't he? Yeah, how much of Brian's book did Brian really write, I ask myself.
Well, he said it's a book about globe versus flat.
Really? End quote, Brian. It's a book about housekeeping questions. End quote. I've got it recorded. In case some lying Irishman decides to change his tune about what he's writing about. Yeah, you better credit me, Brian. I better get my name on the cover. It's going to be 90% of the proceeds going to me because it's, quote, a book about housekeeping. Copyright Nathan Oakley, 1980. Right, Brian? Maybe you could lie about those words that I can play back that I've recorded you saying. Do you want to lie about them? Yeah? Because my little spy, Neil, got you to say, no, it's about globe versus flat. Really? So it's not, quote, a book about the housekeeping questions, end quote, then? You lying little shit. Yeah, the tangled web we weave. Realistically, Brian didn't write any of his book. It's just a book about housekeeping, end quote, Brian.
Well, what's got me annoyed is he claims to think that him and Flatsy are the only ones that tried to rectify a situation. No, you stood there and allowed them to justify the situation. I cut it off right at the knees, told them where they were wrong, and told them what they need to do. And that's it. Now, if he'd have done the same thing, maybe things would be different.
Yeah, maybe if Brian was more popular, they'd be trying to steal his book. If things were different and Brian was less mumbly and coherent, they'd be trying to steal his material. They're not, because he isn't coherent or concise or palatable to the ear. You're none of those things, Brian. If things were different, they'd be stealing your book.
You wouldn't need Brian to mediate if they hadn't done it in the first place.
Yeah,
exactly.
In Brian's stupid mind, his justification is if you'd have done things differently, you'd be the bad guy. Yeah. And if my mother was my uncle, I'd be my own father.
There's Brian's logic for you.
Well, what he said was, what his answer was to put them on as co-authors. That was his answer. He said that's what he would do, and it's only fair because they did write the whole book.
Oh, really? So Brian's. So I will get my name on Brian's book about housekeeping questions then, because quote, it's a book about housekeeping questions. End quote. Brian's logic. Recorded, Brian. Just in case you decide after the fact to lie about what your book's about when I start demanding my name on the cover of Brian's Logic's book that he hasn't really written. Brian hasn't really written any of that book. Just a book about housekeeping questions. End quote, Brian. So I'm going to need my name on the cover, Brian. I'll be demanding 90% of any proceeds it makes. And don't try and lie after the fact and say, no, it's not about housekeeping, it's globe versus flat. Really? Why did you say, quote, it's a book about housekeeping questions, end quote, then? Recorded, Brian. Just in case you lie, which you have. Brian's just a liar. Yeah? That's why I record things. Just in case Quantum Eraser decides to say, I didn't want any percentages. Really? I wrote the fucking book. I'm going to be talking to Chuck about those percentages. Right, QE? Just in case you lie about it.
But Brian's writing a book about hoovering and washing up and stuff.
Housekeeping questions. End quote, Brian's logic.
Yeah, well, housekeeping, that's like hoovering and washing and that sort of stuff.
And distance to the sun and gravity.
What's the best sort of washing powder to use?
No.
Well, he must be referring to something else. Maybe something in a show, maybe a particular show.
Yeah, my show. Yeah, I'm going to want 90%, Brian. I mean, how much of Brian's book did Brian really write? Just a book about me. Basically, a biography.
Well, at least insist on royalties.
That's all right. I'll be demanding 90% of it. And my name on the cover of it. Maybe I should be in the title? How do they taste, Brian? How do they taste? How much of Brian's book did Brian really write? Almost none.
Well, he claims I'm okay with you knifing him in the back, but I want to know where you knifed Brian in the back.
Oh, well, what Brian did was say, I'm leaving. I'm out of here. I'm leaving this group, end quote. And then continued to hang around like a little bitch, asking the neighbours how the kids are getting on with her ex-husband she left. Yeah, if you're going to say you're leaving, go away. Don't hang around like a stale fart, saying that you're my representative. No, Brian, you're not.
Maybe it was the AI incident, but I do remember QE not taking his back on that. His beloved QE, he called it girly and a bunch of women.
I remember QE telling Brian to shut the fuck up, end quote. Yeah, I remember that happening quite a few times. Shut the fuck up, Brian, end quote, Quantum Eraser. Now, if you're a masochist, you enjoy that type of treatment. The moment, and I do mean the second QE spoke to me like that, I cut him out my life immediately. Simultaneously, he was asking for percentages of my book, something he'd later go on to lie about not wanting.
Yeah, they would have signed waivers.
All right, guys.
Hello, I'm just going to make a cup of coffee. I'll be back in a minute.
Who's that, One Deck?
Oh, yeah, mate. You're right.
Yeah, and I also had a little thing where I said, you know what, Brian? I've been going over some of the old shows and focusing on just you. And you're not the same person you used to be. You're biting One Deck's head off for no reason at all. And then you had something to say when I was trying to add in onto something you were saying and said nobody cares, forgetting about the audience. So, like, I don't know what happened, but along the way, he's not the Brian that I befriended like 7 years ago on the most famous Flat Earth show on the internet called Flat Earth Debate Live, Nathan Oakley, 1980. And the amount of times he came in and just undermined Nathan. I mean, there was something really, really wrong going on. So I don't see where Nathan knifed him in the back. So I'm not okay with anybody getting knifed in the back. I just don't see where Nathan knifed you in the back, Brian.
Mm. Yeah, I think I know Brian's approach. He liked to go on to the sort of speaking about things from a globe perspective and begging the question, whatever it was. That's how Brian works it. And sometimes
what do you mean? Complicating flat Earth measurements? Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So sometimes I jump in, not having a go at Brian, but just commenting as being on the panel about, well, that's from surface level, and Brian, or just like we do with. And he had sort of snapped at me a couple of times. Admittedly, he has private messaged me after that and apologised. So whether it's just because of his mood or where he is, his head is at that particular time, I don't know. But he has apologised to me afterwards. But yeah, it was
no excuse. We're all part of a show. We're all panel members. You want to be respected as a panel member, but want to disrespect others when they got something to say.
Brian's got a weird logic in his brain because whatever he says in his head is correct. But if you ever questioned it, he would just say, "Oh, you're just attacking me because it's me." And I'm like, no, it's just,
Tell me about it, Craig. Tell me about it, because it has happened to me so many times, and Neil knows it pretty closely. Because many of those times, I don't blame you, Neil, but you were also questioning my integrity and my loyalty with the panel just because I was not very frequent or I did not talk a lot, just like the other guys used to. And the reason being the same, because if you get any chance to talk, you are easily shut down by them or proven that your points are not worth being talked about here on the show. So yes, I have faced a lot of it.
It was the way you were wording the questioning. If you would have done it differently, see, how am I going to speak on gas law? I'm not educated in that. When I know I learned from the show. So when you came at him with that, it was like
No,
you
but
were
I'm
trying to
not
come
talking
at
about
him.
anything.
Go ahead.
I'm not really talking about anything in particular. It has happened a number of times on so many different points. So nothing in particular, but yes, I could really connect with what Craig was talking about because I have faced the same thing. And because of that reason, I never really befriended Brian ever. And Brian is on record telling me on my face that he doesn't like me just because I asked him his questions. And I called Brian a little bitch for making a big deal out of AI calling him or not liking him. And he made such a huge deal of it that we were talking about it for like 2 weeks on Nathan's show, just because he was butthurt that AI does not like him.
Well, have you noticed
Well,
since certain people have left, there's a lot more participation from the Discord side? Because up until the past couple months, most of the people that are in the Discord server never felt comfortable sharing an opinion or agreeing with opinion or disagreeing with something somebody said because you would immediately get hammered right on top of the head like a whack-a-mole. It was never there was never ever any opportunity for any of us to ever say anything. And if we did try to say anything, we get fucking smacked in the face.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live. There's also a Ko-Fi, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcomed back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and X. Now we are joined by... Who are we joined by? Neil, Adam, Arthur, Click OK, One Deck, and a whole bunch of people in the Flat Earth Debate Discord server. So, welcome one and all.
Let's get it on.
hello.
Hello, got a bit of One Deck in the intro. Unfortunately, I unmuted the wrong line. So if you're hearing a bit of someone talking through the introduction music, that's One Deck by accident. That's my fault. How's it all going?
Outstanding.
Excellent.
It's good morning.
Writing a little bit more book in the Tuesday session that I do with my daughter, going out to do some artwork. So I have to travel some distance on a Tuesday. And when I'm there, there's no point driving back and then coming back again. So I just sit there for an hour and a half while my eldest daughter has her art lesson. And for the last few weeks, I've been writing some anecdotes. So previously, in the book I'm writing, there was an exclusion of individuals being mentioned. Whereas since my treacherous editing team was sacked. That's to say, I fired them, dismissed them from the duties that they were charged with. That's editing my book. When they decided that they were going to be calling themselves authors because they were helping me edit. Yeah, that's when I sacked them. That's to say, fired them from the unpaid position they held. The editing work is now being done by my wife as opposed to the two thieving bastards I fired. But I've now decided that I will add in anecdotal evidence and information about individuals and name drop. So your Bobs, your Daves, both of them, all 5 of them, your Gerrans. Even today I was writing a little bit about Stephen Chess. Don't know if you guys remember Stephen Chess. Hands up who remembers Stephen Chess.
He's the guy that you told me about this morning.
Yeah, you know, because I was sharing bits of my book with you while I was writing them. So Stephen Chess, I didn't know it was Stephen Chess at the time, but I was listening to a bit of Alex Jones, and a guy comes on the phone in to Alex personally and starts talking to him about how wonderful Alex Jones's, I don't know, goat weed or whatever it is that he's flogging at the time, his dick pills are, and how fantastic they are. So he's like, I buy all your products, they're wonderful, I use them daily, I use this product, and he name drops it, and I use that product, and he name drops it. So obviously he's building a bit of rapport with Alex Jones himself about all of the products that, although I didn't know it at the time, Stephen Chess bought and used. I don't disbelieve that was the case. But then towards the end of that preamble, Stephen Chess drops into the discussion with Alex Jones live on air, the Earth's flat, and very quickly gets cut off. And the audience is informed by Alex Jones. Prank caller, prank caller. Very amusing that it was. Now, it was only, I don't know, 6 months, 12 months later that I was in Stephen Chess's company, and that came up, and he was like, that was me. I was like, really? He was like, yeah, that was me. I called in. I was a big fan of InfoWars, and I did genuinely buy all the products. So calling in and getting in and you know, being able to talk on a live show about how I'd used all the products was dead easy because I was familiar with them all. But then I dropped in the fact that Earth was flat and immediately got cut off. Now, today I was writing about exactly that and tying it into how 10 years later, Eddie Bravo, who, quote, I fucking love Nathan Oakley, end quote, Eddie Bravo, after describing how I destroy Globers on a regular daily basis that you could join in an elongated shout out that he gave, were fighting with Dave Weiss over a toy globe. Now, as cringe as that was, it was a complete 180 degree turnaround from the info wars of old where prank caller, no, Earth's not flat, to cringe, him and David Weiss and Eddie Bravo all fighting over a globe. Can anybody remember that? It was quite recent. It was in the last couple of years.
Yeah, they smashed the globe. They were all beating it up. And they were saying, come on, Alex, come.
Right, a radical
I never
turnaround.
saw the full clip.
Say again?
I never saw the full clip, but that's the clip that brought me over years ago.
Which one? Be more specific.
The one, Nathan Oakley, he destroys people.
Oh, from Eddie Bravo. I thought you... Sorry, I was getting confused
Yeah.
when you said the clip. I thought you were talking about Eddie Bravo, David Weiss, and Alex Jones fighting over a toy globe.
No, is that a different time?
That was more recent. But yeah, the Eddie Bravo shout-out I got was about 3 years ago.
Probably a little bit longer by now, to be
Maybe
honest.
it's longer. I can't
So
remember.
it feels like more like it was 6 years ago that Eddie Bravo did that.
Maybe. I mean, between then
When
and now...
Dave Weiss and
Go on.
sorry, no, I was gonna say that when Dave Weiss and Alex Jones smashed the globe, that's going on like 4 years ago.
Really? Is it that long ago?
Yes, sir.
Wow,
Yeah.
doesn't time fly when you're having
4 or 5.
fun?
It's been a minute.
Yeah, time really does fly by.
But I know Dave Weiss made an appearance twice in the studio. Maybe not in the studio with Alex Jones, maybe on just a Skype call kind of thing. But a lot of times I get the two shows conflated as well. So, but there are 2 separate appearances with Weiss, and one of them when they were smashing the globe. That's fairly old now.
Ah, fair enough. I mean, while I'm
I
writing
would
about
call
this stuff,
that-
I'm writing about how kind of gutted I am that I never managed to really reach David Weiss in the way I hoped. So back in the day, I tried to communicate science and the scientific method to David Weiss, and it was shut down on account of the fact that a lot of his compadres at the time, that would be Bob and Jaron and Whitsitt, were utilising that particular magic trick to punt the idea of free energy and the luminiferous ether with Michelson Morley's, quote, experiment, which it's not. So because of their use of the magic trick of science, David Weiss wasn't exactly receptive when I was trying to point out how that magic trick is utilised to convince people of non-empirical, just so stories as being empirical, proven facts with the words of science. Well, about halfway through the explanation, he just shut me down and didn't want to talk about it. Later to go on to tell an audience we don't watch Nathan Oakley after spending many minutes discussing ballers that they do watch quite happily, which was heartbreaking. I've got to be honest. You know, I still reel over that fact to this day. Now, as fickle as I may be, you know, it's not like I'll forget. But Dave does put the hours in, right? Dave puts in the effort. He goes out there, admittedly with a rather tired old script these days. And that's not to say, I'm not saying he's got a physical script in his hand. What I mean is his rhetoric is fairly dusty these days compared to, well, Earth's just measured flat. And as I say, I was writing about this today with the example of, what's the Jesse guy's surname? Because I couldn't remember it while I was writing it. Is it Peterson?
Jesse Lee Peterson.
Jesse Lee Peterson. I could just not remember his name. So the story goes that Dave Weiss got tipped off that upon being asked if he knew Earth was flat, he'd have hills and valleys pointed out to him. So for that reason, when asked, do you know for sure and without a doubt that Earth is flat, Dave refused to answer or gave a Weasley non-answer 15 times. And on the 15th occasion, his response, that's David Weiss's response, was, well, it could be a big ball. Now
Could be flat, could be a bigger ball.
Exactly. So as a result, he gets called Big Ball Dave. But again, heartbreaking. It's like, what would we say today in the same position? We'd say, well, of course it's flat. That's how it's measured.
Have you ever
Knowing
thought
that,
about revisiting Dave Weiss and maybe trying to open up his understanding a little more?
He's probably a bit less fickle than me. And in the same way as often when you get wronged by somebody, you will lash out in retaliation. The retaliation is what gets remembered by the primary individual. So in this case, there's a good chance that if I did try and reach out to Dave, he'd be like, well, you've slagged me off for 2 years or 5 years or however long it is, I can't recall. And I'd be like, yeah, I have. Anyway, science is being used to hijack just so stories, because it is. But I don't know, maybe he'd be more receptive. The last time I tried to get in touch with him, he just completely ignored my Skype messages, which, to be honest, like I say, as I have been fairly brutal towards Dave Weiss, I don't blame him. You know, my retaliation is more severe than his initial wrongdoing, suggesting that he doesn't watch me when he's publishing my videos on his app. Again, that was something else.
Funny though, isn't it?
Go on.
I'm just saying on that point, like, don't watch Nathan. We don't watch Nathan, but he wasn't too slow in, you know, when he was offering his Bitcoin out to send people to you to destroy them, and point out that there is no proof of a globe. He would send them right to you.
Yeah, but he was sat alongside people who were at that time calling me a scammer, you know, tarnishing my good name because they were projecting their own use of the scientific vernacular to punt free energy and ether, and that's what was being done. So I stood in contravention, is that the right word, of what they were doing over there. That's Jaron and Whitsitt and Bob. And Dave was a part of that crowd. So therefore, while they were all slagging me off, Dave just joined in and was like, no, we don't watch. Like, all right, so you're more than happy to spend 10 minutes talking about McToon, but as soon as my name comes up in conversation, it gets shut down immediately.
I think by that
I
time he
remember
was
hearing
well.
that. Yeah, Rex.
By that time he was well on his way to becoming an approved critic in the media.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the approved critics aren't necessarily government-approved shills in the vein that people might take what you've just said to mean. What you mean by that is, if you feast at the table of the Feast of Nonsense, then your rhetoric is approved. That is to say, if you argue for Earth not being a ball, then that is very much an approved rhetoric to have as a flat earther. You know, 2 thumbs up. Great. You're talking about Earth's not a ball. Wonderful. Great. And you can also throw in a load of conspiratard nonsense alongside it to make yourself and your associates seem like kooky weirdos. Great. What's that? 9/11 was an inside job? Marvellous. Yeah, keep it up.
This isn't to say that 9/11 wasn't an inside job.
Oh my God.
No.
When you've got demonstrable facts that are used daily when measuring Earth as a horizontal plane, talking about whether or not JFK was assassinated by the government or the man on the grassy knoll is entirely irrelevant. Now, the JFK, I'm going to take it away from 9/11. The JFK assassination, like 9/11, was thwarted by multiple narratives being put out there intentionally. So long as you've got 10 different versions of events, one of them might be the true events. But you'll never really know, will you? Because there's so much garbage thrown onto that shit heap that you can never get to the actual truth. Even if you've got the actual truth, no one's going to believe you because there's 10 other various kooky conspiracy theories, as the CIA labelled them, to go alongside it, that you could also, quote unquote, believe in if you choose to, making the true, if it is, narrative that you possess also just something that people can believe in. Now that's intentionally put into our realm so that flat Earth, a demonstrable fact based on measurements, can be deemed a conspiracy theory. Just what these kooky weirdos think when they say that Earth curves not the geometric horizon that boats go over. Oh, what do they know? Boats go over a geometric horizon.
I've just had a wonderful thought. It's almost as if all conspiracies lead to flat Earth. I don't know. I've never thought about that before.
You should get that copywritten.
That's from Neil.
Oh, shoot. I did something good?
What we're talking about for the audience's benefit, in case you're not following along, in the last couple of years, the notion that all roads lead to a flat Earth is the notion that if you investigate any measurements, let's say you look into how Earth is a sphere, how the radial value of said sphere moves in an orbital motion around the sun, derived with distances from Kepler and Huygens, where does that road lead back to? Well, it leads back to flat Earth prerequisite elevation angle measurements and surface level measurements and distance measurements, linear, flat and horizontal in all respects. In other words, all roads lead to a flat Earth. The measurements of Earth are flat. Go ahead.
All right. If all roads that are legitimate lead to flat Earth, and all roads that are kind of kooky and out there, either a little bit or a lot of it, get back to flat Earth, then aren't they on to something by branching out to the Feast of Nonsense and to the other little facets of truthing, No. So even if it is just to get us back here.
No. So I would say it's the other way around. It's not that you're being led from flat Earth to conspiracy. It's the other way around. So you go from conspiracy to flat Earth, so that the people who are conspiratorial in their mindset, and I am using the CIA terminology intentionally. When I say conspiracy theorist, I realise that's a badge associated by government. But I'm using it intentionally to describe how a type of mindset is led to the subject of flat Earth, so that they can continually perpetuate flat Earth as a conspiracy theory, rather than it being the case that engineers and architects are led to flat Earth, so that they can talk about engineering and architecture in the vein of how Earth gets measured flat, because they'd be taken a lot more seriously than people who suggest that Taylor Swift's a clone and that the books have been changed because of a Mandela effect, or that 9/11 was an inside job and JFK was an inside job those are the type of people that you need to be talking about flat Earth. So the flat Earth, which is just a measurement of Earth, can be turned into a conspiracy. So all conspiracy roads lead to flat Earth, so that flat Earth can be also deemed a conspiracy, when it's not. It's a measurement. Earth is measured flat. Can't have your engineers and your architects describing that, because they'll be taken seriously and people will just pay attention. And if you do happen to have an engineer or an architect talking about how flat Earth is, they'll immediately get punted out of the arena and their job taken off them, as was the case with Brian Mullen.
And it's so on point what you just said, because still to this day, it's being punted as a conspiracy.
Right.
Yeah, I like the way you explained all that, Nathan. Yeah, it's like the flat Earth should be in a geometry box. It's been taken out of the geometry box and put in the Feast of Nonsense conspiracy box. Yeah, it's not where it belongs.
Yeah, and if you can put it there and then corral everybody who talks about it to be given certain types of arguments about Earth being a disc in a sky vacuum, about Earth being a pizza pie or a pancake, about Earth not being spherical, then the arguments are controlled so that you're only arguing about whether or not Earth is or is not a ball. And then everybody can utilise the flat Earth measurements of Earth's surface to argue whether or not Earth's a ball, without anybody ever mentioning how flat Earth must be measured to even begin the arguments, which don't exist. They're not real arguments. If you've measured Earth flat to create the ball, to argue about whether or not it is a ball, it's nonsensical, because you've measured Earth flat in the first place. So why have an argument about whether or not the flat Earth measurements create a ball? You've got to measure Earth flat to create the ball, to argue about whether or not it is or isn't a ball.
Yep, it's not an argument, it's just a measurement.
It's funny though. I mean, I don't watch tons of videos. I flick through the odd video of different things. Sometimes I watch them all. Sometimes, since we've been saying it's not an argument, I'm really noticing when I've just clicked on a few people talking about things or having a so-called debate, that they use that term a lot. You know, and I never noticed it until we're saying this. It's like, well, you get your argument across, and then I'll give you my argument. You know, that was an example. I was listening to Bro Sanchez the other week on Summit with another guy having a debate on the shape of Earth, and that was what it was. Your argument, my argument. So this argument is it's been really thrown in there to convince you that there is an argument, and now we're saying it's never been an argument. It's a measurement.
Yeah, it started off with refracted curvature in exasperation when dealing with liars and glurfs who use flat Earth measurements. Because in the quote-unquote debate, they were utilising flat Earth prerequisite elevation angle measurements and distance measurements. And in an exasperated tone, he said, and I quote, "You guys need a flat Earth more than we do," end quote, refracted curvature. Because it was in his exasperation that he realised they're using a flat Earth to believe in a ball. And up until that point, nobody was highlighting it. Everybody was using horizontal distance measurements in miles and kilometres. Everybody was using perpendicular elevation, that's height, off surface level. Everybody was using sea level. Everyone was using elevation angles off the flat Earth that you can only measure them from. And then going on to say that they've made a ball with those flat Earth measurements, and then inviting glurfs and flurfs to argue amongst themselves about whether or not that's true, ignoring the flat Earth measurements that precede the so-called argument.
Can I take it back to the Dave Weiss anecdote?
Yeah, go ahead, Len.
Yeah, I think one noteworthy point from that is when he's saying that he doesn't watch you, was he was in a live stream chat. Someone donated a membership and that exposed that he was, in fact, watching you. I think that's noteworthy if you're writing anything about that.
Well, he was publishing my videos and sending people to defend his Bitcoin. So, I mean, as much as I know what you're saying after the fact, when denying that he watches my material, he was exposed as constantly watching because he got a free membership. Now, I would assume that you get a free membership if you're a regular viewer and you haven't bought a membership, and when someone dishes one out for free, you'll be at the top of the queue based on how long you've spent watching the material. Now, like I say, it's disappointing because I liked Dave, yeah? And to be perfectly frank, I don't want to say admire, but I have a lot of respect for the amount of time and effort Dave puts in to going out on the circuit. Now, obviously, I'm critical of how dusty and old his rhetoric is, and I would, and still do, desire him to be better at what he does, because he's certainly putting the hours in. Yeah? Now, there's others out there that do a similar sort of thing, like Mark Sargent, but they've never wronged me in the same way David Weiss did. Now, we're in a time where Dave Weiss has had that blow up in his face, like he backed the wrong horse, he backed the Gerrans and the Bobs and the Whitsits. Well, how did that work out? Not very well is the answer. Same goes for the azimuthal equidistant North Pole centric globe projection that forms part of his application, the Sun, Moon and Zodiac Clock app. That's been thoroughly debunked for 10 years. Now, the fact that the shills and grifters, the real shills and grifters of this community, were out there pretending to be flat earthers only to transition back to a ball with an experiment that debunked the azimuthal equidistant projection used on Dave's app should be extremely telling to someone like Dave. Now, is he back on bended knee apologising for how wrong he got it? Of course not. He'll still be out on the circuit. He'll still be punting his app with that crappy map that doesn't work. Now, the maps themselves are all flat, without exception. But it's only in the last year that it's come to my attention of just how gerrymandered these maps really are. So I can't remember her name, the Irish girl that we covered recently, who's autistic, and was talking about the term that Surf Daddy used about approved opposition. I can't remember the terminology that she used. Licensed critic, that's the one. Well, she was exposing how maps, or more specifically, how cartography is utilised to deceive people into visiting the new worlds. Now, new worlds used to be out towards the horizon. When you read the 1800s books that 10th Man would go through us in the pre-shows about 5 years ago, the offing is the horizon. In that direction, if that's south, the new worlds were found in outer space, beyond the offing. That's to say, beyond the horizon, the uncharted territories, where we found new worlds. But then we had to get people over to the new worlds to do the work, to do the graft. Well, how did we do that? With maps showing the land of opportunity, the new territory that you could be inhabiting. In other words, people, us, back in the 1800s, were propagandized with what? Maps. So you can't trust these things. They're used by the elites to convince people to do their bidding. Their ends are achieved with people. They need those people to be propagandized into their nefarious ends with things like cartography. And that is how it's been used. Now, this is information that I was vaguely aware of in terms of how the terminology's changed from outer space, where we find new worlds, being beyond the offing, to outer space, the lights that we use to find our way home when finding these new worlds. Those lights give us ground positions, but now the lights used for navigation become the new worlds, and outer space stops being the area where we find new land and starts being an area thousands of miles away, tens of thousands or millions of miles away, derived from flat Earth prerequisite elevation angle measurements, surface level measurements, linear distance measurements, to create things like orbital motion scaled by Huygens and Kepler, so that you can suggest that the lights in the sky are where you'll find the soil and the resources. Utterly absurd, and only a transition that we have, I say experienced, obviously not, I'm not 200 years old, but in the last couple of 100 years. We've been deceived from being propagandized to visiting the new worlds, to being deceived into believing that the only new worlds are up in the sky. Ooh, new microphones. Thank you very much. My wife's just come back with some packages.
So what are you saying? That they're hiding property from us?
I'm not saying they're hiding. I'm saying that they formally wanted to propagandize us into travelling to these places. They needed manpower when colonising the new worlds, didn't they? Well, how do you acquire that manpower? Well, you sell the place you're taking the people to on the boats as being the land of opportunity. The new worlds are the land of opportunity. And you do that with cartography and maps. Like I say, I've got this new version of describing it from that Irish girl who has exposed our very, candidly documented history in that regard. So she's gone through this on her videos in terms of how the British government propagandized many people to die at sea in the journey, let alone getting there, to eventually arrive on these new worlds, only to, instead of finding themselves in a land of opportunity, find themselves in a poverty of hard graft and death and disease and famine.
I'd like to point out, though, when we say like the lands beyond the horizon is not a physical location that we can go beyond. It's just an apparent observation where the sky and the surface of the earth appear to meet.
So maybe everything is already discovered, and that's why they're trying to go to outer space, because they feel like maybe people feel like they're caged in. Perhaps there is no other land out there. Everything is discovered. I don't know.
Well, no. I mean, we know that the globe that they've created to suggest that is a creation based on flat Earth measurements. And we know that they formally described the area where we did find new worlds was beyond the horizon. Now, if it is the case that their globe is the reason why we would go in a circle and come back on ourselves when we know damn well that's not the case, then you can only assume that it's not the case that where we formerly found new soil, new resources, and funneled people there with the maps that lied to people about the opportunities of the new worlds, would mean that there are potentially more new worlds to find if we continued out towards the offing. That's the horizon, in old school speak.
Interesting.
I was thinking while you were talking about 1984, because I was thinking conspiratorially. But in 1984, I don't know if you guys remember the whole slogan of, or the whole new math of 2 + 2 = 5, and how to see that 2 + 2 = 5. So you'd put up 4 fingers, and then you'd relax your eyes. You'd look beyond your fingers, and you'd let your optics, or I don't know what the hell it's called, but it would look like more than one finger, and you could see that 2 + 2 could equal 5 if you looked away from it. Now, in globe, we're looking at a flat plane on everything that we do, and underneath that is that dingleberry earth, and they're telling us that we're on top of that ball instead of on that flat that we're always on. Those are the people that, no, not those are the people, but that's what we're against. That's what we're fighting against, is imagining on top of reality. And that's how you get a lot of conspiratorial people to come, is breaking that illusion. And I like that we stay at breaking the illusion, but the illusion doesn't go away. There's teams, they have to be teams dedicated to, crapping all over our findings.
Everybody's afraid to say argument now.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. And I'm glad that you're hesitant to use the word argument, because it isn't an argument. The crapping all over our argument, as you were hesitant to say it, is in and of itself a way of keeping the rhetoric alive as an argument when it isn't. If both sides use the same measurements of Earth flat, how can it be called an argument? There isn't
Exactly.
one. We're both using flat Earth measurements.
100%.
They can't argue that in their Earth curve calculator that they're using surface level parallel to eye level and using a depression angle in between the 2 parallel horizontal references. They can't deny that. It's not an argument. you can look at it and witness it and understand it, how that measurement is made to be then calculated. It's not called the Earth curve calculator for nothing. It's calculated a curve from flat Earth.
So it's not called the Earth curve measurement?
No,
Exactly.
just the calculator.
Oh dear.
Which uses flat Earth measurements.
Well, the measurements have to be from flat. We know that. And we know from refracted curvature, he turned his kitchen into a ball. So everybody's aware of the game now. Just that some people ain't ready to step away from the game.
Same as latitude. You know, it's measured at sea level. You can measure it from sea level to and from Polaris using a sea sextant, which you will be utilizing the surface of Earth, sea level. And the device is it's been designed to measure elevation angles. We know the requirements of an elevation angle using the surface of Earth measured flat.
Well, some people are claiming the elevation angle is an area in the sky. It has nothing to do with the ground.
But
Yeah,
the
I think some
circle of
people
equal
are claiming
altitude,
that-
area of equal elevation that we're navigating isn't the ground, according to some. What's this on screen?
I see it and I know it, but there are people, prominent flat earthers. I think the Vax was saying something about it to me the other day, and they were claiming that's not a ground measurement. It's a sky measurement.
They were saying that to me on Saturday. They've been saying that for months, but then when I pointed out, I got called a liar, and it turned into a whole shit show.
Interesting.
Why would flat earthers be saying not the ground on an elevation angle measurement? That's what you got to ask yourself.
Because they're stupid?
I had the thought that if it looks like a list, you know, that's made by Globers for flat earthers to like almost like don't use these, we'll get you flat earthers. But at the same time, it's a list of pretty simple things if you know what you're talking about. So maybe to spin it in a good way, you know, we just work on making sure that people know how to look at these arguments and respond to them.
Elevation profiles?
Who said arguments?
Adam's been trying to get the word argument in there. You're trying to take us back, Adam. No, elevation profile. What's to explain about that? How can you make that any easier than how it's being said? An elevation
Put out
profile.
a written statement.
Elevation from what?
Elevation from
sea level. Sea level.
Oh dear, how
That's
simple it is.
Yeah, it's sea level. That's the 0 degree baseline for all measurements. Sorry, I mean sea level. It's the 0 degree baseline for all elevation profiles on Earth. I mean, and I'm not lying about that. You can, you know, do a little bit of research, buy a book, you know, and read up on it. It's the 0 degree baseline for all elevation profiles on Earth. 0 degrees horizontal baseline for everything on Earth.
It's used for building. It's used for many things. It has to be, because how can you get an elevation profile from anything other than mean sea level?
Yeah,
you can't.
You've got to have that baseline. And it's horizontal.
And they say, hold on,
microphones.
One second. They claim that it's an imaginary line. Okay?
Just 1 second.
An imaginary line across the face of the earth.
Ed Vaxi.
No, I was making a joke. I said they'll say mean sea level's the sky measurement.
No, they're saying exactly what I said. They're claiming it's an imaginary line. But that imaginary line is running parallel with the surface of the earth that's being measured. Yeah, we're imagining a line to the sun, and we're imagining a line across the ground we are standing on.
Are we imagining we're finding our way home successfully too?
Exactly.
Well, at the equator, you've got the GP of Polaris, that's the ground position, and your ground position along the surface of Earth. And there's a distance between them 2 points. A distance has been given between them 2 points, but it is a measurement, a horizontal measurement with 2 ground positions on it. So there you go.
Sounds like a flat measurement to me.
Thing is, Neil, you never hear any curve measurements, do you? Have you ever heard anybody trying to explain how Earth curves measured?
No, because, and they're supposed to, because according to 90, let's say we'll give ourselves 5%, right? That's fair. It's been going on for 10 years strong. We'll say 5% have converted to flat Earth, open their eyes and realize Earth is measured flat. So 95% of the world still thinks that we live on a spinning water ball. So there should be some curved measurements, but there's not. There's only flat.
Yeah, but you've been in this how long? I have. So nobody's ever approached me and said, yeah, Wonder, this is exactly how the curve's measured. It's using this tool that's designed to measure curvature over a distance, and this is who did it. This is how they did it. Got nothing to do with measuring elevation angles. We're not using a level baseline for the elevation profiles. This is, I'm going to show you exactly how this curvature is measured.
No, me and Vax, we asked Edgewise Saturday. I popped in just to see if anybody would come in, and Vax showed up. And then Edgewise came in under a different name, Pancake Pop or whatever his name is. And when we asked him, all right, give us your curve measurements, he couldn't do it.
No, he can't. I've never heard anybody attempt to. The point years ago, well, they would, I don't know how many years ago, they'd give you Eratosthenes as their globe proof. And at that point, we were skipping past it. We didn't see it for what it was. We didn't realize that's not a curve measurement. It's a curve calculation derived from a flat Earth elevation angle measurement. So we missed it. Same as Alberuni.
That was the game the whole time. Make sure that we're arguing about whether or not Earth's a ball, and then as long as everybody uses horizontal distance measurements. I remember doing it for the Isle of Man. So we'd be talking about how far something was away. We'd go to Google Earth to get the distance, and then not stop and go, hang on, to use this distance, it's horizontal, linear, and flat. Well, we've just measured Earth flat, let's just stop here. Instead, we took that flat Earth measurement, ignored how flat Earth had to be measured to acquire it, punched it straight into the Earth curve calculator.
Wow. The whole time, you just walked right past the proofie. You could have ended it right there. Well, maybe you wouldn't have had a show.
I don't know if the case would have been that we wouldn't have a show, but we'd have certainly ended the argument 10 years ago rather than now. You know, it's a surprise to me that certain people have said when we came up with this fact that Earth is always measured flat, there were still people on the flat side that objected to that. I won't mention any names. Brian's logic.
Adam Meakin. Or Larkin. I forgot what his last name was.
This mic sold. Is this sounding okay? Just want to double check. It should be fine. It's brand new.
Yeah, it don't sound no different than what you've been doing on the show.
Well, given that it's only about 6 inches away as opposed to 2.5 foot away, that's a pretty good testament to my Neumann. But this sounds fine, right? This is
yes.
UMC XLC1 by Trumix. Beautiful.
So yeah, I thought that we would when we first came out with this and we started on that campaign of putting our front foot forward with proving Earth is flat by the measurements, that we'd be like the Pied Piper. Instead, it was the total opposite. We were getting hammered from both ends.
I don't know. I
do
think
it.
the landscape has changed. Sorry, One Deck. If you want to keep going, go ahead.
No, it's only a quick point. You do hear people on the other servers say Earth is measured flat. It does come out of the mouths, but they're not drilling into the points of how, and just sticking with that point solely. You know, beating around the bush with other points. I'm done.
Long distance laser observations.
No, I've heard them use the argument when it's convenient for them if it's going to end the Glober's argument. Yeah.
With measurements came knowing for a lot of people, and I can see even just watching Facebook and watching big long YouTubes of TikToks, I see that people are getting the message. A lot of people are getting the message, and I don't think that we're at where we were even like 2 years ago.
You know who
You
can
gotta
thank for
send them
that?
to me because I don't see them.
Well, neither do I, but I'm not there looking. But the person that really needs credit for that is refracted curvature. He was the first person to be bold enough to say, I'll give you any argument for a globe, anything, and I'll concede to it. Why? Because he knew damn well that every single claim to be argument for a globe started with measuring Earth flat. He knew it before any of us realised it.
I mean, sorry, Nathan. I think you're getting Neil and curvature mixed up. Remember Neil came out with a poem, the globe is measured flat. I mean, I think Neil was onto this quite some time ago.
Yeah, nobody cares. No. But that was after Refracted came out with that. He's the one. Other people insist that they were telling you for years, but you just never listened, Nathan. You just never listened when other people were telling you that it was measured flat. I never heard it.
Yeah, certain
Until
parasites will say
Refracted
that
broke it down.
they come up with the arguments that other people come up with 2 weeks before they came up with it. But that's just parasites for you, isn't it?
I do remember John when he was going on with the Earth curve calculator in the beginning. It took me a while to think, what's he talking about? I couldn't get my head around it myself a little bit when he was on about the being surface level and the horizontal, the horizon below surface level.
levels.
Yeah, and just the way he was describing it, I think is he all right or what? What's going on?
Well, Refracted was a baller coming in from. He was a baller who used to harass freaking what's his name from Globebusters, the Morgile, right? But then when he realized there were no measurements for this curvature, he realized that Earth was measured flat. So I'm glad you said that, Nathan, because it's true. He's the first one that was bold enough to say, you could have whatever you want. I could see to it all. Because he knew.
Yes.
Well, with that thing when he went to Nathan, when he was on that Ruhif and when he said that and went live with them, that's the trouble. They won't listen to that because they've already preempted what they wanted. They want they want some sort of a model. You've got to adhere to this, adhere to that, and bring and show us on a screen and sheets, and we want to know this. And they lay out it all out how they want you to present them with what they want presenting with. And John was not doing that. He was just saying, you can have whatever you want because whichever way this is going to go, you're going to be telling me Earth is measured flat with any example that you choose to use.
And that was bold.
Yeah, which brings me back to Dave Weiss, which is why it's disappointing. It's like if Dave Weiss had kept on side when he was in front of Jesse Lee Peterson and asked, do you know for sure and without a doubt Earth is flat? He would have answered, yes, it's measured flat.
And he could have took them right through it all. Oh, well. We're doing it now. That's all that matters.
Yeah, things are different now. We're in a very different place as far as Flat Earth is concerned. We, here at least, appreciate that it's not an argument anymore.
It never really was, but it was portrayed as one because they needed it to be one.
Exactly, Neil. They need it to be an argument rather than a statement of absolute fact used and utilised by both sides. It's not an argument if both sides are measuring Earth flat. And both sides measure Earth flat. It's just one side is now acutely aware of that fact, that's us. The other side wants to whistle past the flat Earth measurements or talk about how when Earth is measured flat, it's not the ground that we've been measuring flat with elevation angles. That's elevation, as in from the surface. Or measurements that terminate at a vertex with you on the ground for a ground position on the ground. That's not the ground when we measure Earth flat. It's only the ground after it's been converted to sphericity. Then it's the ground.
Yeah, then they got no problem agreeing with the ground there. It's just not their ground. We're measuring it flat, just not their globe ground.
It's all very calculated, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not the globe ground.
So, all right, so it's not the globe ground. So where do we go from here? Now that we know for sure and without a doubt that Earth is measured flat, right? We all know this. It's been echoed in here for hundreds of shows at least, maybe thousands. Where do we go from here?
Well, we don't. We can chill now. I mean, I can box up this microphone and send it out to the customer.
Oh, we could also get normies on like we've been doing. And that'll really get under their skin like it did Elder Bear's skin. Because now you got normal people just going about their everyday life, showing the world how it's measured flat.
Yeah, I'm happy to continue exactly on that vein, which is to say we go through the normal, general, day-to-day measurements of Earth that people will and do utilise Earth with as a flat plane, and point out that this isn't somebody from some kooky flat Earth server talking about 9/11 truth and JFK. This is just a guy out and about measuring Earth. He hasn't got any disclaimers for how ball-shaped it is because he doesn't need to, because he's not being told Earth's a ball. He's just going out and measuring Earth flat.
Like yesterday, I'm not.
Go ahead, man. My bad.
I'm not suggesting you do it, Nathan. I did send you personally a couple of clips. One was on, I think it was Zenith angles, and the other one, I just had a quick look at Rise Over Run, obviously with the palaver that one, and yesterday with Elder Bear. So it's only a short one. It just points out, yeah, it's about mapping and how to measure rise over run and what's required, and yeah, horizontal is required. You're measuring above and below it.
Which one you've sent to? Hold on a second.
There's two in there, but not saying you have to do them, Nathan, if you're doing stuff. But yeah, there's one in there. There's two in there. There's one on, I think it was Zenith angles. That sort of goes to like a celestial sphere example, measuring angles and stuff like that. And then there was one called Rise Over Run.
Oh, that's funny because I'm just looking up this. Everybody's talking about this sphere in Las Vegas, this big sphere that they built so people can do shows in there and concerts and stuff like that. But if you look inside the sphere, it's all flat. Sort of like how they used the equatorial plane to get all their measurements. Very weird.
What do you mean inside the dome's flat? The floor?
Yeah, everything inside there is flat. Nathan, how are they going to do a show if they're all hanging off the side of a curve? You get inside the dome in Las Vegas and everything is flat. The stage is flat.
I'm sure it's not. Are you sure about that? Because it's an auditorium. Now, generally speaking, in an auditorium, you've got a rake to the seating. So you're not looking into the person in front of you's head.
Yeah, the seating is it's stadium seating, but where the performers are going to perform is flat.
And are you sure about that? Because on a stage, there's normally a rake to the stage also, like upstage and downstage, as in the back of the stage is higher than the front of the stage.
But yeah, they got elevated areas for the stage, yes.
So this is a crap example, Neil, no offence. It's just falling apart at the
Yeah, but it
seams.
all starts from a flat plane. Go look at the pictures. Did you even look?
No, I've just trained in theatre.
I'll put the pictures in Master B, and we'll see how bad of an example it is.
Okay, well, while you're doing that, we'll have a look at this video that Wandek's provided. It's the second one. I assume this one's the one on elevation angles, Wandek?
Calculating, yes, rise over run, this one.
Calculating
Just
the
an
gradient
example
of a
the-
slope from a topographical map, correct?
Yep.
Okay, before we do anything else, so this video is from Mike Samaranto. Hopefully I'm saying his name correctly. And what I'm going to do before we do anything is supply a link to this Normie and his video. So you can let this normal, non-flat or globe associated dude know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. So that his 135,000 subscribers can be told that a flat earther's being using his video to demonstrate how normies, that's a normal guy, measure Earth flat.
Okay, so our goal for this video is to help you to be able to calculate the gradient of a slope between any 2 points on a topographic map.
What's a topographic map? Would that be flat, utilizing horizontal distance measurements with things like miles? Yes, Nathan, it is, yeah. Oh, well, that's a flat Earth prerequisite.
Yeah. I was just going to say, yeah, it will be, Nathan. There'll be a scale on the map, probably in miles or kilometres, linear distance, and that's a horizontal distance. And then obviously you'll have elevation above that horizontal and below it, and you can work out, I think it's called rise over run.
So before we've done anything, we're what, 30 seconds into this video after and including the introduction music, and we're already detailing Earth as a flat plane. So we can utilize horizontal distance measurements in miles for a topographical map. Yeah, Earth's measured flat. It's not like we need to go far into these Normie videos to establish that fact.
Do this, we have to understand what gradient actually is. So what is a gradient? Well, gradient is a mathematical measurement, and it measures how steep or how gradual a slope is. You can think of it as a measure of how much your elevation up, down is going to change as you move horizontally forward and backward over.
But do we hear that? Up and down, perpendicular to a plane of reference, 90 degrees to it. With respect to the horizontal distance. Yeah, you've got it. Horizontally is how we'll be measuring the gradient of any slope. Yeah, like in rise over run, like we covered yesterday. Yeah, Earth's measured flat. There's no exceptions.
Yeah. Horizontally over a surface. Now, we're specifically talking about the surface of Earth when we're talking about maps, when you're out navigating and hiking. So, yeah, horizontal over the surface of Earth.
For how much you're going forward or back. Think of it as a measure of how much. So what is a gradient? Well, gradient is a mathematical measurement, and it measures how steep or how gradual a slope is. You can think of it as a measure of how much your elevation up, down is going to change as you move horizontally forward and backward over a surface. It's really a numerical measure of steepness. It's often described as rise over run, or how much you're going up or down for how much you're going forward or backward. So as always, let's begin with a sample map. And
just saying, like, we've been, I don't know if anybody was around yesterday, but when we went into the other server, and I think it was Elder Bear, you were talking about this with Elder Bear Rise Over Run, and I'm sure he was disagreeing totally with what Rise Over Run was. Now, this is a professional person explaining, he's mentioned about the horizontal surface and working out the gradients above that horizontal surface of Earth. And I'm sure that's what you was pointing out to him at the time, and he was saying, no, 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 no.
If things were different, we'd be crediting some Irish bitch for this. But things aren't different.
And so imagine for a second you're going to go hiking in this area, and you're going to go for a hike from point Y to point X. Now, before you get started with this, you might want to try and figure out exactly how steep this hike is going to be. You can tell by the contour map that you're going uphill, and we know that because Y is an elevation of 3,000 feet and X is 3,500 feet. So we know we're going to be going up about 500 feet. But the question is...
Up?
Yeah, you're way ahead of me, Neil. You were quicker on the mute button. You go ahead.
Up? You can't be on a ball for up. You need a flat plane for that. There's only in and out on a globe. And the other thing is, sort of like stadium, it's like an arc down, like I was just saying. Look at that line. It's going to be a hill. It's going to be a depression going down, and also the opposite way coming up. And right over there is a little stage where you do your entertaining, like the sphere I was just telling you about.
How steep is it going to be? Are we going up 500 feet over many, many miles, and so it's fairly gradual? Or is it over a short distance, meaning it would be very steep? So our task...
So Earth is measured flat then. So we're talking about distances, linear, horizontal, and elevations perpendicular to a plane of reference, described and measured on Earth with rise over run. Yeah, Earth's flat, precisely as being measured. Now, this guy doesn't need to make any disclaimers about how flat Earth is when he measures it flat and describes the perpendicular elevation with respect to the horizontal run being measured in miles. But ipso facto, Earth is and can only be flat for this to be detailed by this Normie when he measures Earth flat, which he absolutely is doing. Earth is flat. That's why we measure it that way. Like this dude, this Normie, this guy who is absolutely unequivocally not associated with any ball-believing dickheads or anti-globers, formerly known as flat earthers. This is just a normal guy measuring and detailing Earth as a flat planar surface with miles and perpendicular elevations. Earth's flat. That's why it's measured that way.
Well, because that's the only way he can detail it, Nathan. What do you expect?
Yes, but all the while he thinks he's on a globe, though. He believes he's on a globe, even though he
hasn't said that, Jin.
That's what
when
he believes,
did he say that?
He?
What are you doing? When did he say that?
No. I didn't say he did. Didn't say he did.
That's exactly what you said.
I said he believes he's on a globe. I didn't say he did say.
And when did he express that belief, Jin?
Well, most people you ask believe
not most
they're
people.
On a globe. You ask,
Jin.
You ask
no, Jin,
people,
stop.
100 people
Stop. Not most people. When did this guy express that belief?
I never said that he expressed it.
That's exactly what you said. Specifically, you said he believes he's on a globe, and I'm asking you when he expressed that belief.
That's an assumption on my part, then. That would be an assumption on my part.
Right, don't assume that. He hasn't said that. The whole point of going to these bleeding videos is to point out that they're not expressing that belief.
No, that's because, okay, fine. They're not expressing it, but I'm sure if you asked, they'd be telling you they live on a globe.
Well, can you ask him? Are you going to go and ask him? Why would you do that?
Why wouldn't I not do that?
Why would you go and ask somebody if they're a Jehovah's Witness?
Well, because what if my point of interest, I'm trying to prove a point. Let's say, ladies and gentlemen, although the Earth is measured flat, most people in that industry believe they're on a globe. Let's go and check. For that reason would be enough.
Why?
Yeah,
Why would I go to a guy who's
flat.
fundamentally measuring it flat, detailing it flat, and describing it with graphics that are flat? You don't need to chant through me. I urge you. I urge you, Jin. Now I'm responding.
Okay.
Yeah, why would you do that? Why would you, when someone specifically describes how flat Earth is being measured, why would you say, well, if I went and asked him if he believed he's on a globe, he'd say yes? He's not detailing that in this video. The whole point of me going to these videos is to demonstrate that normal people don't concern themselves with their globe belief when they detail how Earth is measured. So you're going to throw into the mix that, oh, well, he'd still believe it. Why? The whole point of using these videos. I still haven't finished the same sentence, Jin. That's the second time you've interrupted the same. Second time you've interrupted this exact same sentence. Second time. He's not expressed that, has he?
Never said he did.
Yes, you did. You explicitly said that.
Yeah, what I meant to say, yeah, I suppose I did. What I meant to say was I've assumed that he has.
Don't.
Ask is to calculate the average gradient between points x and y. And in order to be able to do this, we need to know two things.
Can we have x and y points if there's a curve between them? If it's just simple 2 points, that's straight and flat, correct? These 2 points are
Correct.
linear, flat, and horizontal then.
Yes.
We need to know the change.
Change in elevation, that's heights above level, isn't it?
Yes.
Above sea level. Sorry, I mean mean sea level.
My point is that they're not curving.
In the elevation, as well as the distance between the two locations. And so if we start, we're going to use this formula. This is the gradient formula. And it says that gradient is equal to the change in field value divided by the distance.
So the distance being horizontal, linear, and flat then?
Now, field value is a generic term that refers to whatever data is on your map.
So the data on the map is flat miles with a scale that's flat.
Mentioned in the past that topographic maps are just one type of field map. We could also have temperature maps and air pressure maps, etc. In our case of a topographic map, the field value is really just the elevation. So it's really the change in the elevation divided by the distance between my 2 points.
So the distance between the 2 points must be horizontal then.
So let's go back to our map here. And we'll zoom in a little bit. And so the first thing we want to do is look at the change in elevation. So I'm going to take my higher elevation, which in this point is point X, which is 3,500. And I want to subtract my lower elevation, which is 3,000. And that's going to give me the overall change in elevation as I go between these 2 points. So back to my formula, I now can say gradient is equal to 3,500 feet minus 3,000 feet divided by the distance between those 2 points. So let's go back to the map. So now I need to be able to figure out a couple more things. The first thing we need to do is determine how far apart points X and Y are. And to do that, we need to use the map scale down at the bottom. So there are a variety of ways to do this. I find the easiest is to just grab a piece of scrap paper.
And just make a note of how flat, linear, and horizontal the mile scale is on this topographical map. So in order for this to function, Earth, in terms of the run, will be a flat, horizontal mile measurement. Yes, because Earth's measured flat. It's the only way this can be done.
Line it up at X and Y and mark off those 2 points. And then you can take your scrap paper and bring it down to the scale and read the distance between those 2 points. So this to me appears to be about 1.7 miles. So
Earth's measured flat.
Now I just plug that number back into my formula. So remember, we have gradient, we have the change in elevation, which is 3,500 minus 3,000, and now we're going to divide that by the distance between those 2 points, which in this case, our scrap paper told us is about 1.7 miles.
Of flat Earth horizontal linear distance. Yeah, because Earth is measured flat.
So now I just need to solve. So gradient is equal to 500 feet divided by 1.7, and then I could just punch that into a calculator, and I get a gradient of about 294.2, and it's going to be feet per mile. And the reason it's feet per mile is because my elevations, according to my map, are measured in feet, and my distances are measured in miles. So
flat then.
It just
good.
It's just interesting because we're watching more and more of these. I mean, I think the most important thing was more at the beginning of this because he was telling you the requirements, the horizontal surface, the distance above it and below. It's just pointing out you will be using a horizontal baseline for your rise over run or any elevation profile. But again, it's just the more and more we're doing this, it's becoming apparent, if not anybody's not realised yet, that all like we're pointing out, these measurements are all horizontal level, elevation above sea level. There's no mention, and we're dealing with the ground. We're out in the open field here, navigating the earth. There's no mention of curvature whatsoever when you're calculating these distances and heights.
Because Earth is not curved, and you bit Jim's head off. And all Jim was saying is 95% of the world still think they're on a globe.
Exactly.
All right, it's not for this video, and he did assume that the guy thinks he's on a ball. But the fact of the matter is that there is 95% of the world that think they're on a globe. So what we're doing is we're demonstrating that even though 95% of the people think they're on a globe, they're showing you that they measure it flat.
Yes, please note the psychology there. That's the point I'm trying to highlight. Note that psychology. They're measuring it flat all the while, as their normies, as we call them, are thinking they're living on a ball earth, because that's what they are.
Okay.
Normies, as we used to call them.
If we go back to our map here, what this means is that if I were to go for a hike from point Y to point X, for every mile I traveled, my elevation would increase by 294.2 feet. Now, of course, that's on average. So there may be parts of that where it's a little bit steeper and other parts where it's a little bit flatter. But on average, between X and Y, that is my gradient. So again, just to sum up, we do the change in elevation between the 2 points divided by the distance between the 2 points. Be sure to check out the next video where we're going to learn how to draw a topographic profile.
Awesome. I think we might just do exactly that. Probably not. We said that about the last guy. But there is a whole raft of normies, globe believing or otherwise, Jin, that measure Earth flat. This is no exception.
Right. So now you understand what I'm saying. Thank you.
Yeah, my point hasn't changed, but Neil's defended you.
I wasn't wrong in what I said. Thank you.
I'm not saying you were wrong. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is, does this mic sound okay? Because this one's not sold, but I do need to test whether or not it works okay. Is this fine?
It's good. It's good.
It works.
It's good.
Jolly good.
Sell it.
What Nathan is saying is don't assume it while we're doing the video, because we're demonstrating how normies, normal people, everyday people, are demonstrating that Earth is measured flat because they have to. They can't demonstrate how it's curved.
Yeah, it's fundamental, isn't it? There's no escaping that. That I understand and I get that, but there's also that other factor that they're carrying a belief of a globe whilst they're doing that. They're not even thinking about it, mind you. It's not on their mind.
Yeah, they're not voicing it.
Yeah.
Just to go back to that though, if nobody's familiar with rise over run, I think Elder Bear brought rise over run up. He raised the point yesterday with Nathan. So obviously you think you know a little bit about it. Now it doesn't. We've just been through a 3-minute video, and he's pointed out it's from the horizontal surface above or below, and you can work out the gradient and do a little bit of calculations and get that get to the point where he finally got to. But that's not hard, is it? We can all see what was going on there. The distances, the height, the elevation. It was all horizontal, level, and flat.
Any type of measurement, no matter what you do, rise over run, I don't care what you do, it's got to be done from a flat plane of reference, because you have no reference to reference if you're not referencing flat.
Right.
Indeedy weedy. With that, though, I'm going to say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering Streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow. Before I do actually round out this live show, I will say pop along to that videographer and let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me with a polite comment that doesn't immediately get removed by the YouTube algorithmic bots or indeed by the videographer himself. So as you can see, if you are watching this live, there is a link to that videographer, Mike. Please let Mike know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. So once again, if you're watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering Stream, stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow.
And I wanted it to be heard today, what Adam said months ago.
Yeah, when's it happening? In the next hour or so, is it?
I don't know, I guess whenever he does his show. You know, he used to get links to it, and there used to be a team called Ball Busters that would all join, all in one accord. Now that's out the window because they didn't want one accord no more. They only want 2 accords.
Yeah, I think he said it was going to be 2 o'clock Central Time. 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock Central Time.
I will not be watching, but I'll get reports from somebody.
What's that, Neil? I missed the start of it while he was changing over the show.
I wanted Nathan to play that clip of Adam Meakin at some point in the show when it was Adam with his own words saying that the book is Nathan's and it's always been Nathan's and how they're just delighted and honored that they could be a part of it. But I guess we forgot. And I thought it was important because before the treacherous treasonous trader comes out with his take on it, it's exactly what it's going to be, his take on it. People are aware of what really happened.
I don't think there's anyone that's not really aware of how it played out, to be honest, Neil.
Yeah, sometimes people, forget. It was a month ago, a few weeks ago, and then somebody comes along with the gift of gab and starts persuading. Listen, Ryan was persuaded.
There's going to be a lot of people in the community though that are not aware of what's happening with the book. So that's why it would have been good to have that, because there's a lot of people still don't know what exactly happened. So, and if there are absolute proofs or captured statements where people are saying they were helping with the book, and and it was Nathan's book, and that was stated as fact, then you could, it would have been nice to play that today. Would have been nice.
Yeah, on the live, it serves no purpose now. The members know what went down, so only the members would be able to hear it if you played it right at this moment. But that's all right, because truth does not have to be defended.
Well, sometimes it does, though. That's the thing, though. When people
not really, because it's truth.
Yeah, but when people are ignoring the truth or saying that you are not being truthful, what do you do then? Don't defend it?
It don't have to be defended. You may have to remind some people of it, but truth never has to be defended.
Yeah, that's metaphorically speaking. In actuality, you will have to defend the truth sometimes. Come on,
but
you're
missing it. What I'm saying is, in actuality, truth is truth, and it don't have to be defended. Now, you may have to persuade some people that don't comprehend truth, but it don't have to be defended.
Well, I suppose you might be right in that point, metaphorically speaking. Truth is not subject to anyone's disapproval. Yeah, agreed.
Exactly. Now you got it.
Agreed. But there are times when you have to press home the truth, for example, so that people actually realize. You may have to defend your position with the truth. That's what I mean.
Yeah, I got you. But truth itself is truth.
Yeah.
You can't get around it. Like Earth's measurements. That's the truth.
Yeah, the video is the truth there, right there. The video that one day just
Exactly.
put in, that one there is just totally explaining it from the first 30 seconds in. Yeah.
So how did they appreciate doing the show from the Jenna server yesterday, Jen?
Jenna was stoked and over the moon, basically.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. Because she only just, the server's only literally not even a week old yet. Well, no, she's had it a long while, but she's only fired it up recently. Only a few days ago, and members have grown exponentially already. And the fact that you, Nathan, came in and QE came in twice before that, she's stoked, definitely. I think she'd definitely be up for it again. No problem.
Yeah, she seems like a nice person. I don't particularly know her. I think I've heard her voice when I've popped in and out of politics over time, but I don't think I've ever struck up a conversation with her.
She's been around about 3.5 years.
Yeah.
In the 24/7. Yeah.
Yeah, she can't understand that just kiss and make up ain't gonna happen. Just sometimes it just don't turn out that way. But it is what it is. The other thing is, I didn't know that prick was in there, Matt Eastman. That son of a bitch got issues with me. I don't know why. I never done anything to that man. But I will not go there while that guy's in there. I had no freaking idea that he was a frequenter or a friend.
Oh, yeah, Neil, I was going to ask you a question. Yesterday, you were in the English hub. I only popped in for like 3 minutes, if that. And whilst I was there, I heard you say that the Earth is measured flat makes the black swan obsolete.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Why?
What is the black swan? The bunking of the globe, right? It just highlights our measurements of Earth being flat. It's just old and dusty. Like, I don't got to argue how Earth is not a globe anymore when I have measurements. Just a measurement.
But we consider that measurement anyway. That is kind of like a measurement in itself. Distant markers are there. The horizon is beyond that. There's an island beyond that can be seen at 29 miles away. So we, me and the Jenna and the Berserker and the others in the server were thinking yesterday in the Jenna server, thinking, well, that's still a measurement and it wouldn't be, I'm going to use it. Wouldn't be obsolete in my case. Never would it be obsolete.
The modus pole, it makes no sense anymore to me. It's old and dusty. Yeah, we got the measurements. So you agree. You're on the measurements, Ken. Exactly.
Yeah,
why would I use the black swan for measurements when I could use any measurements?
Right. Yeah. So I don't care about that. You see, for me, I don't look at the black swan as an old and dusty piece of truth. I don't look at it as that at all. That will always be used.
Yeah, because you like the old school way. I know. And we know that.
It's not old and dusty.
Oh, it's old and dusty. That shit's reeking, bro.
Yeah. No. It's very, very good indeed. Very, very good, especially when the newbies come in and you show them that first. We're taking them through steps. And it's another method of showing how Earth is measured flat. So I see that. Yeah. Flatness over distance.
Yeah. So if you use it that way, I got no problem with it.
Well, of course, that's the only way. But that's the only way I've ever used it. Even though it's debunking the globe, I've always said, look at how level that water is. How can you have a horizon where it is? When if you're supposed to be living on this globe, and then what about that island that can be seen 29 miles away? Look at how flat that is.
Yeah. Like I said, there's so many long distance by BLMSB that you can use.
Yeah.
Hey, I consider it an old and dusty area.
Yeah. Well, I'm never going to consider it that.
That's all right. That's why we got different personalities.
Yeah. I'm definitely going to be using that. For me, it's not obsolete. I cannot not use that.
See, and I cannot use that because I'm pointing out measurements. And I don't need to point them out with a black swan. I can point them out with something else. Therefore,
Yeah.
Earth is not a
Yeah.
sphere. Why would I even do that?
Yeah, you see, for me, the way I'm going to do it and the way I've been doing it, I'm going to continue that. But I do like these videos that are coming out now that we're using here, explaining how people in their ordinary everyday lives are utilizing and measuring Earth as flat in order to do their job, right? And that's absolutely fantastic. Now, I'm going to be highlighting that. Remember, though, that these people believe they're on a globe, because if you go and ask them, the answer is, "Oh, we're on a ball Earth." You know, even the pilots used to say that for themselves. Pilots, they believed that the gravity was pulling the nose of the plane round, even though what was placed in front of them was a perfectly horizontal, linear view, flying horizontally. You see, so even the pilots themselves strongly believed they were flying around the globe ball, even though that wasn't the case.
When you do that, you like become sort of an enabler. When you just keep hammering home that it's measured flat, you ain't enabling nothing. You're just cutting the legs out from under anybody.
I'm not enabling
Earth is
anybody.
anything
Neil.
other than flat.
I'm not enabling
you're
anybody.
enabling the
Neil.
argument to keep going.
No, not at all. Not at all. Because like I said the other day, the individual who comes in, you know, these people who are I'm not talking about the globers we meet here on this platform that we're on, and the globe community that we've got talking about the fresh people coming in, people who are genuinely concerned and they have the queries. They're the people I'm talking about. You know, yeah, I won't be enabling anything because they already believe they're on a globe. So I'm not enabling them, am I? What it is now is that I'm slowly showing them that they cannot be on a globe because of these facts, these irrefutable, empirical facts that you can repeat for yourself. It's quite easy. I'm not enabling I've never enabled anybody to believe they're on
I'm just going to demonstrate how
in the 10 years that I've lived thus far, you know, with this flat earth truth that I've realized from 2015, December 26, I haven't enabled anyone to believe they're on a globe. No way.
No, I didn't say you enable people to believe. I said you're enabling the argument to continue.
No, I'm not.
What
That's
I'm
not
saying
what I do.
is, just listen
No.
to what I'm saying.
No, that's not what I know, Neil. That's not what I do. I don't. I'm taking on people who believe they're on a globe. They're the ones who believe they're on a globe. I'm the one that's coming in saying no, they're not on a globe, and taking the insults whilst I'm doing that. That's not me enabling them at all. At all.
Yeah, I'm just going to demonstrate. I'm just going to continually demonstrate, and it's not what's the word you used? Truth. It's the reality. I'm just going to demonstrate how reality is.
Well, yeah.
And reality is that we live on a flat Earth. So that's, to me, you're taking them as far away from the ball as you can by just pounding in how it's measured flat, how it's always been flat.
Right.
Once you start seeing, well, you should be seeing curvature on the globe. Why?
They should prove it.
Sorry,
that's what
just
they're going to have to
noticed
do.
there was a
They're
super
going to have
chat
to prove
from
that.
Jaberticus, and I didn't actually shout it out on the live stream. So Jaberticus left a $100 super chat that said, "Topographic is on the list." It got 10 thumbs up.
Oh, right. Thank you very much for that one. Wow, we gave you $100. That's nice, isn't it? Wow.
Very.
Yeah, and he gave you some more before as well. So he's quite.
Jaberticus is always very generous.
Yeah,
even in the
extremely.
Uncut after shows, when you re-up them, he's sending in super chats.
Thank you.
Would be nice for him to come
really
on the show
appreciate
if he could. Actually, if he could, would be nice to have him on.
Well, just let me thank him. Thank you for the super chat to Jaberticus. In spite of me not thanking you on the live stream, it doesn't seem to appear on my live stream analytics. I just checked, so it must have come in right towards the end as I was rounding out. But I'm sorry I didn't shout you out on the live stream. Thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Also, very amusing.
So, Jin, if I'm a new guy that's coming in right now, I come in fresh and clean, and my name is Billy. I'm gonna come in. I'm gonna say, what's going on with you guys? Why do you guys believe that Earth is flat?
Well, because it is measured flat. That's why. It is measured and utilized flat. That's why. Do you understand what I mean?
How so?
10 points to Gryffindor.
How so? Thank you very much. There's your first question. How so? Because when you're checking for the curvature of the Earth, because if you think you're on a ball Earth, there has to be curvature. When we go out to try and measure that curvature using the 8 inches per mile squared formula and drop over a distance, we're measuring horizontality all the way. Not a single degree of curvature can be measured. And then I might go on to show him some of the videos that we've had so far showing how it is measured flat. Okay?
Not really.
So
I'll eventually
you
train it
said
out
curvature?
of you. You're trying to disprove curvature in those statements. And I'm saying when you're trying to explain to somebody how Earth is measured flat for the curvature, for them to believe in, you to come along and say you don't need to believe in the curvature that's non-measured, takes the process
because
of
it's measured
Earth
flat
first for them to believe in curvature, for you to debunk their belief in curvature. Well, that's a long way around the Reekin when you can just point out that it's measured flat in all instances without bringing up Earth curve at all.
All right, I just called in. My name is Jimmy.
Anyway.
Hold on a second. My name is Jimmy, and you guys believe the Earth is flat? Is this a guy named Nathan Oakley? Is this your show? How so? How the heck are you going to fight against all the stuff I was taught in school by telling me that Earth is measured flat?
I know a guy
How
called
so?
Billy that sounds just like you.
Well, I'm going to carry on with what I said earlier, and show him.
No, I asked Nathan. I heard from you already. That was my cousin Billy. I'm Jimmy.
Okay, you want to speak to Nathan? Go ahead.
Sorry, what are you asking? I wasn't paying attention. Sorry.
Nathan, what is this? I just stumbled across this show, and people are saying Earth is measured flat. What the hell are you talking about? How so?
With the measurements of Earth and stuff, like miles, linear and horizontal, in all instances.
Huh?
Yeah, and that's enough,
miles,
is it? Go ahead.
Linear and horizontal. I'm just kind of saying the same thing slower, really.
Yeah, what do you mean? Miles,
even slower,
linear.
shall I? Miles are linear.
But what do you mean by that?
And horizontal. That's how Earth gets measured, with miles.
Right.
Is there any demonstration? Like, what can I go to see where
map?
it's
Right.
Any map?
And what would I look for on the map?
The word miles.
Yeah, they're still going to look into it. They're still going to be looking into it. Penny won't have dropped for them at this point. Not with the Globers that we meet every day of the week. You have to elaborate a bit more on that. That's where those videos come in handy, where they're showing you how they're measuring, and then you point out the words like, horizontal, up, down, perpendicular. You're going to elaborate a little bit more for them to get that. And there's nothing wrong with saying, did you notice how, the word curvature wasn't mentioned? Because you have to get it. That's what they remember. That's what they live on. A ball, remember? And that ball has a shape, doesn't it? Curving. So it's not curving. That's what gets them to understand. It's not. If you're measuring everything flat, and it's clearly measured flat, and you look at the definition of flat, and it tells you what that is, there's no way you can say you live on a globe.
Yeah, but Jin,
It's
I mean,
not
I
measured
watched
as a globe.
I watched a clip of, I think he's called Dave McKeegan. He was explaining this in detail, mate. Now, there's a reason why they have to show you flat, because it's just easier like that. It's obviously a curve, but they've just got to show you the elevation profile from a horizontal baseline, because it's much easier.
And we put one together to say that, but he's lying to you in front of your face. Do you know what I mean?
I know. It's ridiculous, isn't it? I mean, that's what it's come to, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, like you said, he's an anti-flat earther, so he's going to have to be saying all that and making excuses for himself where he can't demonstrate it actually as it is in his mind, a curve.
That's right. That is right there, One Deck. And it's important to highlight that point. That point also has to be driven home to the newbies and those who are coming in for the first time. The way they psychologically deceive you, that's got to be pointed out. That's what's going to help them discern and pick up quickly the deception when they're looking at a video that we've been putting forward, which you've brought in for the past couple of days, few days now. All of them have been gems. Because the psychology is right there, except for this one. This one was clean. This last one with the run over distance, was it?
Rise over run.
Well, look for the
rise over distance. Sorry.
Rise over run.
Rise over run. Hold on, let me just correct you. Hello.
No, I've got it. Rise over run. I got it. I corrected myself. Rise over run. Thanks.
What I'm saying is, unless the person brings up curvature, I think it's a mistake to bring it up. That's all I'm saying. Let them bring it up.
It's never going to be a mistake to bring it up, Neil. Never would it be in the day that I live, the day that I draw breath, every day that I draw breath, every second. If I mention the word curvature, I'm not making a mistake. It is not wrong. It will never, ever be wrong. Remember, I operate under my standards, and it will be my standards always. It's never going to be your standards, Neil.
Hold on
your way is your way. My way is my way.
All right,
it's never going to be wrong.
Jin, you got to allow me to answer. Jin, you got to allow me to interject.
Yeah, don't say that I make a mistake. That's you're making a mistake.
In my opinion,
if you make that word.
Okay, I'm allowed to have an opinion, Jin. In my opinion, unless they bring up curvature, it's a mistake to bring it up because you're going on a ball with them.
I think, in my opinion, you're a hole of an ass to think that. In my opinion.
If you bring up curvature, you're putting yourself on a ball that you're trying to get them off. Let them bring it up, and then you take them out of it. When you mention the curvature, you're just falling into what they got.
No, I'm not falling into anything. I'm not falling into anything, Neil. No, that's wrong, Neil. It's wrong. You're wrong. Thank you. Don't be telling me how to fucking articulate this flat earth. Getting fed up with that.
I'm the first of all, Gene, I'm the wrong one. I'm not telling you how to do anything.
You're telling me I'm wrong, mate. That means you're telling me I'm doing something wrong.
If you're taking
you're telling me I'm doing something wrong.
No. I said
yes, anybody. You're telling me I'm doing something wrong. I'm not doing anything wrong, Neil.
Anybody brings up
I'm not doing anything wrong, Neil.
Without the person bringing it up,
I'm not doing anything wrong, Neil. I'm not doing anything wrong, Neil. I'm not doing anything wrong, Neil. I'm not doing anything wrong, Neil.
In my opinion, when Neil argues this, I don't mention curvature.
Well, that's you. That's okay. You don't have to. Good luck. Well done.
If they mention
well done, Neil.
Then I take them out of curvature. But I'm not gonna bring up curvature. Why would I? That's a fallacy.
Well done. That's okay. That's your method. Good. Well done. Fine. My way is different, and I'm not wrong. And I'm not.
And this is all very similar. So like what we were talking about the other night, Jen. Remember the video with the Go Fast rocket? And I said that I wasn't a fan of the video and all that. It's
that's right. Yeah.
Saying,
it's a nonsense.
Not that the video. I mean,
no, it's not a nonsense at all because you have your way, I have my way. My way is not wrong. Your way is not wrong. Okay, there are many roads to reaching people. Gonna keep telling you that. Okay. One road might be good for this type of person. This road could be good for this type of person. Nothing is wrong here. Black Swan is not obsolete because it's measured flat. It's not obsolete at all. Never will be.
Yeah, it's just old and dusty.
Nah, it's not old and dusty at all. You're old and dusty and crusty with your thinking, if that's how you think. Come on, man. Everything's going to be used and utilized in order to get that message across to the person who thinks he's living on a spinning ball throughout the universe. That's their mentality.
The best way to get them off a spinning ball is to get on it with them. I got it.
You got to get dirty when you're fighting trash.
Necessary. Thank you.
I just don't like personally, and again, this is me personally, I don't like using any type of proofs or anything that goes, if X happens, how is that able to be seen if we're on a ball? Like I just don't like going that route.
Well,
We
never
see
mind. You
X,
don't have
how
to
is that
go down
possible if
that road.
Earth is a ball?
Yeah, you don't have to go down that road. That's fine. You don't have to go down that road. No one's asking you to go down that road. Okay? I don't mind going down that road. I get a lot of results using that methodology, that line of thinking. Thank you.
Anytime you ask how or why to someone, you're automatically putting them in a position to give you an answer. Why do you need to do that?
Yes, I want that answer from them to get them to see that it is not possible what you are saying. That's why you ask them. It's all clarification, understanding, and comprehending. That's why the why question is there. Children ask why, and when they're children, they ask the why, so they understand. They build up an understanding of the environment around them and the world around them, and they look to their elders. In this case, the globe is asked why to see whether or not he or she understands the mistake in their position. So that why question will always be asked by me.
10 years ago, that was great.
It's great today. It will be great yesterday. It's going to be great tomorrow. It'll be great until the day I die.
But you're giving them
I'm not giving them anything. I'm not giving them anything. Please don't.
Jen, you gotta let John talk, Jen.
Yeah,
You gotta
but
let John
it's
talk.
a mistake to say that I'm giving them something.
Yeah, but then wait
I'm
for
not
him to
giving them
finish,
anything.
Jen. Just wait for him to finish, and
Shut
then you go
up.
back and forth.
Shut up. I'm not giving them anything. Please don't start off with, I'm giving them anything. That'd be your opinion.
Well,
That's a fact.
to ask them a question is to give them the authority in which to answer it, is it not?
It's a two-way street. I'm trying to prove to them, I'm trying to show them and prove to them that they're not on a globe. So if facts are coming across like it's measured flat, right? It is measured flat. And if they don't get it, then you have to drive it home to them, don't you?
Well, I'm just saying that to ask them a question, to say how or why this thing is this, is to lend credence to them that they do have the authority to give you an answer other than what is.
If they give me an answer to in a negative sense to what is, then you continue to drive home the fact that they're making an error here and they're not adhering to the truth. So now it might mean I showed them a video where the man is speaking nothing but horizontality up and down as he's measuring how can that be if you're on a globe, son? And then you show the language that means what globe means. This is what it means if you're on a globe. Curvature, drop over distance. Were those words mentioned? Right. So there's many ways to getting to these people. I'm not enabling them anything. What I'm doing is making sure that they understand fully they're not on a globe. It doesn't mean I'm enabling them to carry on believing. No, that's not what I do. I've never done that, ever.
Well, just as an example, because I love analogies, right?
So do I. Go ahead.
Right. So let's say I believed that I was dead, right? I have a firm belief that I am dead. Does asking me a question really help me, or to pretend that I am dead in order?
I wouldn't entertain that question, now would I? You say you're dead when you're alive. I'm just going to walk the other way, mate. Thanks. Goodbye. Wouldn't waste my time
Well,
with
if
such
you
a
were
stupid
dead,
man.
how'd you drink chocolate milk?
Sorry?
Nothing. No, because that opens the door to, well, if you're dead, how were you able to drink chocolate milk or whatever you had this morning?
Well, whatever.
Well, yeah,
whatever.
but since I'm
I'll be
dead,
walking away
blah, blah,
from a stupid question like that anyway. I don't waste my time with that
right,
sort of
but
nonsense.
that goes to the whole
That's a
thing
bad analogy.
with the Go Fast rocket. Okay, so the Go Fast rocket goes
Jane,
up, and then we
listening.
see the moon, and then it says the moon's supposed to be the GP of the moon's actually over the continent of Australia. So if Earth is a globe, how is the moon over the continent of Australia? And we're able to see the moon from the Go Fast rocket. Next thing you know, 2 hours later, you're arguing about space refraction. And it just, that's why I don't want to use that.
No, you're not arguing about space refraction. That's what you put up. You put that stupid idea up. And Berserk was right to chew your ass on that one because you acted like a bloody idiot, putting out something stupid when you clearly saw the demonstration from the CGI image of space And you could see how impossible it was for the view to be seen from Australia. So basically, refraction would never do that. And if you put that up, it shows how stupid you are. And any glober putting that up, stupid glober as well. So stupid.
Yeah, but if Earth is a globe, how does this happen? Well, Earth is a globe, and it happened because X. That's what's going to go down.
No, it's not going to go like that. It's only going to go like that if you're a glober. If you're a glober, it's going to go like that. And like we've said, we're not concerned with what globers are thinking like that if they're going to bring refraction into it, because we can deal with the refraction anyway. Like I said, there isn't any problem that's too big for us flat earthers to flatten out and level it out. Puns intended.
Right.
But with the go fast rocket is the moon's here. How does that happen on a globe? And then it gives the glober all the opportunity to explain or make up how that happens.
Unfortunately,
and even though you wouldn't argue, they still think they won.
Yeah, unfortunately, wax. There are many roads to getting this truth out there. One road is never going to be enough. Okay? I explore all the roads with all the silliness that the globers want to come out with. That would be like the and that, and the seasoned globers that we meet on this server, and then the true people out there who are truthfully have concerns and that. Yeah, there are many roads down there, out there. So unfortunately, my methodology is not going to change. Just because it's measured flat, we know it's measured flat. That's not going to be the only tool or in my my box.
Well, when you're talking about Earth's geometry, what other tool would you need?
Can anybody let Refracted finish a full statement? Come on now.
Right. If you're talking about the geometry of Earth, measurement is the only relevant information. Like, why would you bring anything else up?
I would bring out measurements that's supposed to be on a globe, for example. That's not there. It's measurements, and it will be mentioned. So don't ask me why ever again, because I've told you, I will explore every road necessary to get the truth out there.
Measurement
answer now. I'm in my position. I will never be wrong. I'm talking, you're still talking. I'm not wrong in my position. I'm never going to be wrong in my position. There's nothing you're going to say that's going to change my position. Nothing you're going to say. Don't keep fingering me out as I'm doing something wrong, because all you're going to get back is pushback.
Nobody's saying you're doing anything wrong.
I am.
Who's saying you're doing anything wrong?
I'm saying he's wrong.
That's the way it's implied.
Saying it directly.
No,
anyway, joking aside, just one sec. I've got to disappear to the local parcel shop to drop this microphone off. Can you all behave yourself for 20 minutes? Not talk over each other.
Yeah, we're going to kill each other when you're gone. No, we'll be fine, Nathan. Go ahead.
Leave off gin, okay?
I gotta go. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that. Maybe Nathan is. What I'm saying is, like, let's talk about tools and stuff. Like, there was tools people used back in the day, but when a better tool came out, they utilized a better tool. They didn't continue
use all my tools.
They didn't continue to smash their head on the nail when the hammer came out.
A man who uses tools uses all his tools, even the new ones and the old ones, because there are times when the old one is preferred. Sorry, man, and I'm a man who lives by tools.
Okay, so my thing, let me give you
correct. I don't throw away or deem obsolete any tool I have. I've never done that.
Nobody said throw it away, but I'm saying, all right, Jim, let me freaking go. Come on now, you're being unreasonable today. All right, so I have this tool doing flooring. Right? The old school way was you took a Stanley knife, which is a regular utility knife. Then they came out with the carpet knife, which is a double-sided blade and it's shaped like a banana. We also called it a banana knife. But then that superseded the utility knife. But then they came out with something called the wall trimmer. The wall trimmer was...
Whoa, slow down. I'm writing this down. Banana knife. Okay, carry on.
I think you're left. Now, the wall trimmer, instead of putting your knife against the wall and swiping down with your right arm or left, whatever way it was, and cutting a 40-foot wall down by hand, you would stick the wall trimmer in there that was built to just go right against the carpet and the wall, and all you did was push it right down the whole 40-foot wall in seconds, where it would have taken you at least 10 minutes before. So it's the utilization of the new tools that get the job done quicker and better and more efficient.
Yeah, still, I would still say that analogy is not really applying to what we're talking about, and the types of people that you're going to meet, the types of people that you're going to meet. Can I speak? So as I was saying, yeah, the analogy you put forward isn't really representative to the people that I meet out on the street, because there's so many different people, and they may not get it with the first one that you mentioned. You may have to elaborate. That's why it's different. That's why I say that analogy doesn't really apply to what the way that I've been dealing with the Globus for the past 10 years. Sorry. The fact that we've got this measured flat now coming out, it's only bolstering what we've been saying all along for 10 years anyway, that the earth is flat. Now that we're saying it's utilized flat, it's just another part, another tool, if you like, that we can use depending on the person and the time to use that tool. I'll use it. I'll be using it at the beginning, of course, without a doubt. But
do you remember?
I may need to elaborate on that, and I'm going to do that my way. Thank you.
Okay, so there's not a bad analogy.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying that like this sort of got brought up. Remember the other week when we were sort of saying like where we are now with it, and we've all been through this situation from A to B, where we've been through the nonsense and not realising Eratosthenes was measuring a flat, but we've had to go through that. And I think we were discussing. I can't remember what we were saying, but we were saying something like,
"I remember."
Is it? We were sort of questioning, do you actually need to go through that process? Or, I mean, I don't know. I'm not saying right or wrong. I've got no problem with how anybody does anything. But what I'm saying is it for the human mind? Does it need to go through a process to come to the conclusion? I don't know. That's a question I'm asked. That was the question that was asked. Is that necessary? I don't know. Is it? Do you have to? Does a human being have to go through this to get rid of the cognitive dissonance? Or
now I remember last week, right, when this came, because we spoke about it last week. When we spoke of it last week, we concluded that it would be necessary to go through the steps, because we've all been through the steps to understand what's been mentioned now. It's measured flat. Now, can people get it straight away? Maybe the technical-minded person may get that straight away, but the ordinary man and woman on the street may not get it, which is why I said we're going to need to elaborate, which is what I've been arguing all the time since I've been on the panel, that it's measured flat may not be enough for some people. You're going to have to elaborate, which is why I say my method is never going to be wrong, and the black swan is never going to be obsolete, because it's going to be something that I'm going to bring forward for them to see. Because people, do you remember we said people can see, when they can actually see the flatness and not just hear it. It's such a moving emotion, and visual observation. They're going to have to see it as well. So, like I said, I'm not doing anything wrong, that's for sure. I'm not enabling anybody. I'm not keeping the globe alive. That's not what I'm doing. And my method is my method. Thank you.
I don't
want to hear, but Jin, why this or why that? Remember what I said and understand the language. There are many roads to deliver the flat earth. I'm going to explore every single road, even the longest ones, the longest way round, because that's what I want to do. Thank you. It is not wrong.
Right. Ken, you're taking it very, very personal today.
Of course I am. Making sure you get it. Because it's implied. You're implying that I'm wrong. I'm not wrong. You're implying that my methodology is wrong. It is not wrong. You're implying that the black swan is obsolete. It is not obsolete. Thank you.
But the go fast rocket, the rocket goes up, we can see the moon. And then somebody checks, because there was that video prior where the guy walked around the rocket for a few minutes.
To say. Simple as that. Okay.
Yeah, when the guy walks around. When the guy walks around the rocket before it was launched, you can clearly see that there was a time and a date in other words, like the time and the date was exactly known when this rocket was launched. The rocket goes up, and the video was out for a while before anyone noticed, but all of a sudden, as the rocket's spinning, if you pause it, hey, look, you can see the moon. Now, the moon's geographical position, now the moon's geographical position is over Australia. So then the next question would be, how is this possible on a globe? As soon as you ask that or infer that that's like, hey, this doesn't make sense on a globe, all you're doing is giving the glober reasons to, and then next thing you know, you're arguing about the globe instead.
Not necessarily
Exactly.
so. Not necessarily so, because what you're doing is you're asking the person, how is this, how this, you could say it two ways. This can't be possible on a globe, or how is this possible on your globe? Please try to explain that, because and again, you know, and you got to see how they're going to use, what kind of mental gymnastics they're going to use to do that, for example, because you're trying, I might be highlighting the fact of how they'll do anything to protect the globe. And this would be my methodology of doing that, because the only person that's going to be doing that is a seasoned glober. They're the ones that do this. The newbies won't go down that route. They won't be mentioning flat refraction and silly things like that, because some of them don't even know what that is. So, and then
Right,
if they do, if they do mention it, then you dismantle that and tell them how stupid it is for them to do that, and that would be their embarrassment. So,
And then you're 45 minutes in.
No, I'm not 40. It could be. I could be in an hour, because it could have been that came out later on in their discussion. They're getting desperate, because it can be done in 5 minutes, or it can take 30 minutes, or it can take an hour and a half to 2 hours to get one person to come through, and then they're still going to have to go away for themselves to go and do their research, and then come back and say, well, yeah, I've got these other questions. So it doesn't matter. For me, it doesn't matter how long it takes somebody to get to the truth. Okay, I'm not on a clock. I'm not being paid for it, so I'm not on a time constraint.
Hold on, somebody's got their hand up. Adam, you want to say something? Or is that by accident?
Yeah. That's a good point that Jin made like minutes ago. We're not, when we say globers, we're not dealing with normies. Normies, when faced with facts, become flat earthers. Psychos, when faced with facts, become globers. So we're not dealing with normal people, and they're like, you know, terrible people sometimes, and they'll use any road to attack flat Earth. So I can't blame Jin for, you know, using anything that he can.
Okay, so if you want to get somebody to understand that Earth is measured flat, that we live on a flat Earth, you're saying we have to take apart the globe first, then explain to them how it's flat?
No, I go, there's two facts that everything around a globe, everything about a globe revolves around, and that's that level's flat and gas fills space. Those are two things that like everybody understands and everybody gets, you know, and it takes a lot of fantasy to get to that globe scale and then just be like off. So start at the beginning, which is, again, measurements. I just say it a little differently. I say level, because do something on Earth as something other than the horizontal plane that you're standing on. And it's pretty simple after that.
Yeah, that's perfect. Nothing wrong with that.
Most of your globers, they still use a boat disappearing over the horizon. They'll bring sunsets into it, eclipses. Yeah. So they go in, some of them, they're going away from the ground. We're not talking about the ground when we're talking about that. So you don't really need to go into eclipses, because that's got nothing to do with measurements of the Earth. Boats disappearing, they're claiming that the horizon is a physical location where we could just, let's see what the horizon is. Is it, what is it? But it's an apparent observation of where the surface of the Earth and sky appear to me. So we can't then go and argue about, you know, how boats will disappear over that, because boats can't disappear over something that's not physical. You know what I mean? So I'm just trying to get to the point, not get to any point. I'm just trying to work what most globers come out with from, I mean, you might know better, Jim, because you're probably in there more than I am with it. I don't know if any newbies are I've not spoke to a newbie on this subject for a while, to tell you the truth, pal. So I don't know. I've heard the anti-flat earthers. We heard bloody Elder Bear. We all know what he's like. You're not going to get any sense. You're wasting your time with that. trying to sort of teach somebody and educate somebody. But
well, I'll tell you what the
know.
newbies say. I'll tell you what they say. I was in the other day. Guy came in with pictures from space.
Yeah, McToon does that. I mean, he said he was, a flat earther came up to McToon and said, well, show me the curvature. So he brought the blue marble up. There's your curvature. There's a picture of it. So that's what they do. You ask for a picture of curvature. I've give it to you.
Well, he should have said, show me the measurements for your curvature. Or you could have came and showed them flat earth elevation angle measurements.
Yeah, so how was that curvature measured then, McToon?
Exactly. The embarrassment. They're embarrassing themselves.
Do you want to go with
Well, they can't. I have no problem with that because they can't give you any curved measurements. They can only give you calculations derived from flat earth measurements. So you're right back into the flat earth measurements. I got no problem with that.
That's right. That's why I don't want to hear, but Jin, you're doing this. Jin, you're doing that. Jin, but that doesn't. Jin is not doing anything but utilizing every road.
I said anybody that brings a person on a board.
I was in the middle of what I was saying. Jin? I was in the middle of what I was saying. I'm going to utilize every road there is. There is no bad methodology.
But there is some bad methodology. But there is. I'm telling you.
Every road leads to the truth.
There's bad methodology because some types of arguments are just that. Keeping you in an argument that is not an argument. That's what I'm talking about.
Every road will be explored. Every road will. I don't use bad arguments myself anyway, especially with the
because
eclipse.
there are no
I
arguments.
just say to the Globers instantly, eclipses do not prove a shape. You're living on the earth, you're looking in the wrong direction. So let's get back to the earth and let's start measuring this earth that we live on. Simple as that. And I always say, start measuring your curvature.
And I think that's good because that's when it comes down with that. No, that's great because I can spit out some facts about how Earth's measured flat, right?
Yeah.
Spit them out.
Yeah, that's it.
No, I can.
Go ahead.
But as soon as you asked them, this came up on the show. As soon as you asked, none of us in here have ever had anybody describe how Earth curves measured. This is a fact of the matter. We skipped past it, or we've had Eratosthenes and Alberuni. We've been over that. But there's been no description, evidence, or demonstration of how Earth curve was measured. So somebody who, even a newbie, the best, if they're really, really interested, then you say, right, listen, I'm not going to batter you with all this, like where we're up to at the moment, but I want you to go away and do a little bit of research and come back to me in 24 hours or whatever and tell me what evidence you've found of how Earth curve was measured. Just bring one example back to me and we'll sit down over a cup of coffee and we'll go through it.
I'll bring one to you right now. I got a picture and there's a building and there's I got one picture where you could see 3 stories of a building and another picture where you could see 8 stories of the building. Huh.
Yeah, but Neil, you're talking, that's anti-flat earth. I'm saying if somebody was interested and saying, I'm not sure about this, I'm sure I live on a globe, instead of me trying to like force feed them, maybe it might be best in scenario, say, go and do some research. Because we know for a fact he won't be coming back with curvature measurement. We know that. I know that. And I know he's going to come back with... And if he comes back with a boat disappearing, I'll send him away again and say, listen, I know, that's not a measurement. That's an observation. Yeah?
There you go.
It's a presupposition of something. What I want you to go away and study and come back to me with in 24 hours is who measured Earth curvature, when, and how did he do it, what method was used. And when they come back with Eratosthenes, I'll go through it point by point. And even
that's what we've done. That's what we've done one deck. That's exactly what we've done one deck.
So in that way, they've gone out themselves, they've gone to find the evidence, and they've come, and then you go through their evidence that they're coming back with, well, this is why this is how it was measured. One deck. This Greek guy, elevation angles to the sun. So then we go through. We can bring up elevation angles there. What's elevation? What we're using, the surface of Earth, and then you can point out the presuppositions that's in there slowly. And that's like somebody who's coming in new as a genuine person.
Right.
That's
if I can just get in there now quickly. Right.
Yeah, go.
And it's this. That's exactly what happens on the 24/7 at the English hub in particular. Also on the politics, but more so on the English hub. You get a lot of newbies coming in, and they're coming in from the Asian countries of late. That would be India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, China, mainly. Okay. And we put it to them like that. Go away and come back with how Earth was measured, how the curvature of the Earth was measured. And you know what? The two that common ones that come up are ships over the horizon and the Aristophanes. And we go through them step by step to show them why they're not correct. And and it's worked because they've changed their position because of that, because of the explanation, you see. Right. But that's what we do on the 24/7.
But we're correct. The ship's disappearing is not a measurement.
No, it's not.
It's an observation. So they didn't bring the measurement back. Eratosthenes, Eratosthenes is a measurement. He did measure something. He measured an elevation angle measurement using the surface of Earth and sticks and shadows.
Yeah, but there was a lot of assumptions made in that.
But the ships go a distance, don't they?
Correct. And time. So distance over time is what we tell them. And what we say to them is this, because I always get them to answer this question with a yes or, in that, or a no, whichever way it goes. I say to them, right, if something has gone over a horizon, which you're saying is physical, now if I don't change my position, will I ever see that ship again? And they say no. Okay, good. So you're saying to me that if I stay where I'm standing and I do not move, okay, and I keep on looking, and the ship's gone over the horizon now, I'll never see it again. Is that right? Okay. Then I pick up a pair of binoculars and I see the ship. Oh dear, what happened? And if I keep looking through the binoculars now, and then the ship disappears from the binoculars because the binoculars' focal power now has been exceeded. I pick up the telescope now, okay? Oh, I still do see the ship. Now I've been observing the ship for like an hour and a half. Now, obviously, time over distance here, there should be, you see, and we break it down like that for them to show that if I'm still seeing the ship and I haven't moved my location, time has elapsed. The ship per hour, okay? Where's the curvature in all that time?
Yeah, but no. Where he's been traveling on a flat linear surface the whole time.
Well, of course, he's been traveling on a flat Earth. Of course. But
why don't we just say that?
I like to whip their ass with, where's your curvature at this point?
Yeah, Jin.
Because it hasn't gone over, has it?
Hold on. Refracted's trying to get in.
Yeah, go ahead, Refracted.
I'm sorry, I just got back. I had to step away for a meeting. If you're talking about a subject, though, what good does it to talk about, like, red herrings or fallacious logic? Does it help them in any way?
Sometimes you have to distinguish.
No, that's why I said fallacies. Why would I go into a fallacy?
Well, sometimes it's good to explain that it is a fallacy and why it is a fallacy. You explain that, especially to the newbies. You're talking about. I'm not talking about the seasoned. You see, I'm trying to speak. I'm trying to speak here.
Wait, but you jumped in on me.
I'm trying to respond, Neil. I'm in the middle of responding.
Yeah, but I'm not finished.
Responding, Neil.
I'm not finished.
You're cutting me off, Neil. I'm trying to respond, Neil, and you're cutting me. Don't cut me.
Yeah, but I was in the middle of something.
No, you wasn't. You didn't speak. I didn't hear you at all. I didn't hear you at all, mate.
You didn't hear me. I wasn't speaking. Okay.
No, I didn't hear you at all. I didn't hear you at all speaking.
I will yield the floor to you.
So sometimes you've got to go through the explanation of a fallacy because it makes sense to break it down for them so they understand why it is a fallacy. That's with the newbies coming in, not with the seasoned Globers. I'm not going to address their fucking
so let me just go over this.
Fallacies.
Neil, I didn't hear you either. Sorry, mate. I didn't. I'll be honest with you. It might have been a problem, I think.
What I was saying was I'm not
No, but
going to bring it up. But if they're going to bring it up, it's a different story. But I'm not going to bring up a fallacy of being on a ball.
Well, of course not.
No, but
I
we
don't
wasn't.
bring it up.
We just changed the conversation a little bit because, and then John's come back in. What we were saying is, with the newbies who are generally interested, what we've said, John, was like, you know, we'd ask them if they would, we'd send them away and say, go and have a little bit of research and on how the Earth curve was measured and who measured it and what method was used, and come back to me in 24 hours. This is a newbie, not an anti-flat earther. And if they come back with a boat's disappearing, then we'll point out that that's not a measurement, it's an observation, and they've not completed the homework correctly. They need to now go away and come back with some measurements. And when they come back with Eratosthenes, we'll sit down over a cup of coffee for an hour or two, and we'll go through that measurement, of the elevation angle, and point out where it's nothing to do with a Earth curve measurement whatsoever. The Earth curve was the calculation after the flat Earth elevation angle measurement, and just see if they can understand that this is us talking about a genuine person. So, because I think we're getting our wires crossed a little bit. Sometimes we're talking about we're saying I would respond to an anti-flat earther, and we need to distinguish what sort of person we're dealing with.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that one, Deck. I'm glad you said that, because I'm always talking about fresh people, not the Globers that I meet that I've met for 10 years on these circuits that I'm on. I'm talking about the people who come from the street and come into the server, those fresh ones. You've got to take your time with them, because they don't, saying it's measured flat will make sense by the words we use, but to them, they don't know how it's measured flat.
Okay,
this is when you're going to have to start demonstrating these people on their jobs and that.
Okay,
actually working.
So when you've got an example of boats going over the horizon, and as Wandex pointed out, that's not a measurement. You have to ask them, what's the measurement involved? Well, the only measurement in that assertion is the distance to the object. The distance to the object is a flat Earth prerequisite horizontal linear mile measurement. You're going to find out how far away the boat is to assert that it's gone over a geometric physical sphere edge for a horizon, as you're suggesting this newbie would. Well, boats disappear bottom first. Okay, and what measurements have you got to make that assertion? The only measurements that are going to be utilised are distance. Now, you said distance over time. No, just the distance is a flat Earth measurement. So when somebody says boats go over the horizon, all right, at what distance? Oh, well, at 13 miles. Earth's been measured flat then? What do you mean Earth's measured flat? For your distance in miles, to assert that it's gone over a geometric horizon and disappeared hull first. But your distance ascribed to that claim is a flat Earth measurement. The mile distance is flat.
That's correct. That's what I said, distance.
Yeah, I said already, but the time factor means that over a given speed and time that the ship is going to carry, going to travel a certain distance. So I always said the distance is important, of course, and that's reliant on how much time was spent traveling away from me as I'm looking at the ship. So anyway, that's going to be enough for me now. I'm going to make a move because I don't want to get embroiled. Just fed up with it, really. We're saying something and you're bringing in something else, implying this, implying that. I'll take a break. Be back tomorrow, hopefully on time.
See you later, Jim. See you later, pal.
Holy shoot!
I know, but listen, I don't know. I don't know if it's just me and Matt. The way I know what we're all. I could hear Nathan's frustration today when Jin said that on that video, because I was like, "Oh, don't bring that up." But I can also understand how Jin's in his way of doing what he does, and that's why I was just trying to get it a little bit calmed down there. But I don't know if I did feel sorry for him. I feel like we hounded him a little bit, to be honest with you.
Nah, he took it a little personal today. I'll talk to him later. He knows what his role is. This is his role. Can't handle it, then, just join the party. But that's his role in this arena right now. He's arguing the old school way, but we're going the front foot forward new school way. I'm not going back on the ball for nobody. And I'm sorry, the black swan is old and busted. It served its purpose.
I'm just saying, I don't know. I just feel like he's getting a little bit hounded. I understand why, because, I don't sort of go down that route anymore, really. So, but like I say, I think Nathan was happy to have him on the show the other week. So maybe when he does it, we should be more. Well, listen. Well, this is points out. This is how we used to deal with it, but by doing it this way, yes, it might be pointing out something about a distance. I don't know.
Yeah, but you got to admit that was bad timing. Saying while all the time they're thinking they're on the globe.
Yeah, but you can tell Jin's getting upset. Yeah, you wanted him on the panel. He's come on the panel, and now he's like, you can tell he's getting frustrated. We don't really want that.
I'll be all right. I'll talk to you.
It's going to upset people because what I'm essentially doing is undermining 10 years of flat earth isms, flat earth type arguments that people have learned how to overcome in their mind a globe argument. Well, if I bring out my binoculars, the boat comes back. If I bring out my telescope, the boat comes back. Yeah. But the measurements are flat. To assert that it's going over a geometric horizon, you've got to punch those values into an Earth curve calculator to make that assertion. The thing that's making the assertion relies on flat Earth measurements of distance. Well, if you've got flat Earth measurement distance, then you've got a flat Earth. So why bother arguing about whether or not you can bring a boat back with binoculars and a telescope if you're going to measure the distance to the horizon flat and linear with miles? You've measured Earth flat before you've done anything.
That's where I was frustrated because I tried to calm things down a bit there and give the example of somebody coming in, and I pointed out they might come back to you with boats disappearing over the horizon. That's what I said. And the first thing I said was, you can send the student back and tell him that is not a measurement, it's an observation. So everyone agreed with that, including Jin. Then 3 minutes later, Jin's explaining about the binoculars situation.
I get it. I do get it. But the thing is, right, you spent 10 years in fallacy. And a lot of people, they worked hard and they paid attention. They've invested a lot of time in understanding how to overcome those fallacies. It wasn't necessary, though.
Yep. Right.
And that is, it almost feels like you wasted your time over those 10 years,
Yeah, and I feel that frustration aimed at me when I'm essentially saying you're overcoming a red herring that you didn't need to overcome because the red herring relies on flat Earth measurements of distance. So just go to the distance measurements. Don't overcome the red herring. Don't talk about how the boat can be brought back with a pair of binoculars. But if you've trained for 10 years on doing that, you're going to feel a little bit put out by me saying that. Like, oh, well, you're trying to take my old tool away from me just because you've got a new tool, in analogy. Well, yeah, I am. That's correct. Because your old tool dealt with an issue that didn't need dealing with. You were responding to a red herring fallacy, as John's correctly identified. That's going to get people's heckles up. It's just the way it is. Tough luck.
I mean, I've noticed a difference with Jin, though, yeah. I think he is. I mean, like I said, we're not trying to force him and make him be somebody else, but we're just pointing out these facts. And I think he's absorbing it, really. Because I've noticed in some of his, when he's, some things he's saying now, he's specifically saying off the front foot, Earth is measured flat. But he's still sort of reverting back to, the horizon and the boats disappearing and the black swan and stuff like that. So I think he's getting there, but I'm just saying, I like Jin, and I don't. Yeah, it's not. He's going to take it on board, I think, but he might just be feeling a bit more pressure than he needs to. I don't know.
Jin represents that aspect of flat earthing, and I am grateful for him being here. It would be forgotten about. There's often times in the show where we deal with certain issues And because there's nobody like Jin around to remind us that everyone else around us is still sticking with the old red herring chasing, we don't address it. So we just assume everyone around has caught up with what we're doing, when they haven't. They're still using these old arguments. So as much as I don't want to piss Jin off, he literally represents the majority of flat earthers in terms of how they argue. As you watch Jin transition from Earth's not a ball, there is no Earth curve, to Earth is measured flat, will be a metaphorical egg timer in terms of watching the sand slip through it as people start to slowly appreciate that red herring that they've been fighting against. Now, we've been trained to fight against that red herring. It's absolutely intentional. But as I say, it's going to piss people off when I go, you don't need to do any of that. I'm like, well, that's a tool that I've used to convert people to flat earth for a 10-year period. How dare you tell me my tool's no good? And then I turn around and go, your tool's no good. You're fighting a red herring. It's stupid. You don't need to do that. I'm just going to reiterate my point, much to people like Jin's frustration. Now, the pushback initially was because people just went, it can't possibly be that simple. How can it be the case that it's just measured flat? That's too easy. Yeah, it is, isn't it? Like all things good in life. No, that's not true. Not all things come to those who don't wait. But you know what I mean? Not all things in life are complicated. Yeah? Often, the most simplest explanation is the truest explanation. And in this case, given that both sides measure Earth flat, that is the truest explanation. To assert that there's no Earth curve requires that you first measure Earth flat, then create a ball, then believe in the ball, then have someone else come along to say it's not a ball. That's a bloody long road to running around when you can just say we're both measuring Earth flat. Don't need any of the ancillary nonsense about believing in a ball created with the flat Earth measurements that you're both using. Just point out that you're both using flat Earth measurements and be done with it.
I think what I was saying, like with a newbie, I think I'd be a bit more delicate with a newbie rather than an anti-flat earther. I'd just be cutting them off and say you can't use horizontal.
See, that I think that's how anti-flat earthers were created. Was the Band-Aid was not ripped off, and it allowed them to go down this red herring and keep begging the question, to keep using fallacious logic instead of facing the measurements.
Yeah, but what I was trying to say was with a newbie who's genuinely coming into the arena, we'll call it, and I would try and get them thinking. If they're genuinely interested and if something's crossed their mind that I don't actually think I live on a globe, but I mean, how do I, and then I'd send them away and say, well, just go and do some research. Who measured it? They'll come back with Eratosthenes and we'll talk our way through that, or Al-Biruni.
Yeah, I was just saying, he was taking personal. All I'm just saying is me, personally. I'm not going to start off with old arguments. I mean, that's just what they were, arguments. When we come to the understanding that it's designed that way, and it's not an argument.
Yeah, but
what we're
Neil,
talking about is geometry. It's the nature of our reality.
But Neil, now you're talking about a anti-flat earther. That's how you deal with them that way.
No, I'm talking about anybody that calls in. I'm not going to go on a ball. If they bring it up about curvature, then it's a different story. But I'm still going to explain how it's measured. That takes away any curvature. Hello? Measurements take away any curvature.
But if you ask them to go and do some research and they come back with their so-called Earth curve measurements, I know for a fact it won't be a curvature measurement. And then I can sit down over a cup of coffee for 2 hours and explain how it's not a curve measurement. This is for a genuine person.
Oh, hours. Hours. Yeah, I might as well use that old carpet knife.
Yeah, but listen, I said it before about John refracted. When refracted started coming out with the Earth curve calculator, I remember listening back then and thinking, I couldn't get it. I mean, I'd overcome Eratosthenes and all that, but John was going on about this Earth curve calculator and the surface level and the horizon below surface level and different levels of horizontal being the curve. And I'm thinking, what the bloody hell is he talking about? Sometimes it just takes you a while to get it.
Right, that's an example of someone trying to give you measurements of curvature, right? They're saying, oh, look, here's these measurements. Look at this calculator. We've taken these measurements. There's your curvature you're asking for. That's in a way, asking them for the measurements of Earth is kind of right up their alley where they want to go, but that's where we're the strongest. And that's why I don't get the pushback. Like, why don't we want to stick to measurement? What's going on?
Who knows?
It's not as sexy as saying, "Hey, look, the moon is geographically over Australia," in this go fast rocket footage. The thing is, you talk about the go fast rocket footage, you show the moon to the Glober, and then you're gonna end when the video's done. You're gonna either be left with a statement or a question. The statement is, "This is impossible on a globe," or the question is, "How does this work on a globe?" And then, depending on which one you choose, they're going to be able to rebut whichever one you presented them with.
Hold on a second. In 2026, why is the GoPro rocket even being mentioned? Are you joking me?
I don't know. All I know is I said I wasn't a fan of it.
The rocket had a vector. The rocket has a vector. The moon has a GP. All of these things are planar measurements. Why do you bring in the globe into that question? Why are you asking a question about a globe?
Now, see, that's how it should have been dealt with.
What they're doing is they're saying, "Hey, look, we can see the moon, but we know the time and day of the video. The moon's geographical position's over Australia. How does that work on a globe?" Well, let me explain how that works on a globe. That's what they're opening the door to, but they don't seem to understand that.
Yes, exactly. Asking how something that's measured flat works on a globe invites your opponent to discuss how a flat Earth measurement that's already proved Earth's flat can work in contradiction to the measurement itself. Ludicrous.
That's what I was telling Jim. You're just opening them up to an argument when the argument is not an argument, it's a measurement.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I still felt a bit sorry for him, though. I mean, that's just might be me. I don't know. I like Jin.
Yeah.
He's all right.
That's fine for him. He freaking takes on everybody. I don't care. He went after freaking fisherman in a box. Now he's going after me. He went after Vaxi because he wants to be old school. Come on.
All of them suck. Honestly, I don't have an issue with Jen either. But when I mentioned how I didn't like the video and they start screaming, I have to be careful of what I say, otherwise people might think I'm a Glober. That kind of irritated me because I'm like, well, you're taking something. Because you asked me, like, what's your opinion on this video? We all think it's great. And I said, I think it's mediocre. I don't like it. I'm not going to use it. And they all flipped their wigs. Well, what do you mean? How you don't like the video? But no, because you're either asking them how this works on a globe or you're telling them that it's impossible on a globe. And that's going to give them opportunity to just go on YouTube and type in "Go Fast Rocket," find the McToon video, and he'll give you the answer that he came up with, and then you won't be able to argue with them anymore about it. Because in their mind, they just won. I don't know. I probably didn't word that very well, but
I think
you're just opening
I understand what you're
doors for
saying.
them to
In
talk
the
about
Bible,
Paul.
it says it pretty well. Oh, sorry.
Go on, John.
You can go on.
In the Bible, it says pretty well. It says, "Do not answer a fool according to his folly, lest he be found wise in his own eyes." That's kind of how we've been dealing with them.
So, go on, John.
Yeah, then it also says, answer a fool according to his folly.
Right. You want to address their folly. You don't want to skip past it and pretend as if their folly is true and rationalize it. That's what the Bible's trying to say. There.
Right. Or to put it another way, by saying, if Earth is a ball, blah, 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 you're answering them according to their folly. Whereas if you're talking about the Go Fast rocket, well, the measurements of the trajectory are all flat. The height, the elevation is all measured flat. So what are we talking about again? Notice how I didn't mention a ball at all, because there wasn't a need to.
And you answered him according to his folly there.
Yeah, see, that's how I
Like with
would use
kids,
the
isn't
go
it?
fast rocket. Talk about the elevation. But when you point out the moon, be like, hey, the moon's over Australia according to time and date. Answer that for me, Globey. Like that's where the issue starts.
Right, but the over Australia requires a plane of reference in order to describe it being over it.
That's a problem. That's a major problem.
No, I got it. But they're not coming from it from that angle. They're coming from how does the moon being visible work on a globe? That's what they're thinking is the good proof.
Oh, well, that's a bit sad, isn't it? So, but what's the moon got to do with the shape of Earth? We've been saying that for years. You know what I mean? That's pathetic.
Unless you're going to use it for maybe celestial navigation. Well, I don't know.
I will tell you this, to describe the phases of the moon, you require a flat plane to do it from, as they utilize within all of their descriptions.
Go on then. Just for everybody, John. How did he do it?
Well,
yeah, explain.
The shadow on the moon thing, right? They take an angle to the sun and calculate an angle to the moon, or vice versa, depending upon whether it's night or day. They take that elevation angle measurement and calculate an angle below the horizontal plane of reference to put the Earth between those 2 points. But what did I do first?
Measure an elevation
angle. Party's over there, isn't it, really?
Over.
That's it. That's
and
all.
done with.
The party's over.
As long as he keeps hanging around us, he'll get the gist. He'll know. You can't help but it if you're in this arena. If you're on this channel, you're gonna get it. There were other people that used to fight against it too, if you remember. Brian fought against it all the time. Adam didn't like just saying miles.
Don't forget, though, it wasn't so long ago we and Nathan was using on the housekeeping questions the example of the black swan. I mean, how long ago was it? I mean, I've not heard Nathan say it for a while.
No, I said for its time, but now it was useful for its time. Everything has a time limit. There's an expiration date. Now, celestial navigation and measurements, I'm sorry, expired the black swan as far as using it for, I mean, if you want to just go debunk the globe, yeah, sure. Well, if you're going to use it like we use it for distance,
I mean,
measurements, yeah.
I mean, I've been saying it for a while. I mean, I've said it for a while. I know I have. I'm not even going to be talking about the horizon as a physical location because it's never been defined as that. I've been saying that for ages. Why would I get into an argument about somebody about how far the horizon is when the horizon's never been defined as a physical location? You're straight away going into something that's you're just going into cuckoo. You're going to Narnia, basically. You're talking about something that's not physical, and you're arguing the point of its physicality. Stupid. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. It's a time and a place for everything, my friend. And a lot of things have been expired. Just sorry, just that's the way it is.
Well, real quick though, how do you define physical when you use that term?
Yeah, we looked that up, John. Me and you went over that. But if you look it up again, we can't describe the horizon as physical.
It would have been tangible.
Even though we see it. Because when I looked it up deep, it means physical means something that you can see
you can touch.
And also something that you can handle, yes. So that takes away the physicality of the stars, a rainbow.
But
and things
tangible
like
then.
that.
Tangible. If there's an edge to something, you'd be able to go and touch it, wouldn't you? If you measure into a rock over there, you go and touch that rock and measure it. So maybe not physically, it's not tangible. The horizon's not tangible, just like a tangent line's not tangible. Mathematical. We live in a mathematical world, by the sounds of it.
Mathemagical.
Mathemagical, yeah. Mathemagical wizardry. We do know, don't we? It's all mathematical.
Let me give you the definition of physical. Relating to things perceived through the senses as opposed to the mind. Tangible or concrete.
Tangible, told you.
So for it to be physical, it's got to be tangible. It's got to be something concrete. So what do we define? Something we see with our senses. One of our senses is our sight, right? We see the horizon, right? We see the stars, the sun, the moon. We see a rainbow, right? How do we define that as? Now physical then, right?
But do you see a photon? And is a photon therefore not physical?
Okay, here's the one I was looking for. Physical. Having a material existence, perceptible especially through the senses and subject to the laws of nature. It has to be subject to the laws of nature.
Laws of nature. That sounds the laws of nature.
Yeah, that's what it says. It says, I'll read it again. Natural science. Okay, physical. Having material existence, perceptible, especially to the senses, and subject to the laws of nature. Wait a second. What is this?
The AI.
No. I'm just looking it up I'm just looking it up.
You love AI, you don't, Emil?
I never mess with AI. I just look it up. Like, if this is AI, I don't know. I look it up in Google. At Google. Wiki. The Caltech. Having material existence perceptible, especially to the senses and subject to the laws of nature.
Something apparent isn't physical, is it?
Negative.
If something's it's apparent, appears to. So if something appears to be doing something, doesn't mean it is doing it. It just appears that way. It's the way you're viewing it.
Oh, me alma mater wiki. I lost my wife in a supermarket. Where the frick did she go?
Just leave her in there, mate.
You're going to be lost for hours, Neil.
It's like, it's got to be an Italian thing because I've been watching this stand-up, the latest from Sebastian Maniscalco, and he's got a sketch where he says, my wife has a problem with my tone. I hear that all the time. It's like, how do you want me to talk to you? Excuse me, dear. Can I please ask you a question?
Hang on a minute. You don't talk to her like you talk to Jin, do you?
What do you mean? What about Jin talk to me? No, but if she's across the parking lot, I got to get her attention. I can't whisper. I'm like, we'll be eating out at dinner, and you don't hear anything because people in every table are conversing. And she's shushing us all. I'm like, why the fuck are you shushing me? We're not in the library. We're eating. People can't hear me. And I got to point out, I got to see, look at that table right there. Their lips are moving. I don't know what they're saying. She's like, well, they know what you're saying now. Yeah, because she got me uptight.
This is all stemmed from you becoming a flat earther, mate, getting vocal. And your conspiracy theories. I was listening to, there was some fucking program last week. It was like flat earthers. People only become flat earthers because they've been through some trauma in their life. Like, they're traumatized. So it's just an easier thing to believe when you're in trauma because you can't grasp the concept of the Earth actually being spherical and water clinging to a ball. Then I think the terminology used with them scientific, the scientific evidence for all that is too much to handle for an emotionally unstable person who's been traumatized. And these people are generally become, because it's a much easier thing to, this is what made me laugh, it's much easier to just see the world as it is, flat and horizontal. But we're traumatized, by the way.
It makes you feel special, right? Because you don't have anything else to feel special about. That's why you want yourself to be different from others. And flat Earth is the best way to prove it to the rest of the world that you are not like others. You are special.
Yes, I'm glad you said that, because that's another reason that people get irritated with me currently. So I'm saying, no, we're just the same as all the normies. The normies all measure Earth flat too. That really annoys anti-globers, aka flat earthers, because they feel special. Oh, we know something special. We're out of the ordinary. We're above the norm. I'm like, no, you're not. The normies measure Earth flat. We measure Earth flat. We've got more in common with normies than this stupid segregated group that you find yourself in. They don't like that. They want to be separate from the rest of normie society, and I'm trying to link us back to it.
Yeah, that was good how you brought that up yesterday with Elder Bear. You brought the trigonometry guy up, and the normie measured it. Nothing to do with groups, nothing to do with me, nothing to do with us. The normie did it. He's measuring Earth flat, nothing to do with me. Yeah, good one. Yeah, continue. Yeah, it's a good video. Now we've done a few of them videos. They are sort of staying in your mind a little bit more, aren't they? The trig guy, but the surveying guy. Who else have we had? Flat left, straight and level flight, rise over run. Keep putting him in. Everybody should be looking for him and throwing him in. Not us. We're not saying anything. We're just listening to these professionals who are measuring Earth flat.
Yes.
Maybe go over that. I think I had a Zenith one there tomorrow, Nathan, if you fancy that one.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just going to step away for a sec. Don't fight with each other.
Maybe Jen is mad. He hasn't answered me yet. I sent him a message, but maybe he's a little upset. Oh, well.
Oh, he was upset, mate. He was upset.
Well, people don't like being told when they're wrong.
That's exactly the point. And when Fishman in the box tried, he flew down. You don't know me, Bubba. I understand.
But
We all got it.
Jin himself, he said himself, if he wants to do it that way, if it takes him as long as it takes him, and he has to go around the houses and go into the, the globe paradigm, he's prepared to do that.
That's fine as long as he knows he's prolonging the procedure. As long as he knows that, and he realizes that he's keeping a debate alive, then fine. If that's the position you want to play, but you're going to be, we're going to make you recognize that.
It's
you
like
could
your
fight
children.
and twist and kick. Listen, you could fight, twist, kick all you want. The fact of the matter is the fact of the matter. You know damn well what's happening. Keeping an argument alive, and it's not an argument.
Like with your kids, I don't know. I'm just making something about my head, but like if you've got a child at a young age and there's an issue or a problem or they're doing something incorrectly, you need to tell them straight away, don't you? That that's not right. You know what I mean? This isn't the right thing to do. It's incorrect. It's not correct. You stop that right now. So you, rather than say, well, I'm going to let my child do this for a little bit longer, and just gradually tell them it's wrong. You know, knowing that something dangerous might happen, or they might have an accident or harm themselves, and then you've not told them soon enough about this situation. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
They don't know any better. They think that they're right. I mean, you got to explain it to them. This is what's happening when you go about it this way. Don't tell me. Okay, I won't tell you.
I think what it is with Jin, he's probably like, I think he feels a bit hounded, so he's digging his heels in a bit and thinking, well, no, you're not telling me what to do. I'm going to stay with what I'm doing. Not instead, because he feels he's being told what to do. So,
well, listen, hold on. When somebody comes, okay, I have to take a position when somebody comes because they're confused. They don't know if the pitch date is correct or not, and they come to check. It tells me where you're at. It's not an insult. It's admitting that this is where you're at in this topic. So, are you finished? No, I gotta get thinking on here. Oh, well, I actually know. You're gonna. Sorry.
I think Neil found his wife.
He's no longer wandering around the deli lost.
I don't know.
Yeah. Sorry, I got in the middle of something. Yeah, once that tells me where you're at. Because there is nobody, and I'm reminded of because yesterday's show that Nathan Ray up, was freaking Brian coming in and saying, Neil, can you tell me about the pitch data argument? When really he was pissed off that I went on 24/7 and exposed Huey and Adam, but that's besides the point. But I said at that time, no, because it's not an argument. It's just a measurement. Now, if you want to go into deep mathematics of it and waste time, that's fine. But if I just demonstrate that everything's coming from a flat plane of reference, what else do I need to know?
Yeah, you never mention curvature, do you? When we're describing all these measurements of Earth and surveyors, there's no curvature ever mentioned. I think sometimes they do say they have to they account for it mathematically in the model, the WGS 84 model, which everyone's agreed to use. So that's what they do. It's just an accepted thing that happens, and that's not something that's been withheld from anybody's information. WGS 84, it's the World Geoid, whatever, from 1984, and that's the measurements of the what they're saying we live on. So when you go out and survey and measure flat, they'll then say, well, from that distance to that distance or whatever, we're going to just calculate that now is as if it was, we've just measured it over this geoid surface. And that's everyone's agreed on that. But that's the mathematical. It's always mathematical, isn't it? The globe situation is always mathematical. Never the measurement.
I wouldn't say it's mathematical. I'd say it's a misinterpretation of mathematics. But I wouldn't say it's mathematical.
Yeah. It's not. It wasn't the actual measurement, was it? A bit like your kitchen. Should go over that video again. You still got it? I'll do it again.
Yeah, if you look in the comments, nobody's arguing with the mathematics I use. When they attack me, it's because they say I'm faking being a flat earther. Yeah, that's kid you not. And the interesting thing about that is coming to this understanding of how Earth is measured, and that everything else is kind of like background noise. The people in my life have taken it on board that I'm just joking about the flat Earth thing because I'm just using measurements now, and I'm like, no, I'm still a flat earther. It's just how Earth's measured. And they think I'm messing with them.
Well, they'll never come to you with any curvature measurements, will they?
No, they can't. You don't measure that. You know what I mean?
So they're saying they're a glober with no globe evidence, globe believer with no globe measurements. That's worse than anything.
Well, right, because the measurements were misinterpreted to create the globe. They took the measurements, they put them in what would you call it? It's not a model, it's just like a diagram. They put it in a diagram, they looked at the diagram, and then started using fallacious logic in order to interpret what they wanted that diagram to mean. Like, that's such a waste of time to even go down that road of crazy. Like, why would you even start?
If anybody asks me why I'm a flat earther, from now on, I'm just going to say, well, I've never been presented with any Earth curve measurements, which I've not.
Well, if they ask you why you're a flat earther, well, you're a flat earther because we measure Earth flat. Everyone does.
It's measured flat, yeah.
They do it too. There's nothing wrong with it. Everybody does it, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, the guy on today was measuring it flat. The trig guy was measuring it flat. The surveyors do it flat. Straight and level flight pilots do that. Can't get away from it, can you?
No, it is like it's the beginning and end. The only conclusion you can come to, and the only reason that you can come up with, it's just flat.
But like I said, you're dealing with Matt Toons and Neil, and I said before that their evidence now is like Matt Toon. I don't know, 6 months ago, he was on there. Somebody said he was explaining. Well, they asked for. They wanted to see the Earth. Show me some flat Earth. I said, well, show me the curvature of Earth. So he's showing them the blue marble. There you go. There's the curvature of the Earth.
That's image. They're bringing up an image. Right?
Oh yeah. Well, you asked to see it. You've seen it. That's where they are. You've asked to see it. There's our proof. That's the blue marble, and that's the picture of curvature.
And that was measured from what distance?
Probably surface level and eye level.
Well, I mean, they got a certain distance when they take a picture of the blue marble, don't they? Like, oh, this is taken from 1,000,000 miles away, right?
Yeah, but that's in space, mate. That's nothing to do with Earth measurements. That's space measurements.
Yeah, well, space is still planar. You know, you have length, width, depth, altitude, you know. All those things are planar. You can't describe space with curvature. It's dumb.
Crazy, innit, mate? Absolute craziness.
Well, use that elevation angles or measurements of the air. And it just sounds so ridiculous. Not its own position. What the hell is navigating?
No, it was
like the way
what's
Jedi
he called?
explained it. Oh, sorry.
Not Jedi. It was what's he called? The guy QE. What's he called?
Delta Bear.
Indian?
No.
Oh, Shiva?
No, on politics. The
Indio.
Yeah.
Indio.
Indio stated that the longitude and latitude coordinate system is a sky measurement, not a Earth measurement.
Correct. And then I was saying on
Exactly. I'm going to tell you what was said the other day.
When
I was talking to
elevation
Jeff
angle
last weekend,
measurement, the elevation angle measurement utilizes the surface level as a plane to establish an angle to a celestial object. How is that not part of your measurement if you're using it?
Well, it's on a list, John. It's on a list now, so you can't. If it's on the list, mate, there's, it's been looked at and it's gone on the list. It's not a good argument to represent how Earth's measured horizontally played out.
Well, I find it hard to believe that Jedi. Max, what did Jedi say? He said he agreed to this?
Yeah, he reiterated it. I can't remember if it was Friday night or Saturday night. It was just this past weekend. He goes, when you take an angle measurement and you establish that you're on the equator, you're not on the equator, you're under the equator. The equator is the sky. But no, the equator is the surface of land you're on where you can no longer see. Once Polaris no longer becomes visible, or it's just like being cut in half by the horizon if you're on the water, that's how you know you're on the equator. And he's saying you're not on it, you're under it. Just like if you were to go to the North Pole, to the GP of Polaris, you're not at the North Pole, you're under the North Pole.
So your GP isn't your ground position then?
Oh, they most certainly said that too. They said if you were on a location in a star, Arcturus or Betelgeuse, whichever star you choose, is 90 degrees directly over your head, that does not mean you're at the GP of the star. I got them all trimmed out, but I mean, what can you like at that point? You just got to kind of you got to laugh at them a little bit. I mean, what they're making stuff up for no, like, I don't understand why they're even doing that.
Well, it's because they're globe deniers. They're not flat earthers.
Oh, that's a pretty heavy indictment, John.
Say that. Give us a J on that, John.
They're globe deniers. They're not flat earthers.
That's why
They're
they
in a
say
server
things
called
like that.
24/7 Flat Earth.
What was that?
But they reside in a server called 24/7 Flat Earth.
Yeah.
So it should be called 24/7 Globe Denier. I got you.
Yeah. And it all circles back to that video of the Go Fast rocket in the moon. You're not proving the Earth is flat, you're denying the globe. And Jim didn't like that.
24/7 dealing with Glovers is probably pretty exhausting, to be fair.
I had to deal with one
Wasn't there a
on
whole
Friday
movement?
before, because I originally wasn't even
Hold on.
talking to AI or GI or anything. I was just talking to one Glober, and we were talking about elevation angle measurements to Polaris. And he stops and he goes, "Whoa, whoa, whoa! Time out. What's Polaris?" I said, "The pole star." He goes, "I don't understand, but what is it?" I'm like, "What is the North Star?" And he goes, "No, I understand what the North Star is, but I don't understand what Polaris is." And I was taking it from a position like he wants me to like describe, like if you were to get a really big ladder, go up and start touching Polaris, what it would feel like. I'm like, "Is that what you mean? Like, what's it made out of?" And he's like, "No, what is it?" I'm like, "What is the North Star?" And he kept saying, "I know what the North," and then I realized he didn't know the North Star was called Polaris. And that turned into a whole thing. So they're dealing with people that don't even know the bare minimum.
Well, what is he looking for? The definition of it?
No, he just literally didn't know that the North Star is called Polaris. The star is
No
called
way.
the star's name is Polaris. The North Star is its title. He was not aware that there was a star named Polaris at all.
Oh,
He wasn't aware there was a star named Polaris, and he's trying to get into a discussion about flat Earth.
Right.
That's maybe we are entertaining the wrong class of people. You know what I mean?
But I mean, once I realized what he was saying, I'm like, oh, so I had to like put on some oven mitts and boxing gloves and then wrap my hands in a bubble wrap like for him. Like I had to be super, because if you don't know that the North Star is Polaris, then you're not going to comprehend like what an elevation angle is. Well, no, that's not true. He could be good at geometry and just not know anything about the stars. I didn't think it was that big of a deal.
actually, I think they're in a roundabout way trying to mock you. They say, I can't believe that they don't know what that is.
No, this
Listen,
was
an
just a random
elevation angle,
Glover in the chat that I was talking
an
to.
elevation angle above sea level has got nothing to do with the surface of Earth. Let me just get it straight.
No, none. Yeah,
I
if I was
guess
to go
so.
outside and measure Polaris at 32 degrees, that's my sky measurement. It doesn't mean that the surface of ground that I'm on is on 32 degrees north latitude. Sure, okay. My eyes almost rolled out of my head.
So they're gonna start calling you that 32-degree guy, like they call one deck that elevation angle guy.
Oh, here's the elevation angle guy again. Always talking about elevation angles. Yeah.
Neil, are you the dome guy?
But see,
And I'll do what? Wait, what am I?
The dome guy?
No, he's the pick on gin guy.
Sorry, John. Go ahead.
He's upset gin today.
Yeah.
Oh, I was just trying to take that in about they're saying that to try to downplay what you're telling them. They're just saying you're the elevation angle guy.
Yeah.
Just
because that's all I was going up. Elevation angles, celestial navigation, the two GPs, the GP of the sun, the distance between the GP of the sun, the observer across sea level, elevation angle, elevation angle, elevation angle. Oh, it's the elevation angle guy again. Have you got nothing else to talk about?
Well, it is the most relevant subject to the topic because the elevation angle is what has been hijacked to create the belief in a globe.
That's correct.
Yeah, we need to talk about it, guys. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, just stop
the entire
talking about
sport
it, Will.
is
Just talking about it. It's
by the whole.
irrelevant.
Yeah, sorry.
But that's what we got last year or the year before. No, but listen, that's what we got last year before. And if they was all saying, that's all they talk about. Celestial navigation and elevation angles. That story's old now. Move on.
But what we do ends everything and brings everybody to an understanding of why they turned this into an argument. Right? It's enlightening where there is no argument. It's just damn measurement. So, I mean, I don't think it could be talked about enough unless you're trying to stop an argument. Then it's a problem.
Yeah.
Like what blows my mind is when they say that angle measurement's not a measurement. It's like, hello, it's an angle that's automatically a measurement in and of itself. It's an angle. 32 degrees is the measurement. The angle is 32 degrees. That's automatically a measurement.
Oh, there goes that 32 degrees guy.
Don't bring the elevation guy back in. God's sake.
Well, the whole thing was, like I said, okay, so if you measure Polaris at 32 degrees, you subtract 32 degrees from 90, times that by 60, that gives you your horizontal zenith distance to the GP. Well, you've never done that. It's impossible for you to determine that. I'm like, okay. What if X other stars at 32 degrees? The GP distance is still going to be the same. It doesn't matter if it's Jupiter or Arcturus or Betelgeuse or Alpha Centauri or whatever. Any star you pick, if it's 32 degrees, if it's 40 degrees, it doesn't matter. Whatever your angle measurement is, you subtract that angle measurement from 90, and that gives you the horizontal length of the angle, because you're making a right angle triangle. And a right angle triangle is nothing more than 90 degrees and two acute angles. You already know one acute angle is at 32 degrees. To figure out the other acute angle,
if you're measuring a triangle, mate, what's the height of the star?
That's what they went into.
Hold on before you do. When you get down to 20 degrees above the horizontal plane of reference, when you're measuring elevation angles, those things have to be distorted into a different angle in order for you to utilize them. So keep that in mind as well, because there's a little trick happening with that too. So it's only above a certain elevation that you can actually just utilize it as the horizontal distance.
Say that again, John. Sorry.
Oh.
Yeah, so it's horizontal distances anyway. I mean, the purpose of it is for navigation. In a way that we navigate, in a way that we travel, it's horizontal anyway. So if we utilizing north, south, east, and west, if we traveling with these terms, they still cannot escape the fact that we are traveling horizontally to begin with. So if we get in geographical positions with measurements that is in an angle within itself is still the angle in reference to the horizontal plane that you're traveling on, because that is where you're getting your ground positions from.
I also think they're under the misrepresentation that if you're using celestial nav, you're trying to figure out how to get somewhere, which is stupid. When you're using celestial nav, all you're trying to figure out is where you are currently, not like where to go, but where you are. That's all about finding your spot, not trying to get from point A to point B.
Yeah, but even when you're utilizing celestial navigation, if you're doing any surveying and you're looking for a geographical position, the ground position is not where you are. You are already where you are. The ground position is where you're going to.
Yeah, and that's the important part, the GP of the star, because they wanted to go off into tangency, which takes it into outer space. That's the important proof there.
Vaxi, I've got a question for you.
Well, hold on, before you do, Neil, how can you even get to tangency? It's,
Well, you can't. But that's a total contradiction to it. That's what I'm saying. That's why the ground position is important as ground position, your GP. because they can't get that with their tangency.
They can't even get an angle. You know, like
Yeah, that's true. They can't, you're right.
They invoke tangency because they know that they don't get an angle from a ball.
I'm going to say it again. I've said it once. I've said it twice. I've said it 3 times. A tangent line is a mathematical concept. You don't
I
carry
can't go grab a tangent line somewhere.
Yeah, no, you can't. You don't carry around one on a ship. You don't just bang it out your Glocks and think I'm not gonna use sea level today. I'm gonna bang my tangent line out, and that's what I'm gonna use. That doesn't happen. It's used in calculus and mathematics. You know, on the computer, it's a mathematical concept. It's not used. You can't use a tangent line.
Well, it's fine to use mathematical concepts. The problem comes is when they try to say it's tangent, because it's just level. It's surface level, eye level. That's all it is. It's just level. And they draw a curve underneath level and then say that, see, it's tangent to that curve. Like, where's the curve at? What are you talking about?
And the problem behind that is that they didn't prove the curve yet. So in order for them to say that the surface is actually curved and the tangent line is imaginary, they have to prove that the Earth have a radius value where that tangent will be the surface that's curving. They don't have any proof of that. The only thing that they're doing is measuring off of the tangent line, which is horizontal and straight.
But it's labeled level because it has to be, otherwise the mathematics falls apart. That horizontal is a level.
Why would you want to use a tangent line when you could use sea level?
They do use sea level, and they call that a tangent. I ain't kidding you.
So I guess Jen is mad because I just checked. He's over there at Jen's server. So I guess he is mad. Uh-oh.
Oh, he'll be kicking off with them, won't he? He'll be taking it out on them.
Well, I think they got upset because I called the Black Swan irrelevant. Because Jenner is a QE simp. And, you know, you can hear if you listen to the show yesterday, you got QE all over. The first few things the Jenner lady said was all QE's phrases. So I guess they're coming at it from that angle. And QE did go on there. I don't know what was said. Vax was there, but he left at that point. So, and Jin has been waiting to hear from QE, wanting to hear his side of the story. Like there are 2 sides. So I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Well, the Black Swan is relevant because it debunks the radius value. So it just takes away the radius value. And if you combine that with the measurements that we get and we actually use practically whenever we do anything with the Earth, as far as any type of surveying, including geodetic, and then you take away the radius value, that means that the globe do not have proof. They have actually a debunking. So, I mean, that's just basically debunking the radius value that they don't have. And it's demonstrating that your radius value is basically all just optics, and you're trying to basically hijack perspective. But still, even with the Black Swan, it still utilize sea level. So, and if all you see in the Black Swan pictures or any other picture that they want to bring up, and they measuring it horizontally, north, south, east, and west, left and right, and doing any measurements in kilometers or miles, those are all horizontal measurements, which is all flat. Now, they have to prove to you that there's a radius value there, a physical Earth curve that's somehow curving. But if we somehow disprove that by debunking it with the Black Swan, what is left? Well, the only thing that is left is the flat Earth measurements. So it definitely can be used and it's definitely relevant. It ain't had nothing to do with QE.
Well, see, there's the relevancy is to us, right? And our understanding. It was relevant as with the claim of the time. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't necessarily need it. But as far as this conversation has happened, it was extremely relevant for the time that it was introduced. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to take nothing away from it.
No, I mean, I wouldn't. Like I said, I wouldn't get into it now. I wouldn't. If someone's telling me, let's have a discussion about how far the horizon is. Well, as far as I'm concerned, the horizon's never been a tangible or physical location, whatever way you want to call it, to measure to. So I wouldn't even go into that argument. I'm going into Narnia.
Right, but I mean, how are you going to define horizon without sea level? That's half of it.
Yeah, it's referencing the surface of Earth. So the surface of Earth is involved with the horizon. Yeah.
It's not just the surface, a level, flat surface level. It has to be that. Yeah, sea level, because it's a horizontal line in your vision. It has to create the horizontal. Sea level must be part of it, or surface level. You could just say surface level, surface of the sea, surface of the land, whatever. If it's creating that horizontal in your vision, where the sky appears to meet that horizontal line, that's the horizon. So, you know, that's flat Earth all the way. There's no getting around it.
Yep. Yeah. So you go to the beach, you can just observe level. Sorry. Yeah, sea level. I mean, mean sea level. You can just observe it from the beach. How horizontal Earth is, and how level it is.
Well, now that's only a singular plane of reference. We have a multivariate planes of reference that we establish mean sea level with. So, therefore, curvature, is that what they said to you that one time?
I can't remember, mate. They've said that much. I don't know.
Like, there was a poem I thought you made about mean sea level, because it didn't just say sea level.
Oh yeah. Yeah, sorry, John. Yeah, I do the sea level. Sorry, I mean sea level, because someone was implying, because when I said sea level, they go, but no, it's not sea level. It's mean sea level. There's different levels to the level. Therefore, the level is curved. That's why it's called.
So when you mean, go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah, in that, and this was a friend of mine. You're not into this argument. I was just having a conversation with him and trying to just over a drink explain about sea level and elevation angles and just having a general chit chat. And in his mind, and he's an intelligent guy. Well, I don't know now, but yeah, it means sea level means that. When I said sea level, mean sea level. It's not actually level. It's mean sea level. There's different levels of the level, so therefore the level isn't level. It's curved.
So wait, when you say you mean sea level, you don't mean sea level. You mean sea level.
Yeah, I mean sea level.
Mean.
Right. So, and that is how the Earth curve mathematics functions. It uses a multivariate planes of reference depending upon your height, right, to curve the Earth. But keep the surface level as a horizontal plane the entire time. I mean, you have to be, but
just to clarify, an average height of something is one straight line in between two straight lines.
Oh my God! Yeah. Say that again.
The average height of something is one straight line in between two straight lines.
A bit like mean sea level.
Yeah, in a way, I guess it would be, because you need the plane of reference, and then the elevation plane of reference. But yeah, you need 2 planes of reference for that, and then that would be the height would be the line between those two. Yeah.
Yeah, perpendicular.
Oh dear, there's that word again.
The reason I say that is because I had this conversation with Glover years ago, and he said, well, mean sea level is an average. And I said, yeah, one straight line in between 2 straight lines then. And he didn't know what to say. Bless him.
Good answer.
Yeah, basically. Well, it's the source plane. Mean sea level is your source plane because it's made up of all the plane reference, all those measurements. They calculated from those planes the mean plane, and you just use it, instead of going through all, when you're talking about mapping or other things, you just use that as your plane of reference. I mean, I guess it could be complicated if you try to make it.
If you just use it for what it is, then it ain't complicated. If it just is what it is. It's mean sea level. An average of everything in mean sea level. Okay. Sea level. Mean sea level. That means everything that comes off of that, that's your reference plane. Okay? So whatever your measurements are, it's coming off of that. That's all it can do is come off of that. Unless you could show me another way of measuring something, another way of taking elevation profiles, how would you do that? Explain that to me.
Well, they've taken, I think where they're getting confused is they're taking the tides, right? And how the water comes in, and then you measure a sea level at that point, and then you measure the tides when they go out, and you measure the sea level at that point. And between them, you establish your mean sea level, which would be a source plane because it is made up of all of your other planes of reference, right?
But it's still a plane of reference.
Well, yeah, it has to be. I mean, that's what you're averaging together.
Yeah, that was a bit I was talking about on the show. I remember John going over this a while ago now, and I'm sat there thinking, what's he talking about? He's on about these different horizontal levels, and then I think he was talking about sea level. Sorry, I mean mean sea level at different levels, but it's all horizontal and plane anyway, at different mean sea levels or surface levels.
Yeah, we're in a crazy world, guys.
I mean, just to kind of break it down, like, why is they saying that? That is a bad argument. They got it on some type of list, and they saying that it's a bad argument. They have any explanation of why it's a bad argument?
I do. It's not an argument. I agree. It's not an argument. It's just a statement of fact. So
no, but I mean, yeah, but Neil, I know what you mean.
I just heard the question.
I know what it means.
Sorry, one deck. I just want to answer that question. So, just with an analogy we used previously, who was it that asked the question? Reg. Hey, Reg. If you imagine that you're in a scenario where, let's use a different one. Let's use F1 racing. You familiar with F1 racing? Yeah? Well, if you're familiar with F1 racing, normally somebody will introduce something that gives them a competitive edge. And what do you know? The FIA or whoever it is, that the governing body of the racing, I can't remember who they're called, will the following season say, oh, no, you're not allowed to use that. Yeah? In other words, the thing that allows the person to win is suddenly banned because it gives them a competitive edge. So they say you can't use that because it gives you a competitive edge. What's another word of describing a competitive edge? It means it helps you win. So in this instance, when you talk about flat Earth measurements specifically, and they say you can't use those, there's a reason, and the reason is because it gives you, the person using it, a competitive edge. That is to say, in a scenario where there is a debate, because one's actually going on, you step in and immediately end all debates with that fact of measurements. Well, they don't want that. They want the debate to continue. That's been the game for the last 10 years. So you stepping up to the forum and going, this is all nonsense. We just measure Earth flat. It's not that big a deal. It's not that serious. That's going to piss most people who've spent 10 years educating themselves while sniffing their own farts about the arguments that they have, it's going to piss them off royally. Because suddenly you're ending the discussion that made them sound smart. Up until the point that you step up and go, well, Earth's just measured flat, it's not that big a deal, it's not that serious. They were sounding really smart to all the people around them. But then you came along and ended it.
Another word for this, you got the advantage now.
Think about this, Nathan. And what's up, guys? Think about this, Nathan. You were even kind enough to say, stop using our terminologies so that you don't give us the advantage. Because every time they open up their mouth and they said terminologies like level, like when they said plane, like when they said altitudinal, like when they said height, like when they said up and down, they were giving us the advantage. And you were so kind, and we were so kind to say, stop using our terms because you're making the game unfair and you're just letting us win the race. So we gave them all types of ways to hang themselves, and they're just hanging around with nooses around their neck of stupidity. And I rest my case on that.
Yeah, got
So
the advantage.
Just let me just check with
You got the edge.
sorry, before you guys all react, was that a good enough answer, Reg, or did you want further clarity?
Yeah, because like I said, like I told Vax, I got a message, and when I was having a discussion, and one of the guys was like, "Oh, well, we want to advance the conversation." I said, "Well, these are just statements of facts that I'm basically stating. I don't, the conversation should end here, right?" But they want to advance it. I mean, advance it and go where?
Yeah, you've got it. So, perfect. You've made it much more concise than I. Advancing the conversation means there's a conversation to advance. Declaring that Earth's measured flat by everyone doesn't advance the conversation, it ends it.
Yes, sir.
They're actually trying to regress it.
Yeah.
Because you end up going backwards rather than forwards.
But like you say on the list, they've not pointed out, I'm going to use the word argument, they've not pointed out why it's a bad argument. They just said, they don't use this because it's a bad argument. They've not explained why measuring Earth flat is a bad argument. They've not gone there, have they?
Well, they would have to be truthful and say it's a bad argument because it ends our argument. I confess.
This is what I was going to ask Vax earlier.
Competitive advantage. It's like using steroids in the NFL, I guess.
Vax, as your vet, they asked you for the height of the star in celestial nav.
Yeah, I figured that's where it was going. It took them about 40 minutes to actually just...
They know the celestials aren't trigonometric, though.
Oh, yeah. That's why I said, like, there's certain people who asked me that, and I was disappointed because they know better.
Yeah, but essentially, he said he thinks that's where he was going. That might mean they didn't ask that question.
Right, that's what I wanted clarification on.
Yeah, but you could tell where they're going with it. You know they're going to ask you then what's the height of the star, and then they're doing trigonometry, or trying to.
Yeah, because AI started going, okay, Vax, so what's the height of the vertical leg of the right angle triangle? I'm like, oh, so you want to know how high the star is? Well, you said it's a right angle triangle. I'm like, yeah, all elevation angles are right angle triangles. I can measure an elevation angle at 50 degrees to a flagpole and determine the height of the flagpole. Yeah, okay. Can't you do that with a star? I'm like, is the star a flagpole? Is it something that we can physically interact with? No.
Yeah, but you do celestial navigation, not trigonometry.
Why would you want to get the height of a star?
Exactly what I was going to say.
It was a red line.
To utilize the star for any purposes on Earth, you have to consider it undefined, the height of the star. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to use it for celestial navigation.
We said a long time ago the stars do not obey our geometry, and they don't.
Listen, you can understand anti-flat earthers and triangles and all that talking this crap, right? But when you've got the flat earthers who know celestial navigation is not triangulation, yeah, we're not interested in the height of the star. You're just using its GP with an elevation angle and 2 GP pods across the surface of sea level to navigate the surface of Earth. Why have you got a flat earther asking you what's the height of the star? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that seems a little weird, a little shilly to me.
Yeah, like they're asking you to define something that must remain undefined, else it, you know, it's not addressing what we experience.
Yeah, but basically,
it seems like a trap.
Sorry, John. Sorry, mate.
Oh, I was just saying it seems like a trap that they're trying to get you to make a claim about it. You know.
Well, I think they're asking a question. They're asking a globe, anti-flat earther globe question to you. You're a flat earther, so you're asking your fellow flat earther anti-flat earth question, what they'd come out with, as if it's a problem for celestial navigation, but it's not.
Yeah. Yeah, once they started getting upset with the fact that I said you're making a right angle triangles, because you are. You're making a 32-degree angle to a 90-degree GP. Like where you are in the GP and you look up, you're gonna be 90 degrees. Or I'm at 32 degrees. You can subtract the 32 from 90 to get your zenith distance, which would be the opposite.
Was it Psalms 19?
It was a vortex.
Is it Psalms 19? The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork.
What about it?
Well, you're describing how the stars don't obey our geometry. Well, in terms of how we navigate, but for the fact that the stars do not obey usual rules of perspective with terrestrial items that we can measure and do observe, we wouldn't be able to use them to navigate.
That's correct. It says, the heavens declare the glory of the Lord, and the firmament shows his handiwork. Day unto day utters speech, and night unto night shows knowledge.
Yeah, I just looked it up. It's Psalms 19, 1-2.
And Normie not knowing that, you can forgive. It's very profound. I'm sure they'll appreciate just as much as we all do. But how do people in the 24/7 server not appreciate that?
Appreciate what? That the elevation angle doesn't change as you raise in altitude?
Correct.
I didn't know they didn't know
Yeah, I
that.
even brought that up.
Oh, I just got a Discord notification.
Go, Vaxie, what was you going to say?
Oh no, that was even brought up about, if I'm sitting in a rowboat taking an elevation angle to a star, and somebody's in a SR-71 Blackbird flying directly over my position, their angle's not going to change. Oh, you know what? Okay. I don't think that got brought up with the 24/7 arguments that I was having with Jedi and AI. That got brought up like later on in Jenna's server because she started inferring that we can figure out the heights of stars with triangulation. And then I had to explain to her that it doesn't work that way because if you're in a boat taking an angle, then someone gets in a jumbo jet or a Blackbird, and someone in between them's in a helicopter. All their distances off of sea level is going to be different, but the angle is going to be the same. So you don't actually know how high it is. If it's 3,000 miles from the surface of the water, and it's also 3,000 miles, 500,000 feet above, then how is it 300? How is it 3,000 miles? But
it's stupid, though, Vax, because we're all arguing about things after the elevation angle's been measured.
Yep.
Right. And I made that apparent too. I said all I had to do was outside to make an elevation.
Hold on, Vax.
Wait a minute. So we've just took the elevation angle measurement. Now we're all arguing, or people are arguing about nonsense that's not relevant to what we've just measured.
Right.
An elevation angle.
Exactly. So if you're that guy, back to Reg's point, that comes in, you're arguing the toss after the fact, and then in steps one deck and says, but to argue this back and forth for hours, what's the words Reg used? to further the conversation.
Advance.
Expand the conversation, extend the conversation, keep the debate going, however you want to phrase it. Someone like Wandek steps up and says, well, you've measured Earth flat. Here's how. Do you think it's worth advancing the whether or not it's a globe or whether or not it's flat conversation when that gets slapped on the table?
No.
No. It's a complete full stop to the conversation. What's that? You want to decide whether or not an elevation angle can work on a globe, and you want to work out whether or not it can work on a flat Earth. I see. What's an elevation angle again? A measurement of a flat Earth. What's that? You don't like this conversation, it's on a list of irritating things that close conversations. Yeah, it is. Yeah. We could call that list perhaps that. I'm not sure about all of the other points on it, but in this specific instance, what they really mean is we've got that on a list of irritating things that end discussion in a discussion forum. This is a Discord server. You ever seen, what is it, the guy with the Slim Pickens riding the bomb? What's it called, that movie? Oh, it'll come
Don't
to
ask me about movie.
They're in the war room fighting, and one of the lines is, you can't fight in here, this is the war room. You
Dr. Strangelove?
Yes, Dr. Strangelove. Right, in Dr. Strangelove, they're pointing out that you can't fight in the war room. It's the same. You can't end a debate in the discussion forum. It's a discussion forum. We're supposed to be having discussions here.
Yeah, but I feel like it does advance the conversation because it advances it into a knowledge of understanding that Earth is measured flat.
Yeah, but then you can't sniff your own farts, Neil. Right, these people who are moaning want to sniff their own farts. They want to be, is it sanctimonious? I think that's the correct word. Yeah? These sanctimonious fart sniffers want to keep the conversation going because they get to sound like intellectuals. They're all like Wandek comes along with his northern accent and goes, you're just measuring Earth flat. And that's the end of it. There's no further discussion to have.
And his dog.
Yeah, and it advances the whole conversation.
Advances it to silence.
I don't know if coming to a swift end is advancing the conversation per se.
No, it's ending it. That's the point. It's like telling the boxer he's not allowed to use that haymaker. Don't use the haymaker. People have come to see a fight.
Yeah, but Nathan, I think, well, you've all been through it in your workplace, maybe, where you're setting your ways and something's going to change. They put a big change in place. Everyone gets scared of change. They need to stay as they are. Things are going to change. We don't like it. Everyone rebels against it. Now, I think we've seen this on FED a little bit. Not like that, but what I'm saying is we've accepted Earth's measured flat. We're not getting so many flat earthers coming in for the banter. We've stopped looking at McKeegan's videos and all that. So we are now. We've admitted it, and this is the way we are changing. You can change. You can just end it and still progress with it, if you understand what I mean.
Well, we advanced it to the normies.
You know what I mean, though? It doesn't mean it stops. You can once you admit it, and now this is the end of the debate. Something else will happen as you accept that. It has to. Something else will come into play. We're at that level now.
Right. But see, the thing is, those things that come up will only ever be someone making a red herring statement or a false statement of any kind. You know what I mean? Like, we're kind of at the end. Oh, I mean, kind of. We are at the end as far as the nature of our surface is concerned.
Correct.
We know that.
Yeah,
so
but
you can't advance past that anymore.
We can't. But I'm saying the advancement comes for the normies that are not quite understanding it yet because they're wrapped up in this argument. Once they come to an understanding of a measurement, then you're advancing their understanding.
Right.
No, but listen to this. Listen to this.
I just want to check.
Can I just say?
Go on then.
Sorry, Nathan.
No, you go first.
We said it. we said it today. We skipped past the Eratosthenes and Al-Biruni measurements. We wasn't aware of that was ever going to come into this now. So once it all naturally ends, is what we're saying, that it's measured flat. How do you know something else isn't going to be there? What we didn't realize, that we thought, God, we didn't realize this. After we've just admitted it's ended now we're going to
be more flat.
We can't. I
Well,
mean,
easy. I'll tell you how.
Go ahead.
What we don't know will never contradict what we do know.
But there's a rhyme and a reason and a how and a why to how this discussion should progress, let's say. Now, about 8 years ago, I remember watching the Morgile debate with Tim Osman. And what Tim Osman managed to do was tie the Morgile up in knots, because the Morgile constantly was unpicking heliocentrism. And what could be thrown at him by Tim Osman was, where's your flat earth evidence? No, don't talk about how Earth's not a globe. Talk about how Earth's flat. How do you prove it's flat? And he kept on asking him. And all Morgile kept doing was appealing to his knowledge that he'd acquired since being a flat earther. And what was that? Anti-heliocentric. So it's a better understanding gained of heliocentrism to show its failings by the Morgile, as opposed to the demand for flat earth evidence be provided by the anti-flatty, in this case Tim Osman. That's how it should be. Your globe believer saying, prove a flat earth. Oh, you can't prove a flat earth. Oh, you can only show how the moon isn't supposed to be working like that in the heliocentric model. Is that all you've got? Where's your flat earth evidence, flat earther? That's how this argument is designed to work. You train the flatties in heliocentrism, and then you train the anti-flatties in the overcomes to the anti-heliocentric rhetoric. Then everybody's arguing about how heliocentric it is or isn't, and nothing else. The moment you come in and go, all of the heliocentric measurements are based on flat Earth prerequisites. That's measurements of Earth that are flat. Here's a few examples. Where's that going to lead?
And to be fair, Nathan, you used
Public
to
enemy number
proclaim
one.
yourself as a advanced heliocentrist. So now you've moved on from that. Maybe you're just a trendsetter and you're just a bit ahead of everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, that's always going to be the way for me. I am just cool. But aside from how cool I am, the rhetoric of being an anti-global was what we all did until now. We all braced against the ball. You're hearing it, the pain of it, right? Because it's being forcibly removed from Jin. Yeah, it's not really fair. I'm not saying you can't teach an old dog new tricks, but by the same token, when you've got something absolutely set in your ways, you don't want somebody to come in and say, no, you're not doing it correctly. You don't need to use that old dusty knife anymore. We've got the banana knife now. Watch. See how it's all done really quickly? And the guy turns around and goes, yeah, but they've paid me for 2 hours. I can't just run an edge along it and be done in 3 minutes. I need to be here for 2 hours. I've been very successfully doing it over a 2-hour period for 10 years. Don't tell me my knife's not good enough. Yeah, but we got this banana knife. It does it in 2 minutes. Don't tell me my knife's not good enough. You can hear the pain.
Yeah, so we went from advanced heliocentrists to just advancing it to the point where it can't be advanced no longer. You can't measure it more flat than what it is.
What are the 3 stages of denial? So I'm going to look it up. But the last couple of stages include
the 5 stages of grief.
I don't know if it's grief. It's where you eventually accept these things as though they were always the case.
So you're not talking about the 5 stages of grief.
No.
Eventually they end in acceptance, I think.
Right, but you've got to have something for them to accept that is capable of being described as having always been understood by the person declaring it. So in the case of Earth is measured flat, your average normie or anybody can turn around after the fact, let's say 10 years from now, heliocentrism is relinquished to the bank vaults of Scientology. Yeah? and everyone just goes, well, we always knew it was flat. What is it that you can foresee being the thing that allows average Joe normally on the street to go, yeah, I always knew it was flat, right? What would be the thing that could allow him to do that? Well, being measured flat, as is the case. Once you give the general public something that is so powerful, they can say, yeah, I always knew that was true. Yeah, I always knew it was flat. This is that thing.
Yeah, measurements.
Here we go. The full quote describes the 3 stages through which a new truth is generally accepted. Stage 1. First, it is ridiculed. Second, it is violently opposed. Third, it is accepted as being self-evident.
Wow. If that's not what we're in, I don't know what is.
This observation highlights the resistance to new ideas and the long process of change and intellectual growth.
Oh, is that the old first they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, then you win, then they join you?
Yes, similar, exactly. But this is Arthur Schopenhauer, I think is how you say. Arthur Schopenhauer. First, it is ridiculed. Second, it is violently opposed. Third, it is accepted as being self-evident. Well, to be accepted as self-evident, it must be something that the normies are already saying. So if you say, yeah, like I always knew it was flat. Whenever I used a map as a Boy Scout, I always knew the miles were flat. Like on the scale. I knew they were measuring Earth flat. You need something that gives a normie the opportunity to be able to say it like they didn't need the 10 years that we went through. Now, when I'm talking about the self-aggrandizing, fart-sniffing intellectuals, pseudo-intellectuals in this case when it comes to flirfs, right? You rob them of that. They don't want to accept it as being self-evident. They want to be special, right? Now, again, Jin's going to be the example. He's going to be like Spurs Schemo with science if he's not careful. He's bracing too hard, though. That's his problem, right? You want to be able to say, nah, I understood that when you stand on the beach with your super zoom lenses, you can bring the boat back. Oh, yeah, that sounds pseudo-intellectual now, doesn't it? When some northerner comes along and says, yeah, it's just measured flat, though. It's not that serious. The miles themselves are already flat. What are you talking about? Who cares that you can bring a boat back? Who cares that you know the Rayleigh criterion? Who cares that you understand the diffraction limit? Yeah? It doesn't matter. It's not that serious. We just measured it flat and we already knew. Suddenly you rob a load of flirfs of their intellectual superiority, don't you?
Yes, and right now we're in the violently opposed stage.
You bet your ass we are. Well, I'm toughened. Made of steel at this point. You think the flirfs scare me? No.
Yeah, you survived Globers for 10 years. Flirts should be nothing.
Yeah, exactly. What's that? You don't like being told that you can't use your fart-sniffing intellectual superiority when it comes to understanding how diffraction limits and perspective work? Oh, really? Oh, well. Yeah, soon the normies will all be around you telling you that they knew it already, and they'll start telling these pseudo-intellectual flirfs that they knew before they did. They'll start telling them, yeah, I knew when I was a kid. You're like, what? No, I spent 10 years learning about flat Earth while it was a globe. Yeah, I always knew it wasn't a globe. I always knew it was measured flat.
Oh, you're getting some people upset right now, boy.
Am I really, Neil? You see, that's the good thing, right? While I can form these so-called groups around me, I'm not dependent on them, am I? As people have found out in the last couple of months. What's that? You want to defy me? Then get lost.
Yeah, I forgot what chapter that was that you just ripped to shreds.
Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? You need a stamp of intellectual superiority. My book is one case in point with a couple of thieving bastards. But that is the general sentiment, isn't it? You want your stamp? Stamp on history? Nah, everyone already knew it was flat. They didn't need your help.
Oh, man, that's gonna burn.
It is going to be a time of transition, though. But that's what people said they wanted. When you give people what they actually say they want, often they don't really want it. Yeah, they think they want it until they get it, and then they don't want it anymore. Well, when are we going to convert the masses? When are the masses going to realise it's flat? When I turn around and go, they already knew that's how it was measured. Go and have a look at any example of anybody measuring Earth ever. And they go, I don't want that. I want the conversation to progress.
Oh, you just sound like a fundy saying miles are flat.
They are. Like the guy was measuring today on today's video that One Deck went and got. Was it One Deck that went and got that? Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, like the fundy said, it's measured flat. No, it's just a normal guy.
Yeah, but all along, he thinks he's on a globe.
Yeah, that's what Jin said. That really did piss me off, I've got to be honest.
I think it pissed us all off. We all cringed. You're like, why?
But it needs that. That's the thing. Sometimes I had to explain this to you several years ago, Neil. I'm like, no, you don't get it. I do want you to brace it. I'm telling you off. And in the moment, you feel like badgered or berated. And I'm like, no, but I need you to be there for that to happen. And you're like, it took you a while to get it. It's like, no, I need you to brace against. Without you being there to brace against, no one gets the point. Well, at the moment, Jin is that man. I had this conversation over curry. I keep bringing up the curry because it was very profound. A lot of the things that get discussed over a dinner table when you're in the presence of somebody rather than like this. Often you get to more profound aspects of things that you're doing that you don't necessarily realise. Well, Craig, who's on the panel, click OK, was pointing this out about Jin specifically, right? He is representative of that guy. The old school flurf, the old head that does it that way, that talks about zooming back in on the boats. Without him to be there doing that, how do we make our point clear? We don't. It just gets lost in microphones, doesn't it?
Yep.
Right. So he doesn't realise how important he is because he feels slighted, like we're personally attacking him, like we're saying you're wrong in what you do. But he doesn't realise how crucial he is at the same time. Even though he is literally there to be braced against. But without, like I say, him there to be braced against, no one's going to get this. It will be gotten quicker because of him. And he becomes representative of that type of person, that type of flat earther, what I'm calling an anti-glober. He's that guy. Now, without him here, in many ways, he's more precious than he possibly could realise.
Yeah, I told him that too. I hope he didn't get offended today because he hasn't responded to me. But I did. I explained it just like you explaining it right now, how important he is. Don't get offended. Just hang in there. You're important here.
Yeah, very important. But in a way, I do want him to get offended. At the point that he stops being offended, I said it earlier, I tried to describe him as like the hour of the sands going through an hourglass, right? When there's no more sand in the top half of that glass, that's when Jin's like, yeah. And he doesn't mention the Globe anymore, super zoom cameras and old school flirty feast of nonsense, basically. Because a lot of the old school arguments, including but not limited to the Black Swan, will get bundled onto that feast of nonsense table. Because that's what they are. That's what we're making all of these arguments. I can describe next man as a sanctimonious fart sniffer because that's what it'll become when I've shoved every single one of these arguments onto the table of the feast of nonsense. What we're doing is we're unpicking the way we've been cognitively brainwashed. Now, there's a web that could be weaved strong enough and tight enough and close enough together to keep everybody within it for a period. But webs aren't that strong. Lies aren't that strong. Eventually, they do fall apart. And the obvious and observable becomes apparent to everybody. But that does mean along the way that the guy standing going, check out that web, I understand the intricacies of that web. I know that web like the back of my hand. Suddenly that person's redundant. They're not special anymore.
Yeah, but I don't want him to get offended to the point where he don't come back. That's what I mean.
You don't want him to not come back? Yeah, absolutely. But in a way, he is there to be offended at this stuff. To say, no, I do want to use the old knife. Because if nobody's using the old knife, you don't get to show off the banana knife, do you? It's just another thing that's accepted by everybody always. But at the moment, there's a transitional period. Everybody's got the old knife in their pocket. And they're telling you, get lost with your banana knife. We want to get 2 hours pay. You're cutting that 2 hours down to 5 minutes. We need to be here with our skill and understanding of how to do these carpets and tuck them into the corners. We need to be here to tell people how Earth isn't a ball because of these super zoom cameras and what we can observe and these distances to the horizon that should be too far to see. We need to be here to explain that to people. You with your banana knife are ruining everything.
So basically, Nathan, they work for the council and we're on piecework.
Yeah, we're pieceworkers.
Dear. It's good enough for government work.
Piecework is still quicker.
What we used to say was chopping the legs off or the head off an argument isn't. You know, it's extending the argument. It's keeping the argument going. Understanding and unpicking heliocentrism, like what I used to describe as being a flat earth ninja, will become redundant, won't it? If next man turns around and goes, I always knew it was flat. Yeah? Is he going to give a crap that you understand how diffraction works?
No, that's my point. I don't need to know any of that crap anymore.
Yep. Yeah, and I always felt that way. Why do I need this garbage in my brain? It used to frustrate the hell out of me when I started having to learn the Earth curve calculator. Now, as much as here we are 10 years later and I do understand the ins and outs of this stupid Earth curve calculator and can use it to prove how Earth is being measured flat from within it, I don't want any of that nonsense in my head. Like, seriously, I don't. I don't want that. I mean, I do like this. The fact that I've got something to talk about is great because I want to run a YouTube show, and I do. So fantastic. But in terms of the subject matter and having to understand the ins and outs and intricacies, all it does is, to me, highlight that people lie to us constantly. Like in person. Yesterday it was Edabert. Like, he's overtly lying. I even said this to my daughter on the way back from the art class because I was playing bits of the show because I couldn't make up my mind if I wanted to trim it out. I haven't had time. But that particular point was poignant to me because it was so glaring, his lies, that it was education time for my 9-year-old. It's like, that's the only problem. In life, you'll generally find that people will lie to you in an egregious way. Even when you're right and righteous, people will just lie to combat that. Scummy, but that's the world we live in.
You can't stop it. You can only be aware of it and prepared for it.
One more time.
You can't stop it. You can only be aware of it and prepared for it.
Yeah.
The show has come a long, long way.
Yeah, I think so.
And it's probably done a full circle, but if you go back to show 1 or 2, there's probably somebody say, well, isn't sea level just level?
They probably are.
Yeah.
And we're walking right past it.
Yes. Yeah, you're not kidding. There was various different points in the Isle of Man debate where people are saying things like that, and there's a stony silence when they are. But no one, it's back to the response we get currently. It can't be that simple. Can it? You know, like that upward inflection at the end, can it be that simple?
Yeah, look at all this maths.
Yeah, look at all this complexity that's thrown into the subject matter. It can't be that simple. And then someone comes along and goes, no, it's not that simple. Let me show you how we take those flat Earth measurements, put them through this mathematics, and show you where Earth curve is. Come on, I'll put my arm around you. Come and have a look at these Earth curve maths. And you go, but I can show how we see too far. And so it begins.
And that's why the parts of the building are missing, or parts of the ship. Because this is why. You see this calculator here?
Yeah, it wasn't as simple as sea level being level then. Ah, bummer. Thanks for telling me. Well, it's not that you're just showing me this so that you affirm your own bias that it is definitely globe-shaped. Like, you haven't had the fortitude to think outside of that box. You've gone straight to what proves that you're on a ball because you were questioning it and you found the curve calculator, and now you want to introduce me to save your own cognitive pain.
Exactly, because you'll find shows in the very beginning where people are saying, but water's flat.
Exactly.
Mic check.
Who's that?
It's Surf Daddy. Hey, I don't have a lot of time, but I wanted to interject something to think and talk about maybe tomorrow, maybe later. I've got some errands to do, but there's a kind of a tangent worldview paradigm that I see that parallels the flat earth deal, and that is the worldview of creationism versus evolution. And it's the same thing. I just was looking at a debate on that debate show or whatever, basically evolution versus creationism. And they're talking about DNA, and they're talking about ribosomes and just all the technical stuff, all the feast of nonsense. Both sides are debating about whether DNA is similar to ape DNA. That's creationist, Bible believing people versus atheist evolutionists, right? They're in the exact same position what we're talking about now. When I don't want to know all of the, how DNA works, or even if it exists, or the math of it, or anything like that. I don't need to know any of that. Does life come from life, or life comes from non-life? That's natural law, right? I think everyone knows, and Scripture bears this out, that God exists and God created everything, right? So no one in any church debate DNA and evolution and long time, short time, all that stuff. They don't care about it. They know, just like everyone knows we measure the earth flat, that God created everything. And that evolution and all that stuff is false. I think we're at the same place with flat earth. People aren't going to become, we're looking at this like we want to evangelize and turn people into quote unquote flat earthers. No one wants to be a flat earther. They want to be a normie. So the guy that's measuring his elevation angles for topology and all that stuff that we saw today, he doesn't want to be a flat earther. He doesn't want Globers coming to his website and going, oh, do you know that Nathan Oakley is saying that you're doing flat earth proofs and stuff like that? He thinks you're a flat earther. He doesn't want to hear that garbage. Just like a Christian doesn't want to hear that what they believe, what they know, God created everything the way he described it. They don't want to hear that they're flat earthers. They just want to, I don't know, I'm getting off track, but that's I see that as clear as a bell, that we're in the same paradigm.
Yeah, we don't want to hear about the DNA or all this other stuff. We know that we were created and that God's the creator. All that other technical stuff doesn't matter.
But those are the Christian apologetics. Those are the Ken Hams and the AIG and the Danny Faulkners and all that.
Exactly.
And they're using both heliocentric and whatever biblical snippets they can find to make their arguments. You know, you don't argue DNA to prove that God designed everything. You know, my eyes glaze over, you know, when they talk about all this stuff, and I get to where flat earthers and globers get, you know. This is just I can't. I'm not a scientist. I don't know this, and you know, I just have to decide what is true or not, and I believe this argument or that argument. When you point out what is true, you don't have to argue it. And measurements are truth. You can measure it, right? If you can't measure it, it's not tangible. You can't measure it, right? So anyhow, I think that's where we're at. We're at a place where the ninjas, and I'm one of them, so I'm not taking myself out of this picture. But I'm coming to the place where I'm done evangelizing. I'm done being the ninja that goes in and eviscerates the globers with my prowess and knowledge of elevation angle measurements and nautical almanac and blah 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 and all of the technical stuff. The black swan. Ooh, this proves this. This proves this. That's like DNA. That's like talking DNA to the normie. They don't think about that stuff. But when we measure topography, we make maps, all this stuff, we navigate, and we take an angle. You know, we've been doing it for years. Of course, everybody knows the Earth is flat, and it's always been that way. We just don't want to be freaking a flat earther. I don't want to be an Episcopalian or a Mormon or a
Methodist,
whatever denomination.
Lutheran. It's the same thing as you look outside, you look at a tree, and you know that there's a creator. It says it in the Bible. Nobody has an excuse. So you're breaking it down to the simplicity of creation.
Right. And that's what we're doing with just recognizing that how we measure stuff. That's empirical. That's truth. That's not DNA mumbo jumbo. That's not trigonometry, flip flops and tricks and arguments and debate. It's just the way it is. And I think what we're bumping against is the people who are the ninjas, who are used to evangelizing and turning people to the flat earth. Just like the Ken Hams are trying to turn people to Christ without even mentioning Christ. DNA, dinosaurs, not a time, blah, blah, space time, all those arguments. You're just stick to the gospel and let the people decide what they know is true and accept it. And if they don't accept it, then they're just denying it. And the Bible says that there's going to be people who do that. You just deny that God exists or you accept that God exists. One's true. The other is denial of truth. So that's where we're at. It's just there's a lot of parallels, I think.
Yeah, you heard it today. Jim said, I'll constantly use those old ways. None of them are dusty to me. You're old and dusty, but I will use every tool I got, and I don't care how long it takes. Yeah, but I just slide right down the wall with my wall trimmer, and it's all over. Done.
Yeah. Well, and he's just one of those evangelists. He's the one, I don't go to his church. I like him. He's not bad. He's not necessarily spreading lies. He's just an evangelist for the ideology, the idea of, the concept of what a flat earther is. So he's trying to convert people to flat earthers that will fall apart because we're not here for that. We're to, to show people the gospel and turn them to the truth of God, not a concept of I'm a flat earther now. It's like saying I'm an Episcopalian now. I'm a Catholic now. I'm a Methodist now. So he's just he's evangelizing for the idea, and I don't want to say religion, but it kind of is the doctrines.
But it's a
of
religion, though.
Flat eartherism. People don't want to be a flat earther. If I just point to people and go, "Oh yeah, you're measuring that, you're measuring that flat and stuff like that," good, it's great. If I say, "Oh well, you're a flat earther because you measure the Earth flat," that it's like saying, "Oh, you're a Catholic because you do communion this certain way." No, I'm not. Or you're religious, or
You could say you're a Catholic because you take communion. You're a flat earther because you measure Earth flat. Similar thing. But I get where you're going with this. I love it.
Well, I got an appointment, and maybe we'll work on it tomorrow. I have the morning off still.
Well, it's like the guy in The Incredibles. There's a bad guy. The first original bad guy in The Incredibles is called Syndrome.
Syndrome. If everybody's a super, then nobody's a super.
Exactly. Right. So we become that guy where you're saying, well, if everybody knows Earth's measured flat, nobody's special for knowing Earth's flat.
Yeah, sort of. Right.
That hits it right on the head. No, that's 100%.
Yeah. He just wants to make everybody a super. I want to make everybody a flat earther. And no one wants to be like David Weiss. No one wants to be, no one wants to be you, Nathan. No one wants to be me.
Hold on. Once you get rid of the idea of special knowledge, they can no longer accuse you of being a cult.
Exactly. That's why you only have to stick to what is true and leave it at that. Once you turn it into, well, you have to know this equation, you have to know what refraction is, you have to know what, we know all the arguments, all the ninja stuff. Once you learn this ninja stuff, then you can become a flat earther. No, you just say what is true, let your yes be yes and your no be no, and leave it at that. And that's why Jen is a good, I think foil is the right word in this case for the show. That as long as he can keep it in perspective that we love him and he's our character and he's our Jen, and we still get to punch his shoulder and tell him he's a doof. We still like him. We want him around because he's the dirty.
We didn't have anyone punching us in the shoulder and teasing us. We had people actively trying to sabotage our understanding as we were trying to come to it.
That's
right. And I'm jealous. I'm jealous of that. We need people to sharpen. It's iron sharpened. That's what iron sharpening iron means in the Bible. So you need those type of people, and a lot of us coming up for the past 10 years haven't had those people. We've had the demons coming out because they know that what we're thinking and what we're talking about is true. Just like the atheists and evolutionists come at the Christian creationists because they know what the creationists are saying is true. The problem is that the creationists, the scientific creationists or Christian scientists, whatever, aren't
that's not
really
what John's talking about, though.
Right, but they're not really spreading truth. They're doing the ninja stuff and all the they're not just sticking to what is true. You can't have life from non-life. Done. The conversation's over. That does not further the debate between evolution and creation, does it? God says he created everything and this is the way he created it. Done. that doesn't further the conversation with the evolutionists who say, well, what about thousands of years and carbon dating? No, yep, laws of physics and truth that God created everything, and we're done. That conversation continues today, and most people ignore it because it's way over their heads and they don't care. They just want to know what's true.
Because nobody's ending it. Like when we started talking about the measurements, we were getting a lot of kickback from, well-respected panel members fighting against it.
Yeah, you just
well, it seems snobby to someone after they spent so much time learning about this stuff, right? For you to come along and say, "Yeah, you don't need that." It seems snobby, like you're acting like you have some special knowledge or something like that, and it's not that. It's like it's.
No, it's not, but that's their perception, and that's your and our perception of their perception. So, it is what it is. And that's why people like Jen are necessary, and that's why that knowing the ninja stuff in certain circumstances with personal conversations one-on-one with people at the bar, talking about this stuff, when prolific things can be discussed rather than just emotions and angst and
Now the bar, I'm
rawness.
taking them right to measurements. There's a bar right there, a flat bar that I could use as an example. That's how you take measurements, or how a plane would be flying if this were an airport. That's all I need. You can throw all that other stuff out the window. It makes my freaking head hurt.
And that's you, Neil, and that's why we love you. I gotta go, but see you guys tomorrow. It's a good show.
You see how the projection works? When they were calling me smug and arrogant and my special knowledge, right? And they were appealing to that to argue against me. It was almost as if it was projection onto me.
Yeah.
You understand?
But through all of that, Nathan held on to that. And I think that was angering people even more. No matter how much they resisted it, Nathan kept freaking promoting it.
Well, that's the thing. Nathan understood that it wasn't true because I said it.
Exactly.
It's just, it is. It's the earth is measured flat is accepted on both sides. It is not a contentious statement. But now it is. Why is it now contentious? You know what I mean? Like, I kind of want to know why you're saying that at this point.
Because there gotta be the gurus that know all the heliocentric doctrine that could tell you certain things that just telling them Earth is measured flat, that ain't gonna help them.
Right. It takes away what made you special.
That's it.
That's what it does. It takes away what made you special.
Yeah,
and it's kind of heartbreaking in a way.
Yeah, that's what I was driving at with Syndrome. Yeah, if everyone's special, no one is.
Yeah, I was trying to bring it back to that. I thought that was a good point.
Yeah, but no one is special. It is what it is. It's measured flat. Hello? Sorry to burst your bubbles.
Right, and where they've accused us of being a cult from the outside, right? Looking in, there's a bunch of cult of flat earthers. Well, what special knowledge do we have?
The same knowledge that they have.
I'd argue that we are special as we're part of God's creation.
Yeah. And that knocks out the atheist.
Well, no, we're special because of how we were created. So that makes our creator the special one. But like, as far as information that we have that no one else does, this covetous knowledge, that we have? What is it that we have that no one else doesn't already have?
Oh, I think they do have it. Everybody knows it's measured flat.
Absolutely.
Even the ballers. They've been saying it for years. We just ain't been hearing it.
Right. So we can't be a cult.
Well, I'm sure they knew how to create a sphere from flat Earth measurements long before we did in this survey.
Well, yeah, they're the ones that taught me.
So they did have the special knowledge.
Well, you could say that, though. I understand what he's saying. You could
Yes,
say that.
they are a cult. They are a cult. Yes, they believe they have special knowledge. Yes.
But we've been saying it for the longest time that heliocentrism is the one world religion. That is the cult. And that is the, what's the other word I'm looking for? That's the conspiracy.
Absolutely. Right.
There's a magic trick where Nathan describes it where they slip in the dirty secret right at the beginning. It's like giving you the flat earth to begin with. So then we'll talk, so we don't acknowledge it, then we'll argue past that. One deck reiterated that sentiment earlier as well.
Absolutely. I mean, it's become so simplified to us now that we kind of feel silly about arguing it.
Exactly, because I can't. When they're showing me something, I can't get away from seeing all the flat earth that's there. All the, like Nathan says, all the flat earth prerequisites that you're using. You expect me to just look past all of these? Can't. Let's check this height of the mountain. Height? What the hell? Oh, back up. Oh, let's check this distance we've been traveling. Distance? Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Back up here.
Well, you're trying to argue about the derivation of the measurement. That's not a good argument.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, statements of fact aren't good arguments.
No, they're not. I will agree with you 100%. A statement of fact is not a good argument.
It's actually a bad argument because it ends the argument. So if you're looking to argue, yeah, that's pretty bad to throw that in there.
Absolutely. You know, if you're trying to make a case against the globe or against the flat earth, that is just a horrible argument.
Hey, rock in the hard place is a pretty useful idea to push. You know, it's either accept the 90 or deny the 90 that you need.
Yeah, Nathan was when he first did that. I couldn't stop laughing because the dude was stuck, and he kind of knew he was stuck, but he didn't want to accept it.
Shh, don't mention that. Nathan, are you there? Neil, you'll know. Who first said don't mention 90 around about 2021?
Was that?
It
One
was
of
in
the
Jim
ballers.
Panda's survey.
Right, okay.
I still didn't hear what you said.
Who said don't mention 90?
Oh, that 10th man was talking to somebody. I forgot who. Jeez. He just said the other day.
It was in a Jim Panda server, right? And a flat earther was over there discussing what we were talking about here. And they said, don't mention 90. to that guy, and I can't remember who that is. Do you remember?
I don't.
Sounds like you could put that on a list of things not to use.
Mention 90. Speaking
That
of
is
this man, he's coming out with a couple of more presentations. He said that might take a couple of days. I can't wait. That's going to be good.
Yes. 90 is not a good argument. Having 90 degrees to the planar surface is not a good argument for a planar surface.
No, it's not. They say that it's not the ground you're on. Can't say 90. That's an air measurement. That's a sky measurement.
It's a devastating statement of fact, but yeah, it's a terrible argument.
Since was on it. Yeah, absolutely.
Now you understand what I mean when I say we're all alone here.
Well, you could look at it that way as we've taken a step back, but in kind of a way, it's our epistemology from which they will build their religions. You could look at it as they need us.
Like I just go ahead, Arthur. My bad.
No, I just wanted to say, I don't know, Neil, what you mean exactly. Could you please elaborate what you mean that we are alone here?
Why we're all alone here? Well, tell me other servers that are speaking about measurements to end everything. And
Neil, if you
enough
feel
with
lonely,
nonsense.
Neil, just look in your rearview mirror. You'll see thousands, millions of people.
But they're all not in unison here. Like we started with the front foot forward, and we've got nothing but resistance. So I have to say, we're all alone here at Flat Earth Debate. Now, Adam says he's been hearing stuff. Price of Adam, right there in the top right corner, says he's been hearing people using measurements in TikTok. I haven't.
And
So
Twitch data.
when you do, send them to me so I can hear it.
All right, I will. I'll take more screenshots and copy links.
No, since we are listening here, so I wanted to share this one thing. There's this other flat earther here in India who posted a video about a debate he had a couple of days ago. And there were parts in him in which he was talking about measurements of the earth without actually using these words, but he was talking about the Suez Canal being built based on a reference dendrum line which measures across 100 kilometers. But he phrased it without using these words that the earth is measured flat because we do it on a practical purpose, on a practical basis. And there were parts in which he was talking about NASA images, and much of it may have involved a lot of debunking the globe. But my overall assessment and feedback of that debate would be, which I'm going to do a review on my YouTube channel as well later on. But my feedback in short would be that in the parts where he was talking about Earth measurements, he was a clear winner, and the globe side had no refutations to any of it because all of it was statement of fact and not an argument. But there were parts in which he was trying to debunk the globe arguments, and those were the parts in which they were able to get him into the trap of accepting their paradigm, and hence he had no counter arguments to whatever they had to offer. So that would be my short and sweet feedback about it, but it relates to much of it what we were talking about here.
And where was this, Arthur?
Nathan was just telling us that.
Yep. This would be on Indian Flat Earthers channel. So these days, YouTube has released new features like you can go live with other creators. So 2 or 3 or multiple creators can come and go live. And this Flat Earther guy went live with other debating platforms. So there were 3 of them. And there was one moderator with another person debating on side of Globe Earth. And if you want the link to that video, I will send it to you.
So he was mentioning measurements without really mentioning measurements the way we speak about measurements here, but he was getting it across.
That's what Globers do too.
I was just going to say that. Sounds like a Glober to me.
Can I interject? Just been thinking about this today. Surely this is about the arena in which we battle in, because they're always inviting us into these dark woods where they can trap us and trick us and get one over on us. It's all set up in their environment, their arena for this battle, so that they can make us look stupid. But what Nathan's doing is dragging it back to our arena where we can say, well, these arguments, we only need a starting point, which is how we measure, and we don't get involved. I mean, if you look at Jin, he would be a gladiator in their arena, slashing them down and trying to take them out, but ultimately he's set up to fail because they'll say, well, this is our arena, we set the rules, we'll make sure you look stupid. Whereas in our arena, we just go, well, here's our ultimate sword, there we are, job done.
Yeah, and the sad thing is, he walks away thinking he won.
Yeah, they run the rules, they run the arena. So when you're racing around in your race car and they tell you, no, you can't use that front spoiler, it gives you the competitive edge. You need to take that off. Oh, but I've invested millions in this spoiler. If you want to race on our frickin' racetrack under our frickin' rules, then you'll take that spoiler off or you'll get lost.
Here's the circuit you'll be driving. Sorry.
Maybe they got a list of things you can't put on your race car.
That's correct, they have. They've got a long list of things you can't put on your race car, because if you put those things on your race car, you beat them really easily.
Did
And
you
a
see F1
predetermined
yet?
track and time that you must hit.
Yeah, you got to be kind of similar to everybody else here. We need everybody to get a fair crack, because then the audience enjoys it. There's a whole thing. We've got it set up the way we like it. You coming in, telling people Earth's just measured flat and it's not that serious, that irritates all of us greatly. Not just the people on my side, the people on your side. You understand that you're on a side? Get over there on your side, like I told you. Don't be ending the argument by telling us it's just measured flat and ain't that serious. That's annoying. Take that spoiler off immediately. Or you can be banned. Not warmly welcome back on the next stream. Banned.
Oh boy. More salt.
It adds the flavor, Neil. It adds the flavor.
Well, got an hour and a half to go.
Do you want some pepper with that salt?
What happens in an hour and a half? I'm been in and out all day, all this morning.
In 1 hour and a half, Quantum Disgracer sets the record straight on the book fiasco.
My God, it is 1.5 hours from now. I'll have to wait up till 1:30 a.m. in the morning, but I'm going to.
Oh man, I can't even watch that.
Yeah, I'm not tuning into that. Somebody will send me something about it. I will not be tuning into that.
It's so heartbreaking, because we were all such good friends, and I don't know, like I liked you guys. I mean, I like them. I still like you guys. I mean,
Same here.
But I can't.
Same here. That's the same feeling I have also, and it breaks my heart. Literally, I used to be a fan of those guys.
Hold on.
Even
Hold on, I
though
got some
we
music.
have
Hold
had
on.
spats.
I got some
Hold
music
on,
for this.
We got music. We got music.
Carry on.
Everybody's forgetting that there was a time put on it for reconciliation to take place, and that time has passed. Now, it seems interesting that I got a phone call last night from Adam, and that Nathan got a message from Adam. What about fucking 4 weeks ago? What happened then?
I ain't saying anything about reconciliation. There is no reconciliation to this. I'm just saying it's heartbreaking that this has happened.
It would be more heartbreaking if it was the first time. But, you know, when you've gone through it with Antonio Subrat, Jaron, Dave Weiss, Bob Nodell, Patricia Steer, all my old friends, this isn't unfamiliar to me. This is very familiar territory. Very, very familiar territory.
See, I felt that way like the first couple of days. But now, and I'm hearing it from the guy that's supposed to be negotiating shit, that everything's Nathan's fault. Nathan took it too far. Nathan. It's starting to sound like freaking somebody back in the day.
Yeah, like I say, I've been through it many a time previously with all the people I just listed. But they weren't around in this particular social circle for you when it was happening back then, were you, Neil?
It wasn't for me either. So, yeah, I can understand how you kind of become hardened to it.
Right.
Sorry, my wife called in the middle of that.
My point is that it's not unfamiliar ground to me, but it might be unfamiliar ground to many of you.
No, Nathan, but in that case, you should have been more careful with your book and recorded every draft of it so that we
Hold
didn't have to
on.
go through this.
How can you say
I'm sorry
that?
about that, but yeah.
We're talking about, not talking about strangers here. You're talking about Quantum Eraser and the Adam Meakin. How can you be any more careful?
No, what are you talking about? I was careful. I've recorded all of the sessions.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it almost sounded like you was about to blame the girl for the clothes she was wearing there.
Yeah. It's your fault for trusting him. Yeah, I didn't trust him fully, did I? Otherwise, I wouldn't have recorded absolutely everything. And my wife wouldn't be 90% done with transcribing it all. And as we're transcribing it, I say we, it's my wife only. I just hear it in the background. I noticed that there's huge chunks of information that came from me that were excluded, unbeknownst to me, as in didn't get typed in by my editors. What's that? They wrote all of it. Well, maybe they could perceive it that way after excluding huge chunks of information that directly came from me because they wanted to usurp me. Fortunately, because they've done this, that's been spotted. So in many ways, I could thank them, couldn't I? Oh, thank you for betraying me so severely. It meant I got to go back over old ground and realise where you've excluded quite juicy information in favour of a load of shitty hyperlinks.
It's almost a blessing in disguise, I'd say.
Exactly. A blessing in disguise, you could call their treachery. That's right. I would agree. But I'm sure their positive spin where it wasn't my fifth draft, it was actually a second book that they were writing in my presence the entire time, because obviously me paying for them to be in a hangout is because I like paying people to write their own fucking book on my time under the guise of helping me. That's what obviously normal people do when they're writing a second book. Actually, my fifth draft that they've stolen and kept hold of. Meanwhile, I've reacquired the fifth draft. My wife's almost finished. It'll then go into the sixth draft. You could call what she's garnering from the recordings, strictly speaking, the sixth draft. The fifth one being the one that they've stolen and tried to extort from me with. But the sixth draft is almost finished, having extracted all that information from the recordings I made while those two thieving bastards were in my hangout that I pay for, quote-unquote, helping me. Or, as they'll probably spin it, helping themselves write a second new book that wasn't mine. All right, not that I was aware that they'd declared that they were writing a book. Had they announced it? Who's their publicist? Oh, they don't fucking have one. They're just thieving bastards. Yes, unfortunately, but I've experienced such things previously through the 10 years of my tenure in Flat Earth. It's not unfamiliar ground, and I wasn't unprotected from thieving bastards. Hence, a couple of months in, I've had lots of financial support from my wife to be distracted from her actual job, so she can do a job that I was being offered quote-unquote help from two thieving bastards. Now, I'm hoping that my wife won't also betray me and tell me that she wants her name on my frickin' book when she's finished editing it, as opposed to frickin' writing it.
Wow. So they would took large chunks out that you wanted in there, and it wasn't being translated onto the screen.
No.
That's very interesting.
No, I had to say to my wife, why hasn't any of that gone on the screen? And she's like, oh, right, well, I think they were intending it to go over to Chuck. I'm like, Chuck's not doing any work. They are. They're the ones doing it. And she's like, well, yeah, they're not typing it down. I'm like, what? She's like, well, maybe they thought they'd get it from the recording. I'm like, they don't know I'm recording. They keep saying, can you start recording? On the recording. My point being that there's huge chunks of information that just aren't dedicated to the book that they're editing, aka helping me with, because they've decided earlier on than I realised that they were going to be stealing it. So they're deciding what they're going to put into their book, it would seem, while they're helping me in my paid-for hangout under my supervision and tutelage. Yeah. These two thieving bastards got fired because they were thieving bastards.
So you're saying you were putting large chunks of work in? Oh, that seems
on my
contrary to
book.
what
Yeah,
they've
that's
been
not
saying.
shocking. The fact that they've lied through their back teeth and gaslighted me and people around me into believing I didn't write my own fucking book is just a testament to how thieving bastards will lie and gaslight people.
Yeah, because they were saying you weren't doing anything. Brian even said that the other day.
Yeah, good job
He
I've got
hasn't done a thing.
recordings, eh? Now, as it costs a couple of months, yeah, it's cost a couple of months, but that's all it's cost me, a couple of months of work. Now, fortunately, I'm very strongly supported, so people have given me the financial means to make that happen over the course of a couple of months, because my wife's done no overtime, she's done no incentive work, which is what she'd typically do to make her ends meet. Well, she hasn't. I've made her ends meet with donations via PayPal, so that she sat almost every night transcribing. Oh, brilliant. Well, what I get to hear is how big a gaslighting bastard QE is when he says I haven't written anything, that they wrote it all. And no, they didn't. Lying shitbag gaslighters, that's what they are. What they did was take out chunks of my work and replace it with citations from other people. That's what psychopaths are good at, recycling. And that's what John Stunyer did, recycle a load of other people's work, put it into my book and then say he wants his fucking name on it. No, you thieving shit. Piss off, get lost, don't ever come back. What's that, you're going to tell people you were writing a second book? No, you weren't, you were working on my 5th draft. Till I fired you.
So wait a minute. You mean to tell me that your wife has gone through this in less than a month and we wasted a freaking year?
Yeah, that was something else she pointed out. How much tedium and delay that they'd caused. And achieved very little for it. Yes, what took them a year took my wife about 6 weeks.
Yeah, and you could tell that from years of Ballbusters show, where we have wasted so much time because of them.
I didn't understand that. One more time, Arthur.
I'm saying there has been so many Ballbusters show where I have seen that we have gone on and on for hours on some irrelevant topic. And it is all because of those guys that we digressed into such areas where there was no need to.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm talking about these ballbuster shows. Hours went into it. Adam's drunken ramblings.
Yes, well, my wife's had to make head and a tail of those gawking drunken ramblings from Adam Gherkin, or whatever his name is. And she's turned it back into a half-decent skeleton, which will be worked upon in the, if I'm going to call what she's doing the 6th draft, then on the 7th draft of the book, where my now anecdotal, in some cases comedic, descriptions of events that have taken place with certain characters get inserted in between the factual information that they were quote-unquote helping with on my 5th draft, now being called the 2nd book. Like, sorry, at what fucking stage of you quote unquote helping me was it going to be 2 books, one that you take ownership of? No, definitely not.
I don't know if anyone here has noticed, but in QE's shows, I have noticed it quite some time ago and long before this fiasco that sometimes when QE used to toggle through all his tabs and he used to find from one of his emailed drafts some citation which we were talking about, and there for the first time he hovered on it for just about a second, but you could go back on YouTube and see what all was there, and I could find that my book draft, and the first line, when I entered the maelstrom of flat earth, ... So this I noticed a long time ago, and the first time I did was just for 1 second, but later on I observed that QE hovered on that page for about 10-15 seconds. So it was quite clear to every watcher to see all of his drafts, and within them, his draft of my book, when I entered the maelstrom of flat earth, ...
Wow.
So this is something I noticed.
So he was fixing to rob from me the whole time, is what you're saying?
Holy shit.
I don't know, but this is more than a year ago at least, long before this whole fiasco.
Yeah, and I said that because when Adam's rambling on about how it's your book, Huey is very suspiciously silent and not saying a word other than a chuckle here and there. When you're going on to getting a mention in the book and all of that stuff, Huey's suspiciously silent.
Yes, because he's fixing to rob me. That's why. Parasite needs his name on my book. That's what he intended the entire time. Boring bastard's got very little to talk about other than his stolen citations. So what he had under that little tab was probably endless reams of cited stolen material from other people, as opposed to an interesting journey through the subject of flat earth that he hasn't taken. Few people have summarised him being, oh, well, other than the scientific method, what have you actually offered? It's like, well, give us some of your anecdotes. What have you actually done? Other than take the Ballbusters show that I gave him?
Numpty clips.
So yeah, parasites. Fixing to rob from me the entire time. What's he done? Managed to tarnish any book that he does come out with. Is this the one you robbed from Nathan? People will ask.
And if they don't ask it, you know it's going to be in the back of their mind. I wonder if this is what he snatched off Nathan.
Exactly. I wonder if this is what he stole.
Got to go, chaps. We seen you on Friday, Nathan.
Say again?
Curry Friday.
What day is it today? Tuesday? Yeah, I don't see why not.
Cool. I'll count you in.
Am I still invited?
Yes,
of
you are.
Course. I'm paying for you, Neil, if you turn up.
Can you row that far?
Row?
I knew you were going to get the rowing in there. I'm going to practice rowing to Missouri first, and I'll see what my stamina is.
And then across the pond, right?
Don't worry, if you live on a ball, it's all downhill. I did have a thought earlier about Brian, you know, and his new venture. And his first housekeeping question: what kind of vacuum would you need to make the vacuum of space? Just a housekeeping question, you know, vacuums, Hoovers. Oh, that was it, Hoover. Never mind.
Oh, his housekeeping book, you mean? A book about housekeeping. Well, he said it's not. He was adamant when I asked him. He said, no, it's not about housekeeping. It's about globe versus flat.
Tell him. Say Nathan's got a recording of you saying, quote, it's a book about the housekeeping questions, end quote. He's a liar. Brian's just a lying scumbag, isn't he? Shit-stirring little bitch liar.
He would just cry about it and say, you're all against me, you're all against me.
If things were different, Brian wouldn't be a lying shitbag, but things aren't different, so Brian is a lying shitbag, if I could say it.
Don't bother about my argument, but I am telling you, AI has something personal against me. And that's why he's talking to me against all these points. And he's questioning me.
Must be. If things were different, people would care.
Just tell him your name's Candice, he'll listen.
Well, when I told him he's been had by them, he says, no, as I'm not the one who can't listen and gets triggered, meaning me. You're doing that, not me. I can speak with everyone. Answer me this, Neil. If you were there 100% of the time and I was there 50% of the time, then how come I was fully aware that they started a completely fresh document after Chapter 4 of Chuck's work? And neither you nor Nathan knew that.
Yeah, but Brian can only say that because he's been told that.
Yep.
He didn't hear that firsthand, did he? He was just told that.
No, but he's wrong about that. We all knew what happened after Chapter 4, but it was never going to be a whole new book. Just because they had to scrap what was there and go, Nathan was still there. They were still editing. So I said to him, you still think they're two separate books? And I laugh. And according to you, Brian, it's all Nathan's fault, and Nathan went too far, and Nathan stabbed you in the back, maybe because you went into negotiations or went in to try to smooth things over with a bias. As a matter of fact, you did go in bias towards them. And he said, there is two separate books. Neil, you have not caught on to that yet? And no, that's a total lie, buddy, as I have said numerous times that they all handled it badly. But Nathan brought it to what it is now, and that's a fact. So it's all your fault, Nathan.
So what it is now is me continuing to write my book without the help of them. That's what it is now. What's that? 2 books? All right, you can call my 5th draft whatever the fuck you like.
Oh, well.
His answer is that you would have a book out by now if you were to listen to him. Yeah, if you were to listen to him, he said just put their names on as co-authors.
Right, Brian's book's going to have my name on it because it's a book about housekeeping. End quote, Brian.
Yeah, I don't think he sees the freaking ironic effect that has.
Do you want to make him aware? Because he's obviously skulking around like a little bitch still. What's that? You've gone, Brian. You're leaving the group. Why am I still hearing Brian's name? What is it about Brian's name that I keep hearing when he skulked off and slammed the door as he left in a very dramatic fashion? Is it just me, or is that bitch behaviour?
Brian's a victim. He's always a victim.
Well, he said, just so you know, I'm still friends with you, Neil. I can't change what's happened with QE, Adam, and Nathan, but I can deal with someone who I can't trust. And I can't trust Nathan, as he has shown now twice. Besides all that, and then he goes into what AI thinks about the freaking pitch data. But I asked him, just explain to me the 2 times Nathan stabbed you in the back. Was it AI? Because I remember QE calling that whole freaking fiasco with AI as girly and a bunch of freaking women.
Yeah, even QE agrees with me. Brian's a little bitch.
I stand vindicated.
Yeah, Brian, shut the fuck up. End quote, Quantum Eraser when talking to Brian.
Well, but defend that. He tells everybody to shut the F up.
No, he doesn't tell me to shut the fuck up.
No, he just steals your material and tells you put me down as co-author or else.
Or else what? I'll sack you. Did he
He
sack
actually
me?
explicitly mentioned that the other day in the Discord server that he's never once like raised his voice to you before.
Yeah, he demanded percentages with a raised voice. Maybe he'll start lying about not wanting any money.
Well, right. But I mean, up until all that, like,
go ahead, Vex.
Right, I'm going to round out. Any last words?
Yeah, is it not a bit unfair that Brian's been used as a messenger in all this anyway?
It's not called a messenger, it's called a flying monkey.
He put himself there. That's what I told him. If you would have dealt with it like I dealt with it, put them in their place, told them knock the shit off, get on the phone with Nathan and sort it out, and stop being a fucking errand boy, then maybe he wouldn't be in this position. He put himself there because he went in there with a bias towards them. And he's going to accuse me of having a bias towards Nathan. No, my bias is to the facts.
With that, I'm going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G Plus panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley and I will see you all in the next video.